Uh, good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. Can we start? Maybe let me start by welcoming you all to this meeting. The chairperson of the ad hoc committee is absent today. We also received some apologies. Honorable Sangoni will join us, but she's running late. Honorable Ntuli is also running late. Honorable Cameron has got party commitments and won't be joining us. I'm informed that Honorable Sokanyile is also running late. And then in terms of Rule 159 of the NA rules, in the absence of the chairperson, the committee must elect one of its members as acting chairperson. Maybe just to also indicate that Honorable James and Honorable Vessels will be standing in today for the full members who are not present. And as such, our meeting does have a quorum. So I'm going to open the floor for nominations for acting chairperson. Honorable Brenda.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Is the committee quorum?
Yes, we have 6 members. That should be our quorum.
So what's the ANC going to do? They want to nominate Mr. Ngola for standing chair, but there's no one here to nominate him. And he bought a new jacket, especially for today. Just look at him.
Yeah, can I have nominations?
No. Okay, I'll nominate him. Just like this one little favor today, just because he bought a new jacket.
Do we have a seconder? Honorable James.
I second the nomination.
Honorable Ngola, do you accept the nomination?
I accept, Chair. Thank you.
Do we have further nominations? In the absence of any further nomination, Honorable Ngola, you are duly elected as acting chairperson.
Good morning. Good morning, members. Good morning to the evidence leaders and everyone in attendance here today. Just to make an announcement that the evidence leaders are now getting the witness ready to come inside so that we administer the oath. Honorable President, you wanted to raise something?
Thank you, Chair. Just make a note of this somewhere. Just make a note of this somewhere. We'll talk again in the future.
Okay, we must let's await the witness to make his own way to the seat. Apologies have already been recorded. Some members are going to join us shortly. I think perhaps some of the issues that we had faced is that members operated on the ordinary times of 11 o'clock. They forgot that we have moved to an earlier time. So hence, we see a quite sizable chunk of them is still on the way, but they will join as long as the quorum is there. We'll await the arrival of the witness. Thank you, members. Okay, colleagues, can we be settled? Yes, can we settle? Okay, members, the witness has just arrived. Good morning, Mr. Oupa Brown Mogotsi. You can press on your mic.
Good morning, honorable members.
Do you have anyone in your company or you are just alone?
I'm with the arranged protection and the evidence leaders.
Okay. Advocate RNCSC, can you formally present the witness to the committee?
Good morning, Honorable Acting Chair and honorable members and all present and my colleagues. Firstly, apologies for the delay with the printing this morning. We've had to secure some outside printers because of the last minute issues, but hopefully that's behind us. And as I said yesterday already, we asked for an indulgence and an apology. Mr. Oupa Brown Mogotsi is present here today. We welcome him. It's been a lot of toing and froing, but thankfully he is here. So I would submit, Honorable Chair, that you may swear him in. His evidence will be led by my colleague, Advocate Mogotsi, on my right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mogotsi, let's now formally administer your oath. You have been invited to appear before the ad hoc committee to investigate the allegations by General Mkhwanazi to provide information in relation to the ad hoc committee's oversight to investigate properly the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, which include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Service, an alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of SAPS. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you have required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to evidence or documents required in the proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully finishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it, which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period of not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath of affirmation. Which one would you prefer? Oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, you'll state your full
Oupa
name,
Brown Mogotsi,
swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Members, the witness has been officially administered under oath. So we're going to give the evidence leaders to proceed. We know in the committee meeting that we had yesterday, there was a commitment to have proper and satisfactory time for members to ask questions to the witness. So we'll allow the evidence leaders to run until 1, and then we take a 30 minutes break. Then we resume at 1:30 and allow the evidence leaders to proceed until 15 hours. Then from the members will start interacting with the witness. Is that in order, members? Thank you so much. Honorable Advocate Maria, you can now start. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
the best, Mr. Mogotsi. All the best, Advocate Mogotsi. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mogotsi, and good morning, honorable members. Just as a matter of housekeeping, Chair, I just want to make sure that members have all the bundles in front of them. So members should have 3 bundles. which would be the witness statement. And then there's an exhibit bundle, which is the one with the white binding. And then there should be an annexure bundle. Sorry, so the annexure bundle is the one with the black binding, and the exhibit bundle is the one with the white binding. And then there's the witness statement itself.
Can members confirm if they do have those annexures? Okay, thank you. You can proceed.
Also, just to note that members would have, or the statement in front of the members is an unsigned version, but Mr. Mogotsi has signed his statement and we have the signed copy available here with us.
Okay, Mr. Mogotsi, can you confirm that the statement that has been signed with the evidence leaders is a reflection of what you are here to?
Indeed, Chairperson, the statement has been signed. It is the reflection of what has been submitted.
Thank you so much. You can proceed.
Going to talk. The names that should not. Give the chair the copy which of the name. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just to confirm that we've had a number of consultations with Mr. Mogotsi. Most of them were virtually. Last night, we managed to have a in-person consultation where we confirmed the contents of the statement. And just as a matter of process, Mr. Mogotsi, I'm just going to carefully lead you through your statement, and I might invite some questions. As we proceed, members might also ask you questions for clarity. We're going to start off with your qualifications, which you referred to in your statement, which is on page 3. Are you there?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you've noted in your statement that you do not have any formal qualifications and that you are currently an entrepreneur.
That's
Is there anything that you'd like to add to what is stated in your statement, or do you want to explain what your current position is?
yeah, no, I'm still doing the same business. As it's written here, I'm not just sure if the evidence leader is also referring to the entire part where it talks of, I mean, an entrepreneur, but it also goes over the years I've been involved in crime intelligence. Should I only speak to, that this is what I'm doing, I'm a small businessman, or should I also, does your question include the part of crime intelligence? Or it includes the whole paragraph? That's what I'm saying.
When I make reference to a particular section of your paragraph, and as I try to lead you through it, please feel free to elaborate on anything in relation to that, to your qualifications and your current experience in your current job that you have, or your current position that you occupy.
Okay. As a businessman, I'm running a few businesses, including food production in terms of beef and so forth. But going to the crime intelligence, as you say, any position I have since became an informant of the crime intelligence back in the 1990s, 1999. The West, oh. And I also became a member
Mr.
of the
Mogotsi,
Confederation.
I think you must drag your chair towards the mic.
Oh,
You are sitting too far, that's why you are far from the mic.
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I think so far it is written, this is the status where I am now.
So you say over the years you've been involved in crime intelligence as an informant and you worked as a crime intelligence agent. Are you currently still a crime intelligence agent?
That's correct.
How long have you been a crime intelligence agent?
By virtue of becoming a contact agent, perhaps I should say, as an informant, I became an informant for particular years, and you now ask about an agent that was in 2009. That's when I became an agent.
Okay, so you deal with some of it in your statement, and this is in your background where you explain from, I think, believe it's in paragraph 13 onwards. But what is not apparent from your explanation provided is exactly when you were registered and how you say during 2009 I was registered and acted as an agent for crime intelligence in the police services. Can you just elaborate on that? And the reason why I asked that is that you would note, and this was also referred to you in the Madlanga Commission, where affidavits were produced to you by individuals that said that you were not in crime intelligence. So maybe could you just explain why they would say that and take us through your registration process?
Well, thank you so much. As an informant, that was in 2001. And then I did some operations as an informant. From 2001, 2003, I got deregistered as I was no more active. When I became an agent is when I was recruited, because that's now the difference between an informant and a contact agent. You then recruited, that's how I got recruited, given some small tasks and information that I used to provide. They will say, go back, they give me a file to note, submit, and so forth. And now, the only difference here is that a contact agent will not be having any identity of some sort. You will only work with your handler, he'll give you the task, you report back to him, and so forth. And in relation to the affidavits that you are referring to, that were brought to Madlanga, they were not ventilated in Madlanga. However, I think I have the opportunity to speak to that now. I don't know if I should refer members, chairperson, to the affidavit evidence leaders referring to.
Yes, it's annexure BM2 of your annexure bundle. BM2, and it starts on page 5 to page 9. Those are the two affidavits from members who are part of crime intelligence who say that you were not registered as a crime intelligence member.
That's correct. Yeah, the affidavit, I know the name of the colonel who wrote this affidavit. He was in the admin support staff of South African Police Service. And if you can check on his affidavit, he only became the acting head of agents program in 2024. Definitely would not know me. Even if he can be asked of 3, 4 different contacts, he will not know them. And this is supported by, in his affidavit, if you check it on page 5, Paragraph, I am police officer. The next one, Mr. Brown Mogotsi with identity has never been in our program. However, if we go to the next affidavit, there is another affidavit on page 8 from the same crime intelligence, paragraph 5, going down. He say the ID number belonging to Mr. Brown Mogotsi was tested against the CI database. The ID number is registered in the CAPFIN, and the source was handled by and co-handled by, and the particular amount of money was given. Now, those are two contradictory affidavits coming from the same division of crime intelligence. It is only perhaps a submission of this particular handlers and co-handlers who are mentioned here, who will be able to attest of my registration.
So in paragraph 15 of your statement, you say that the individuals who deposed to these affidavits are newly appointed at crime intelligence and they've been asked to fabricate the facts stated in the affidavits in order to discredit you. I'd just like to go back to one of those statements, and it's the last one you just read. The second individual who deposed to the statement have been in crime intelligence since 2015. So that doesn't seem to be a new member in crime intelligence. On page 7, it's stated, I am stationed at the Secret Service Account Division Crime Intelligence since 2015. That goes against what you said in your statement.
Page 8.
Page 7.
That's correct.
So this is not somebody new.
I don't see the difference now. Oh,
Page
this is the second affidavit, yes.
Page 7.
Yes, and what is the question, now?
My question is, I read out paragraph 15 of your statement where you said these individuals are newly appointed.
That's correct.
You read the first statement that said the person was appointed in 2024. The second individual says that he's been at crime intelligence since 2015.
That's correct.
So that is not a newly appointed person. Do you agree?
Yeah, but being appointed in that division in 2015 may have interacted with my other projects and assignments between those years till 2021, I believe.
What does that mean?
I'm saying if a person was appointed in 2015, and when I became a contact in 2009, he may have interacted with my assignments, that particular person. I like the one who got appointed in 2024 and say he does not know me. Obviously, there's no way he could know me. And
So-
I'm saying in this affidavit, if you check to Fabrication, when talking about fabrication, the particular colonel was appointed by Lieutenant General Lushawa in the finance section. This person, the same one in 2024, who says I'm not appearing on the system, whereas there is one that says with a CAPFIN number and so forth. This one was appointed in 2014, was actually appointed by Lieutenant Lushawa in 2024, recently. Correct.
Okay. So let's go to what the second person says about your registration in 2009. So the second individual on page 8 of his statement says that the source was registered in 2001 on the 9th of January, I believe, at Soweto cluster, and in the same, the source was deregistered also in 2001.
That's correct.
So this person suggests that you've only been in crime intelligence for a couple of months. And then it says the handlers requested an amount of 1,200 for recruitment fee to motivate the contact. According to our report, there are no other financial transactions related to the source for the period he was active in our system. So he says you've only been active for a couple of months in 2001.
Yes, that's correct. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, now here, if you check it properly, he's talking about I was registered as an informant. Now, those are two things. Yeah, he's referring to me when I was informant, but the time when I became a contact agent, the registration is not done the same way as this one. It is done manually, and the file is kept by your handler, and everything, all your transactions, how you get reimbursed or assisted or paid, is done through cash from your handler all the time. So an informant and a contact agent are not processed the same way.
So why is that explanation not in your statement? Why do we only have that these people have been asked to fabricate and that they are newly appointed? Because it seems to, what you're saying is that even if they've been in crime intelligence for however many years, they would not have been able to trace you on the system. But that explanation is not what you've given in your statement.
Yeah, Chairperson, maybe I should give background about this process. The way informants and agents are eliminated, I'm not the only one who got registered and deregistered in a very short period of time. It's when your life gets into danger, when your handler decides to register you in a manner which won't be visible in the system. Because if you see part of my statement, I'm talking of an informant who was murdered simply because they could not trace the informant. They did not have his contact details. They had to get one brigadier to go with a handler to meet the informant and give him that 50,000 rand. That informant is not on the system, but look, his payment was processed. I'm trying to say, depending on the work and operation you do, it's not that everyone will appear on a particular database. And these databases, if you look at them, they are referring to two different things. On this registration, they are talking about an informant. On the first affidavit, is talking about being an SSA Central Informant Index. He's talking about an undercover agent on this affidavit. Mogotsi ID being in our program as undercover project. He says he has never been an agent, has never been in our program as an undercover agent. Now, contact agents and undercover agents are two different people. Undercover agents are police, and you'll be surprised they don't get paid through the bank themselves. They don't have personal numbers, but they are police. So he's referring to this. That's why I'm saying wherever he is, he does not know the difference.
And so what were you? What was your position?
A contact agent.
A contact agent,
That's
which is different to an undercover agent.
Very different in the context that the undercover agents are usually police officers.
If all of this, like I've indicated, if your explanation is you would have been missed because of how the registration is done, why are you saying in your statement that these individuals were instructed by General Kumalo and General Shaba to fabricate facts about you?
I'll speak shortly about General Shaba. It's in the statement when he had a female friend to his house. In the morning, they stayed together. In the morning, the cell phone and the laptops were gone. In realizing that the phones and the state properties are not there, he went and opened a case of housebreaking In that case, just to correct something, Chair, it's written Broad Lane. It was actually in Varelay. It was registered in Varelay. The particular case, the lady could not be found. And then this Major General Lushaba, I don't know how this information leaked because the officer of the crime intelligence who was assisting in compiling and gathering information that this is actually not a housebreaking but perjury. This Major General lied. He ended up being sidelined and being fired. It's because there was never a case. Now, General Lushaba knows me how you should now check. The case was open here in Cape Town against Major General Lushaba.
Mr. Mogotsi, you deal with that extensively in your statement, and I want you to take us carefully through that when we reach that. But I don't want it to get mixed up with your explanation as to why you say General Lushaba and Lieutenant General and General Kumalo fabricated facts about you. Can we deal with that aspect first?
Yes, I'm saying the reason, that's how the only way he could do is to get someone to say he doesn't know me, because part of this investigation led to him knowing that we realized that this was not a housebreaking. And how does Lieutenant General Kumalo comes in? I'm saying that because he's the head, he's a divisional head of crime intelligence. It's amazing, it's surprising. Even one of the journalists asked me, how can a lieutenant general, a divisional commissioner does not know you, whereas you claim to be whatever? I'm saying he had to deal with Major General Lushaba to ensure that they discredit me. They even say they don't even know about me. That's where the fabrication comes from.
Let's maybe turn to PM1 of your annexure bundle, just page 1. And that is an affidavit that you deposed to. Could you explain to us what that purpose of the affidavit was?
Yes, firstly, Chair, on the page I've requested, I'll repeat the request. There are names of officers mentioned there, and I've requested that as I'll be talking about that, I will request not to mention their names.
Is it the reason why the names have been circled in the annexure bundle?
That's correct. In fact, the agreement was they're going to be somehow deducted. Now, on the circling is probably the evidence leader directing the person who was doing that work, and the person could not tie those names correctly. But that's the reason. That's those names that are circled should not be mentioned.
Okay, Mary.
Yes, Chair, just for clarity, we were trying to redact the names, but it seems the printers made a mistake. But Mr. Mogotsi has confirmed that if it stays in the house, it would be fine to make it available in the way that it currently is.
Generally consensus between you and the witness
Yeah.
on the usage of this information.
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we're moving a bit fast because I thought we're still at the introduction level where there are 3 issues that have not been answered. The first one is, why is Mr. Mogotsi calling himself an entrepreneur? I want to understand that, because it can't just be a concept loosely thrown around. Secondly, what is an informant? Under which department does an informant fall under? And what is the agent? Under which department does it fall under? And between the informant and the agent, which one has got, not PESAL, some false number that we're able to account through that number that we're paying this particular agent? Because that clarity is not coming out. And I think we need to get that clarity. So we know we're dealing with entrepreneur, for real if he is, informant if he is, agent if he is. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. I think the first issue is the issue of the names. I think if there is that consensus that the usage of the names must be avoided with all possibilities necessary. You will also, Mr. Mogotsi, I was also tempted on Malema to enter on the issue of the informant, the conduct agent, and the undercover agent. So I think you must also give us the significant difference between the three, and also enter on, because as you introduce yourself in your own statement, you say, I'm an entrepreneur. So maybe you can walk with us through that. You can proceed, SC. Let's allow him to first deal with this matter, then we'll come to you, Honorable Skosan.
Oh, thank you, Chair. The question of an entrepreneur, it may be understood, in a different way. I only call myself an entrepreneur because I'm selling. I have a small business, and sometimes we do application for entrepreneur development program with CEDA. We make application, and that's how I put it, that I'm an entrepreneur. Probably Honorable Malema and other people will able to say no, because you are selling on a small scale, you are there for this particular thing. I may not be able to give it in a proper way in which is understood, but I just call myself a small business and entrepreneur. To me, they sound the same. The question of informant, Chairperson.
Now, before you go there, you are saying you are selling. What are you selling? Where?
All three, Chairperson. I have some liquor outlets. I also distribute meat, manufacture wars and all these things to different, like your funerals, weddings and so forth. Most importantly, I do a lot of catering, food to events and so forth. And none of them comes from government, by the way. It's only private business. I'm dealing with private businesses.
So you have an abattoir?
No, I have not abattoir. I buy from the abattoir.
Okay.
That's correct.
You can proceed on the significant difference between the informant, conduct agent, and the undercover agent.
Thank you, Chair, that you say I should perhaps give it in a proper way of explanation. I give example, if three people goes and steal some way, and one get arrested, the two runs away. This particular one makes the deal with the police and tell them, after stealing here, we are planning to steal even next door. But that information that you provide to the police, that moment, the police may decide that this become our informant. They go there and trace, and if a crime takes place and they manage to arrest these people, this person is immediately declared an informant. I'll give another way is that an informant will be this particular person, can even come from here in Parliament, working here. If there's anything going on that is not correct, the moment he gives that information at that time, he becomes an informant. So in many cases, the police officer, especially in the detective section, they will realize this boy is always in town. He knows people who are selling maybe drugs or something, and they feel we can work with him, he can give us information as and when, then they make him an informant. It moved to the agent. A contact agent then now will not appear in this, is having a relationship with the handler. This particular handler will bring assignment, will tell him there is this information, can you work on this? Now, the moment you are registered by a particular crime intelligence officer, then you start identifying in ranks, maybe in in government department, any institution, those particular individuals that you identify to work with you, they become your informant. You start having a network of informants again that gives information and you give to your handler. And this, for example, the informant does not have a file. He say, police, tomorrow they are breaking, they come. He does not possess any file, but the contact now, there is a file where he writes, you get the assignment. This handler will go to his commanders and whoever and make arrangement and talk to them, get you permission and say, yes, we can do that. There's a CIT that's going to take place, mang, they're involved. You tell the agent, you tell the handler will then organize, for example, inform the police of that particular place before the CIT can take place. That's when the police will act. Now, in that sense, I don't know if I'm understood, Chairperson. I was going to give an example in a way of this particular, the BM1, this affidavit that is written here. This affidavit, it came from a source. This particular source made me meet with one colonel. And this colonel was aware of a disciplinary hearing to take place. And this colonel was one of the witnesses. He was called to KZN and be given a mandate how to fabricate stories to favor the employer to get this particular general expert. Now, in that sense, I had to speak to my handler, and the handler arranged the DPCI. We requested a permission to conduct a particular section called the section 252A, where you request in advance to conduct an operation. And I recorded this particular colonel. This colonel gave information on the plot, how they are going to dismiss the particular general between the two generals from KZN and the presiding. When we get to the statement, I believe that will be ventilated to the latter. But I'm saying, after recording this particular colonel, we were able to dispose an affidavit. A case was opened by the DPCI, and the investigating officer took the matter, the Colonel Schnell, and I don't know how far is the case and so forth. And to be precise, the same recording, it is this affidavit, which was used in Madlanga, Chairperson, where I was told, you are a liar, you are a professional liar, and so forth. This is the same one. It is because the same police officer couldn't trust me enough. I had to give him impression that when you give me this information, in return, you'll get perhaps a promotion, you'll get whatever. I'm working with the Minister of Police, don't worry, this will be handled. And indeed, he cooperated, managed to record him, and the audio is there and the transcripts are available for the members to look at. Now, most significantly out of this, from Madlanga, after being called a liar, the same recording was used to charge this police officer. He was served with the document to appear before disciplinary hearing. I'm trying to show you that as an agent, an informant could not apply for 252A. But an agent can talk to the handler and request the 252A, which was granted, and that's the difference between the chapters.
Chair, just to go back to my question, and I think Mr. Mogotsi touched on BM1. Could you just explain what the purpose of this affidavit was? Who did it go to after you deposed to it?
Okay, it went to Lieutenant Colonel Schnell from the DPCI. In fact, he is on page 4 where he signed and administered that. I spoke about this affidavit. The names I'm referring to are not those that I'm mentioning now. This kennel was called in KZN by the employer rep that time was Major General Kumalo, who told him how to fabricate the story. And he did mention that General Mkhwanazi knew about this, and General Mkhwanazi is going to preside over this matter, and Lieutenant General Kumalo also knows. That's the recording I have on the transcript. And we took this to DPCI, and a case was open.
Yes.
Now, I'm trying to show you that as an agent, you are able to conduct an operation which can be registered with the DPCI or any department and so forth.
So I'm still trying to clarify the purpose of this affidavit, and I'll explain why. Are you saying that this affidavit was you deposed to it in your capacity as contact agent in order to get an operation authorized?
That's correct.
And in paragraph 1 of this affidavit that you deposed to, you described yourself as a male employed in government with the minister, with the office of the minister. Is that the title you carry as contact agent?
No, you will not carry the one title. Maybe an agent now, there comes another important thing. One is subjected to something called the legend building. Legend building is an instrument that is utilized all over the world by international crime intelligence services. Now, as a legend builder, you create any false life to attain, provided your handler knows of the operation. You see, I said, if I did not say to this man, I'm with the Minister of Police, there was no need for him to trust me and give me that information. But by the virtue that I promised him with this one, you'll also be, I'll try, because he wanted the promotion. I promised him, and this was done and explained in my affidavit what he wanted. And it also matches with what reflects on the transcript records, on the recording.
So who approves the 25A?
Lieutenant Colonel Schnell.
Advocate Maria, can we stay on BM1?
It is BM1.
Paragraph 1.
Yeah.
There is an ID number reflected there. The witness must confirm if that is his ID number.
That's
There's
correct.
a cell phone contact there. I think he must also confirm that.
That's correct. I wish just to give explanation, because this also raised concern in Madlanga. This is my ID number. This is the current ID number that I'm going to carry for my life, unless with my application that I did to the 212 at the Home Affairs, they are able to rectify the ID, my date of birth. Now, that is why in Madlanga they said, you were 13 years, you were 79, and it's in the statement. I'm trying to clarify it. That when I applied for ID, the ID number came out incorrect. And there's no way I can say, I don't want this ID number. I cannot use this ID number. It's there, it's my ID number. In everything that I do, this is my ID number. And when you cannot put a wrong ID number because you're a legend builder. You are using a legend building or whatever thing. You have to produce the ID. The Commissioner of Oath must look at your ID and fill it. Yes, indeed, this is the ID number that I have. And Chairperson, for information, even where I come from, there is one guy younger than me. His ID was incorrectly typed in Home Affairs, written 1951. Today he's getting pension because of the problem at the Home Affairs. So it's unfortunate that when this affidavit and the 252A was operationalized, the state was able to use it to charge this police. But now, in Madlanga, they felt I lied, and therefore I'm a professional liar. Whereas it was being utilized to attain the state objective in terms of charging the police.
Okay. Was that little evidence later? Honorable Scosa?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a follow-up question on this for me to be clear, and I think members to be clear. Because paragraph 1 on the BM1 and paragraph 6, my question to him, just for us to be clear, who are we facing here? The witness says that he's employed in the government within the office of the minister of with the minister's office. My question is, which minister are you working with?
I'm not working with any minister. I said this is part of operation of legend building where I used false life to attain the objective.
So are you giving us a signed affidavit, which is false?
This is a
No.
copy of the affidavit
think-
that
I
was
think-
submitted. Okay?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mogotsi. I think, Honorable Skosana, this one is an annexure. BM1, it's different from the statement.
Yes,
that-
I understand that.
Okay.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying, that I want us to be clear on this. Whether we consider it, because it's signed. So you can't say to us that he's employed in the minister's office, even on this BM1. Otherwise, it's misleading us.
Okay. That's taken. I think also the evidence leader was proceeding in that note as well, yes. So I think you can proceed, evidence leader. Mr. Mogotsi will reply as to how you guide him.
Yeah, just to add on what Honorable Skosana has asked about the reference to being employed in the office of the minister and the lack of understanding of where this affidavit was going and the exact purpose of it. Because if one looks at BM3, where Colonel Schnell now refers to this BM, also refers, or rather, not referring to the statement, but refers to you as the complainant and refers to you as somebody who is the politician who has been deployed to the office of Minister Mkhwanazi, and he's saying the basis on which he is making the application, not you. From his statement, it looks like he's the one that's making the application and he's referring to you as the complainant. And he says that you are a politician deployed to the office of the minister, which is what you describe yourself as in your statement in BM1. So I'm trying to understand, were you deposing BM1 as a complainant to be used by somebody who is actually an intelligence officer to then apply for a 25A, or were you the intelligence officer that was applying for 25A? Because if you reach now, and also just to add to that before you answer, he says in paragraph 7 on page 12, that I will be applying for a section 25A authority for the operation to take place. So it clearly seems to be that you were just the complainant.
Thank you, Chairperson. If for one to apply for this 252A, is for trapping and all those things done by the DPCI. As an officer in the DPCI, he has to fill in the form. And I cannot go to the DPCI officer and say, my brother, I'm an agent. I'm going to lie to this man that he is going to get a promotion, and there's no way you can do that. You come to him and say, yes, we're employed. This man wants to give evidence. I'm with, you can see there's another person I was with, is also a colonel. But, and then he's relying on me if I can help him with whatever that he wants. Then he will give us the information that he's talking about. Now, I cannot, the 252A, including the 205 application, the JFE, all these legal documents can only be applied for in this case by the police. And this one in the DPCI, because that's where they are administering the traps, including when you want to trap someone, you obtain money from them and they fill in the form to get that thing. If you check and read it, he had to get authority that we can do this particular thing. So there's no way, and this is a good question. For example, any agent can never bring new evidence. We deal with information. I don't obtain statements from people. I can never come to you and say, I'm an agent, write a statement. No. Throughout my statement, you'll realize I will say, like the kid that Prince Zulu from KZN who had a problem, he was brought to Gauteng. We helped him open the case, but the police must take him through that process to open a case. In as much as I'm involved, he can open a case. I cannot obtain statement. I can never, even today, I know there's going to be evidence and evidence. I cannot produce evidence. I can only give you information, which I must tell you who is going to corroborate that information. Once corroborated, it becomes the evidence that you want.
Mr. Mogotsi, so who did you lie to here? Who's the person that you needed to lie to in order to have this 25A approved? Because you're dealing with people who appear to be part of what you consider DPCI, part of the traps. They also seem to be part of COVID operations. So who did you lie to when you made that application?
Thank you so much. You make an affidavit. First you record a person, you request an authority, and now it means I operated two people, just Colonel Schnell and the Colonel that I was recording.
The affidavit that you deposed to, my question is, who did you want to get approval from? From Schnell?
Schnell, that's correct.
So you lied to Schnell?
That's correct.
And said to Schnell, I'm a politician working at the minister's office. Go and apply for a 25A and refer to me as a complainant.
That's correct. That's correct. That's how it is.
Who then subsequently approved the 25A?
Then submitted. Now I believe, Chairperson, you look at the outcome, if whether it worked or not, because the moment we get the man recorded and we have a document, it means it has achieved its objectives.
Who approved it?
Wherever Colonel Snell applied to, we go to the NPA, obviously, for approval.
So what then subsequently happened after the approval of the 25A?
I recorded, the person submitted the recording and got the transcript, and my job is done. It's now up to Colonel Snell what to do with the case.
Also, just on the Madlanga reference that you made earlier, that Commissioner Madlanga referred to your statement and said that you were lying when he referred to your ID number. And I think Chair has also asked you to confirm whether it is in fact your ID number. You addressed that in your statement and you indicated that you wanted to dispel the theory that you were fabricating your date of or your age, but you haven't provided any proof to show us any otherwise.
That's correct. Well, that's correct, Chair. You see how the 1979 and 1977 came. It was Commissioner, one of the commissioners in Madlanga, who thought I said I'm from Mkhwanazi. I was a member or a soldier. And he said, even if you were a soldier, were you a soldier at the age of 13? And I explained to him when I was in the SDU, actually it was not the age of 13. I was turning 15, I was 15 years, because I was not born 1977. And by the way, in these SDUs, there were people younger than 13, 12. I was not trying to prove that I was a soldier in Mkhwanazi. Perhaps if I shouldn't have spoken about it and said, yes, I was 13 years, but I was not in the Mkhwanazi, or there was a SDU, we wouldn't be having the story of the ID and the date of birth. I brought it in to say, no, I was not, indeed, I was not in Mkhwanazi, but I was not 13 years old. And then with regard to any proof, those years you will have your baptismal certificate and you get that other churches close down, other churches, and I cannot go and make a new baptismal certificate. Then that will be another lie to bring a certificate here that was done last week or last month to prove. I could not get. I looked even for those old priests. Most of them are no more alive.
Okay. Just to go back before we move on your allegations of being a crime intelligence contact agent. Now, you say in your statement that General Mkhwanazi would not have known that you were at crime intelligence, that you were an agent. And General Kumalo, was he aware because he's the divisional head of crime intelligence?
It's the same thing. General Kumalo come from the VIP protection. He only went to crime intelligence in 2022. You see, even, I don't know who can I mention. No, it's only handlers who knows their agent. You can never be brought in, they say there's a closing party of agent, you are full in a hole like this. Never, you'll never know who are these people. It doesn't require, it's only your handler will have a file number. Like what Honorable Malem was saying, there must be a sort of identity. And that will stay in the file with your handler. Unfortunately, the co-handler has been summoned to appear in Matlang. I believe he'll provide all that this has to bring from my file and so forth.
How would this committee be able to be satisfied that you were in fact a crime intelligence contact agent? Every document that we've referred to now that speaks to an operation refers to you as a complainant, refers to you as somebody who who's deployed as a politician to the minister's office. There's no indication in these statements that you are a crime intelligence officer.
I would be dead. If one operation come and I say, I am this, there's no way you can survive. There's no way. An agent, that is why I'm happy honorable members were saying we should not jump. We'll get into the details. You'll realize how dangerous this is. And it is only through that handler who will submit the evidence and the information. And probably the committee will subject it to this intelligence committee and so forth to look into those things. I'll give an example of classified information that I had, some of the messages that I had, the stories or the evidence which was presented here about the rifle that was somehow stolen from the crime intelligence, the properties which were bought, all those things, there's no way we can bring evidence. They are classified. It may possibly help if the committee can really decide to summon that suspended IGI, the Inspector General of Intelligence. He has all the information. And the reason why we are struggling, Chairperson, it's so difficult, coming here, you bring information, and here is an honorable house, they want evidence. I can corroborate, and you say, give me the names, I can give me the names. This one was the handler who was traveling with Brigadier Sebola to go and meet, and 3 days later, this informant told us he's been followed. 5 days later, he was killed. Only this handler and his commander, I know them. I can give you the names to corroborate. Even the investigating officer of the case of the informant who was killed. Now, I'm having a property, was bought by crime intelligence. Whoever they're talking about 100 million, I'm sitting with one for 22,700,000. And the question was asked here, did you buy the property and whatever? General Kumalo responded the way. But I have a proof that property was put in the name of an individual, a young girl, who's not even an employee. Similar thing, the messages that you go to in my WhatsApp. Very tricky thing about this brigadier from BMW. The same question was asked. Didn't you have any person who qualified to do that thing? They were asking Lieutenant General Kumali, he said, yes, they advertised. There's no such thing. Out of 25,000 police officers, a salesperson to come and head and become a brigadier of the crime intelligence, it's impossible. But it's information. Like when I submitted it to evidence leader, he decided, he says, she said it's classified, she cannot bring it here. So I agree it cannot be brought here. But I wish after that session where I'll be cross-examined and whatever, I could be allowed to write a letter, submit this evidence, probably to the chairperson if it's not on public. But we are sitting here because corruption has happened, and now the information is classified. And we get here, I'll be grilled, no evidence, I'll tell you there's a property, nothing.
No, Mr. Mogotsi, you know, it's very, and maybe you can explain to us. It seems that you are willing to expose classified information and talk about classified information. And I can understand it's in the interest of exposing corruption, as you would put it. But if you expose such information and if you want it to be considered credible, one would think that you would at least be in a position to indicate to those who you present the information to that you're coming as a credible source, and this is how you can verify that. Because the information that you want to talk about or expose and the operations that you speak freely of in your statement is not, the source is questionable. So it seems that there's this imbalance of I'm willing to tell you everything about what's happening in crime intelligence and classified information, but I can't confirm that I'm an agent, or you're not saying that at least this would be somebody that could corroborate what I'm saying and to come and indicate that I am a credible source and the information presented to you is in fact valid operations which I was a part of. Do you see the difficulty?
Yes. Through you, Chair, the co-handler is going to appear as being someone that Madlanga Commission, who knew my handler. In my statement, it's written, just 3 weeks before I went to Madlanga, my handler was shot 6 times. He enjoyed his paid. And my co-handler has written, I think, an affidavit explaining the role and all these things that I have done. Let's talk about, when you talk about classified information, I appeared before Madlanga chairman and I spoke about John Wick, Boko Haram. And I told the commission, as I do now to committee, that information is at the analysis department in crime intelligence. And that time it was perceived or construed as I said Ket Matlala was John Wick or is John Wick. But I was saying, I know the report, I saw it, it's still there, it's written Boko Haram. The picture, the big picture of Ket Matlala was there and was written John Wick. It was in 2018 when I saw that report. But that time my contention was when former Minister Bigitelo was here, when he said he only met Ket once or twice, my contention was he should have seen Ket Matlala from that report because the picture was so big and it was in 2018. So there was no way he could say he only saw him in 2014. And because of those presentations, he was supposed to remember that this person was once brought in the form of a presentation. Kind of thing. But that report exists in the crime intelligence analysis.
Let's maybe talk about some of your operations. In your statement from paragraph 18 to paragraph 22, you say that you worked on a number of operations during the period of 2009 and 2021 as a CI agent. And you also mentioned that you were involved in the PEE tender scandals, which led to the suspension of the then Divisional Commissioner General, Likalala, and others. You also mentioned that you were tasked by General Mpazi in your capacity as contact agent to investigate and look into irregularities within crime intelligence and the South African Police Services. What did it look like? And in particular, I want to refer you to paragraph 19, where you say your responsibilities was that I was expected to operate as a contact agent and required to activate all my sources, resources, and informants following the same modus operandi that General Mpazi knew I was accustomed to. What did that look like? What was your role? It seemed.
Yeah, Vice Chairperson, on paragraph 18, it speaks of operations during period 2009-21 as an agent. And it says during December 2021 and moreover after the PPE. I was not part of the PEE thing. It's only after this, after the the suspension of the then Divisional Commissioner Jacobs, Major Kalakala, and these other generals, that I was called again to assist. That was through my handler on the irregularities, all these things about the crime intelligence, and things like, as I talk about properties, others I mentioned your forklift, which was procured for this amount, whereas it was this much. It's part of this thing. Now, the same reason is so difficult. Like in government, they will say your KPAs, I've done this, I achieved this. It's impossible with me to come and say, for example, operation, people get killed. You give information, people get arrested. They don't know it's you. So there's no way I can come here and say, these are the operations that I have worked on. And it means I'll only give you the information that I have. And where I must bring people to corroborate, I'll give the names for people to corroborate.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I understand what your role was, but when you explained you worked on these operations, my question to you was with reference to paragraph 19. What did it look like for you to activate your sources and resources? And where did these investigations lead to? And what is the current status of these investigations that you conducted?
You know, you'll be surprised that part of investigation, there was, or they still, as we speak, a flat rate payment for informants of 3,000 rand. And you'll get that information from sources. These sources will be employed in the crime intelligence finance section. You start to establish that people, for example, if someone delivers drugs from here to Kailicha, and we have an informant and we pay him 3,000 rand, whereas the boss of the drugs, to transport the drugs from here to Kailicha, he gives these people 20,000. That's how the rate of drugs and crime went up, because the informants were under reimbursed with a very, very small amount. It was a flat rate. Now, it was one of the first things that I picked up, that in crime intelligence, this is the problem. You'll get, even to date, it's not in my statement, there are 3 informants who are not staying at home anymore in Gauteng. They participated in CIT. When they were supposed to be paid, they said there was no money. When they were supposed to be paid, it was an instruction again that we want to meet these informants. Now, that information is part of operations in the crime intelligence. It's part of information that you need to collect. Give to the handler, he'll take it to collections and analysis, and they end up there.
Were you investigating corruption or were you investigating drugs with General Mpasi?
No, it was an overall thing pertaining to crime intelligence.
What does that mean? And there's a reason why I'm asking this is because we had a witness here who spoke about the work that General Mpasi has done, and it was sort of, I don't want to say it but the witness alleged that there might have been foul play in relation to the death of General Mpasi. And so my question to you, when I ask about the nature of the work and investigations that you've done with General Mpasi, is also for purposes of clarity, and see if you can also assist in shedding a light in relation to those allegations that have been made. So were you working on drugs? Were you working on tenders? What was the nature of the operations that you were doing?
Yeah, you see, tasks will come randomly in different, you will not be classified. It's not like you are working in town, you are working, you operate with trucks. You pass in a taxi rank, people are having firearms, and you say, no, I work with trucks, firearms are not a concern. With crime intelligence, we gather any information that is to do with crime. And it's true that it was known that General Mfazi passed on due to COVID and so forth. And his body was exhumed twice. That's when there was that a lead that he was poisoned. The investigation is still there. And as to a witness who came here and talked about the work he has done, he mentioned so many things. Other work, I was not part of them. Many of what he said was not what I was working on.
So you're not able to tell us the exact nature of the operations that you were busy with in the investigations, and you're also not in a position to tell us where those investigations currently are and whether they're on hold or whether they are still being investigated, but you've stopped working on it.
Yeah, if you check my statement, immediately after the passing of, this is paragraph 21 of General Mfazi, I was instructed to lay low, and I did so. And then there was no way we could ever do other things. Remember, a project file that comes from a DNC, for example, will go, you will have a look at it. You'll never take any paper home. You'll look at it, and then your handler will tell you, these are the things that I think you must do. And you concentrate on the work that you have been given. So, like I say, similarly in Madlanga, if you checked in Madlanga, there's one witness who was murdered, but he was never given a name. They called him Witness D. Chairperson, the reason that witness was able to be identified and killed is because whether you are hidden on the screen or you call yourself Witness J, the moment you speak of events, series of events, how they unfolded, everything, whoever was involved will remember, but yeah, this is Brown. So the moment I come and say, for example, there is probably through my handler, the Committee of Intelligence, they know these things properly. They may just decide to summon a commissioner in the police or in the crime detection probably, and to the handler, because already I have spoken about this. Then one can give that information on what is it that I'm talking about. But to say investigations are on or not on, it's only my handler who knows how and where these things are at the moment.
Yeah, but in paragraph 19, you say, General Mfazi called you and detailed your responsibilities. So the evidence leader is asking you, what were those responsibilities as detailed by General Mfazi?
Oh, yes, a contradiction. Yes, one was from the suspension of these divisional commissioners. Obviously, you will be given 4 or 5 sources who were working, for example, in Pretoria, those who work maybe in the head office, provincial office of Gauteng, that in these offices, you'll find so and so. He'll go and talk to him, tell him I sent you. Play low, he'll give you what you want, and obtain information, submit the information. So those kind of responsibilities will mean go to the, like when they bought vehicles and laptops, they'll say, go to the finance section. In finance section, you'll get someone who will tell you, indeed, they bought all these things and they're not giving to members to use. Or indeed, so much money was withdrawn, they said, who is going to the operation wherever, and that never took place. Now, immediately when they say the money was withdrawn, was given to Glass, it means your task is to look for Glass. So I don't know how will I put that in writing of all the responsibilities that was given.
Okay, so we're going to move on, but before we do that, because this is your statement and you deposed to it to assist the committee with its terms of reference, as you've put out in your statement in paragraph 4. So what is the committee to do with your information that you've given about your work with General Mfazi? Before we move on, how do you want us to view this? How is it going to be of any assistance? What are you trying to tell us with that?
You see, on paragraph 4.1 to 4.4, this does not come from General Mfazi.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking, in the bigger scheme, and of assisting the committee, what should we take away from your engagement with General Mfazi that you've referred to in your statement?
Yeah, none of yeah, you see now on paragraph 4.4, this somehow were related, but did not include your Metro Police Division. I know of someone who was dealing with these Metro officers who were extorting money from Pakistanis and what. There's another colleague of mine who was working on that. But I'm saying part of 4.4, it resonates with a bit of what General Mfazi would want us to deal with.
Okay. So, shall we move on to paragraph 24, where you deal with the operations conducted in relation to General Mkhwanazi? And you deal with that from paragraph 24, I believe, to paragraph 64. Now, in paragraph 24, you allege that General Mkhwanazi worked with the CIA, and you obtained that information from King Msizulu. No, sorry, King Msizulu and General Mkhwanazi were recruited, and they actively worked for and with the CIA. Where do you get that information?
Yes, remember, as I said, the information will come as a task by the handler. But you will not come and say, yeah, they are recruited, and you keep quiet. Now, if we continue to read on the part of the International Criminal Court, where South African government took Israel there, it's when we started realizing now, when we started talking because of the terminal, the coal terminal in Richards Bay. The contract and the arrangement, majority of that coal goes to Israel. And during that time, because I also went sometime, the brother to Kim Misisulu, he was also trying to engage this other Chinese company. I don't know what is it that they were working on. But soon after that, that is when my handler and his colleague from KZN in Nongoma, they said, you know, ever since this Israeli thing, we've been attacked, and members of the PKTT are coming up and down at the Royal House to Smakade. And in my statement, I do confirm that they did make contact, and they came to Gauteng, and they stayed in Midrand, where we facilitated the opening of a case against General Mkhwanazi. And that case number is also appearing here. Now, in the docket of the case, the information, the A1 statement from the aide and the brother to the prince, he did mention all. I did not take the copy of the docket, but I still have contact with the person who came to open the case. He did mention the harassment and how most of the time the fight about this is related to the terminal, to the Richards Bay thing, and how they want to extend the contract of the Israelis. That's the statement which came from the aide and the prince. And the case was registered and transferred to Nongoma because of jurisdictional purpose.
We'll get to that later into your statement. But this
CIA.
Yeah, it's a very serious allegation because you're dealing with somebody who is the provincial commissioner of KZN, and you're saying that this person is also working or protecting Western interests,
Yes.
going against what he's tasked to do in his current position. You did make an attempt to deal with investigations that you've done in relation to confirming that he was, or you did a follow-up on your suspicion.
Thank you. You see, there are things that when someone speaks, you'll listen to. I'll give you an example. Remember he once said, he spoke here, said things started becoming bad when members started calling each other comrades, and how he trained in America, all those things, and how he defended whoever is contracted in that coal thing. That's where the thinking came from, but it doesn't necessarily mean it came from me. It came as a task to establish that since the case has been opened like this by this Royal House member, it means there are allegations.
Tasked you.
Then obviously it's only one person is my handler.
Your handler was not the one that engaged with former Minister Natin Tetwa. In your statement, you say you had suspicions, you then, out of your own accord, that's how it appears in your statement, decided to get in contact with the former minister to discuss why he previously decided to get rid of General Mkhwanazi. And on those suspicions, you then acted and then decided on your own accord to follow up on context that the former minister gave you.
Yes, exactly. But the word on accord, in my personal, when I act, is based on wanting to achieve, trying to complete or continue with my investigation. if the instruction or here's the task, we have to establish based on the case. Remember, there was a case open and what the A1 talks to all those things. And the case number is here. Now you start acting, you look at all these things that has transpired. That's why you also find when I started talking to General Mkhwanazi, I spoke about the case that took place of a correctional officer. It's because you are looking generally at everything that has happened. Then you start thinking, okay, what happened to, let me ask the former minister, actually, what was the problem with this and that? And then and remember, there were still suspicions and there are still suspicions, but they are based on the statement that was written on the Times. Now, he then said there is someone in Kenya who also has similar suspicions and so forth. And in Madlanga, I think when we were preparing, they thought there was no need to submit any proof that I went to Kenya. And during the session, then it came out I could not produce anything. Hence now, I've put it on my statement and brought my passport to show you. Indeed, I went to Kenya, I met this particular guy, and I said, he gave me this particular name, which I don't believe, but he still said, yes, he knew. There was suspicion, he was aware of that. But it's very, very difficult to say, to prove if someone is an agent. Like I say, a CIA agent, and I'm talking myself an agent. The same way I say it's difficult to realize, it's going to be very difficult to prove that, but it's based on the case.
So is there currently an investigation against General Mkhwanazi because he's protecting Western interests, in particular relating to the coal interest that you're referring to? Is there currently such an investigation?
No, I cannot confirm, but there's no, I don't know of an investigation. It will be the attempting to collect the collection of information. One trying to take 1 and 1 to get 11 or 2, but as officially, I'm not in a position to say, yes, there is an investigation against General Mkhwanazi.
Can you also not confirm what the nature of that investigation would be? It's very vague to say that he was protecting Western interests and that it's a coal interest. What is unlawful about what he's doing, and how is he doing it in a way that suggests that he's protecting Western interests?
Yeah, obviously on the case that was open in Midrand by the Royal, in case the case, if the case happened to be enrolled in the court, the same question you are raising would be posed to whoever opened that case during a cross-examination. They were going to ask him the same question.
Is that case about coal?
No, the reasons behind, he was explaining the reason behind is the PKT is harassing him, he's protecting who, and how is he connecting with the current king and in ensuring that they don't deal with the Chinese. It was involving the coal, according to that statement on the case number that I've provided.
Okay. So you mentioned that you assisted the king and his aide and to open a case against
Yeah, the prince, yes,
the
I was
prince.
there, yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
How did you become involved in this feud?
I don't understand the question.
How did they know to come and approach you, and how did you become involved in all of this?
Obviously, I said the colleague of my handler from Nongoma, they were talking and they said they've tried to open cases 3-4 times. The cases could not either be registered or the case could not be investigated. And through, in this intelligence circle, you'll have one brigadier, maybe in the Eastern Cape, who has a knowledge, who will refer a person to another brigadier in Gauteng and stuff like that. So they were referred to open a case. That's why the case was immediately transferred to KZN.
It's not something that you picked up during your investigations into him being a CIA agent, that led you to become involved in this? This is completely, this is
Sir.
not related.
No, it's the handler who brings the information. To say another person in Nongoma, they are sending people here to come and open a case because the cases cannot be opened in KZN.
Okay, so you, in paragraph 36, you mentioned that you traveled to Kenya. You've also just stated that you've attached a copy of your passport, or provided us a copy of your passport that confirms that you did in fact travel to Kenya. And we have attached it in the bundle, in the annexure bundle. It's not numbered, but it's the last, it's at the very end of the annexure bundle, the last 2 pages, I believe. Members will see there's a copy of Mr. Mogotzi's passport and that indicates there are stems of his travels on the 10th and the 11th of September. So just before we move on to the next issue, is there anything in relation to what the outcome of your travels that you'd like to put on record, your discussions with George that confirmed your suspicions about General Mkhwanazi?
Yeah, as things stands now, I can never say indeed the suspicions are correct because after I briefed the late former minister, who also spoke of him coming to Madlanga at that time, and that George, he has a knowledge about these operations of the CIA in Southern Africa, but he could not give me something tangible to produce.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 38 of your statement, you speak of General Mkhwanazi, and you say that you've learned that all his suspects do not make it out alive, and they basically denied the right to a fair trial. Now, that's a very serious allegation, but it's not quite clear what you mean by that. Do you want to elaborate on what you mean?
It's not that I learned. Everyone knows what happened in KZN. Every time we hear they were fighting back with the police, they never come back alive. Every time. And I don't say they must shoot the police. But in that shooting, you'll never find one police has been shot in the head or something. Every time the suspect don't get a fair trial to appear in court. That's my point.
That's in your statement that it seems to suggest something strong. It says that I came to learn that all General Mkhwanazi suspects did not make it out alive. You're saying that every person he arrests does not make it out alive and does not get a chance to have a fair trial.
I think one of the reasons crime cannot go down in many instances, where there is death penalty in certain countries, people do go to court, fair trial, found guilty, convicted, and sentenced. But in a scenario where every time the criminals, and I'm not saying these criminals must go and do all these things, I'm just saying they should be arrested and appear before court. And you cannot have a democracy where every time, and as if the crime in the Western Cape does happen, Northern Cape in many places, but suspects do get arrested, others get away, get identified, and get arrested. But the ones for these people, they will not, every time, and they don't get a chance to shoot back. I don't say they must shoot back. I'm just saying there's never evidence to know where these criminals comes from because they get killed before you get whoever who's sending them or the big people behind them.
Yeah, but sorry, Honorable Maria, but you, in paragraph 37, you are making a series of events that you conducted Minister Mthethwa, former Minister Mthethwa. who died under suspicious circumstances. And the following paragraph is the one that says you have learned that suspects of General Mkhwanazi do not make it out alive.
Yeah.
And you'll recall that just recently you made an allegation of General Mkhwanazi having worked for the CIA.
Yeah.
So what is the relationship between these statements?
No, Minister Mteta was not General Mkhwanazi's suspect. He was never his suspect, and the suspicious circumstances I was referring to, even here in Cape Town, from second floor, the third floor, it's impossible to open that window with a scissor. They are very strong. I was just talking my own view as how is it possible to break? It's unlike this one in the hall. If you go in hotels, you can check, you can never open that glass and fall from there. It was my thinking, I'm still thinking the same. But it has nothing to do with General Mkhwanazi's thing. It's just that, because again, I was referring to his suspects, or the suspects mostly based in the KZN who have, who usually get into fight with the police.
And also maybe just to go a little bit back, I think I skipped a very important part of your statement, which is from paragraph 31 onwards, paragraph 31 and paragraph 32. You referred to Mr. Matlala's engagement with General Mkhwanazi. And you say that Mr. Matlala reminded you just prior to, when General Mkhwanazi had his press statement, or press conference, Mr. Matlala reminded you that he previously made reference to traveling to Durban in order to meet a person who could solve all his difficulties. Do you want to explain what difficulties Mr. Matlala had and talk about the alleged meeting between himself and General Mkhwanazi?
Thank you, Chair. Usually when you know a person, you will not know all his problems. And he'll probably say, hey, I have problems. But the day he says, you know, there is this important person in the KZN and this meeting that I have to attend, and should that meeting materializes, I think my problems will be solved. That's what happened. And there's the same evidence that I led that then I had to, because he mentioned the date when I drove to Durban and waited and all those things and followed them to the place in Umhlanga. It is unfortunate that in Madlanga, one of commissioners said, General Mkhwanazi never said he's staying in Umhlanga. But my investigation was based on following the man and see where he goes, and that place was Umhlanga. It was in Umhlanga. Now, the most important thing out of that meeting is I did not see who the person was, who did he meet. And after some time, after he got arrested, there was a press conference of General Mkhwanazi. As he was speaking from the prison cell, from his phone, the same day after the press conference, he did mention that, you know, my brother, do you remember the day when I told you I went to KZN? I actually went to meet General Mkhwanazi. And I still maintain that given the period of time General Mkhwanazi had when addressing the media, I believe he was supposed to take the country to confidence that I also met with Ket Matla. During the press conference again, he did say there was a meeting arranged by Minister Senzo Mkunu, National Commissioner, General Sibiya and himself. And in conclusion to what he was saying, he did say he will never have a meeting with a criminal. Now, to my surprise, the alleged member of the Big Five sat with him corroborated by Major General Senona, who said he was just busy taking some drinks. It shows the environment where they were sitting. They could even have drinks together. But he never took the country to confidence that actually I was with Ket Matlala.
What were you doing in Durban at the time?
No, I traveled specifically because Ket did mention he was going to meet someone important. I actually thought it was Becky Kelly.
What were you trying to achieve? What were you? You
Sylvester-
traveled because Kate said he was going to Durban to meet someone, and what was it to you to
Yes,
know?
yes, if you check now, part of the task when dealing with Cat, it included to know who is he working with, who is he meeting is important. Yes.
And then he also told you that he gave General Mkhwanazi money.
No, I just said I gave him something, and I did try to explain to evidence leader that he said he gave him something on the phone when he was talking to him.
And then further on, you allege that
Okay, can you
you,
pause there, or Court Maria, Honorable Malema?
So, thanks, Chair. When you say, he says he doesn't meet criminals following the meeting of him, Sivia, Minister and Commissioner, but he doesn't take the country into confidence that he met Matala and General Senona. Are you implying that Matala is a criminal in your own ways?
Is derived from what he said. He has linked him to be one of the big five.
No, let's leave with what he said. You're saying because he met Matlala, after he told the country that doesn't meet criminals, he meets Matlala and he doesn't keep quiet. He should have told us that he met a criminal Matlala himself. So are you regarding Matlala as a criminal?
No, I'm not regarding him as a criminal.
So why is that important? Why should you tell us about a meeting of a general himself, Matlala and himself?
If meeting the minister and two generals, the third one being himself, has one criminal amongst them, it definitely will apply when he meets the person who is alleged to be a big five. And not just someone who steals milk or whatever. He's accused of being a member of the big five.
Yeah, but also, Mr. Mogotsi, when we say General Mkhwanazi said he can have a meeting with the criminal, are you referring to the media briefing of the 6th of July?
That's correct.
Didn't he say the minister arranged a meeting between himself and Gerald Sibia to try and pursue peace between them? And he later said there can never be peace between a police officer and a criminal.
That's correct.
Then where do you get the meeting with the criminal thingy?
Yeah, the peace was spoken in the meeting they met.
And I'm saying, you're saying he said he will never meet with a criminal. But if it refers to the press briefing that all of us have a statement now,
Yes.
He didn't say he will never meet with a criminal. He said there can be a peace between a police officer and a criminal, and referring to a meeting between him, the Minister Mkhunu, and Gerald Spear.
Yeah, and there you are correct. I may have.
So do you agree that you are quoting all this out of context?
That's what I believed. That and it's important the distinction what you are drawing now. It shows that peace and meeting is not the same.
No, but
You're
you are
correct.
saying you are referring to a meeting with between Gerald Mkhwanazi and Mr. Ket Matlala.
Yes.
And you are referring to what Gerald Mkhwanazi said in the press briefing.
Yes, that's
which
correct.
are two complete different things, because
Yes.
Gerald Mkhwanazi was simply speaking about
The
a
peace.
meeting arranged by Minister Mkhunu.
Yes.
So do you agree that you have quoted all this out of context?
Yeah, maybe I should put it this way. If he feels he cannot have peace with criminals, referring to one, either Minister Senzo or General Sibia, it means one of them he cannot make peace with them. And in this case, probably it was General Sibia. So if it means General Sibia unless we say General Sevilla can be more criminal than what he alleges about Kate.
Honorable Malem.
No, Mr. Mogotsi, we are now agreeing, we shouldn't, there must not be a disagreement. We should all agree that he has never made a commitment never to meet a criminal. He made a commitment never to meet peace with a criminal.
I agree.
Thank you.
Advocate Maria, proceed.
Mr. Mogotsi, I then would like to move on to, I mean, you deal with, in paragraph 32, with your meeting, I mean, with the calls that you received from Mr. Matlala. Now, later in your statement, you deal with your relationships and interactions with Mr. Matlala, and I'd like to come back to that paragraph 32 when we deal with Mr. Matlala later on in your statement. In paragraph 39, you refer to General Mkhwanazi and Minister Becky Cele, and that they were involved in a tender that was awarded to Magma Security. And at this point, I just want to note that you've been saying in your statement that you've been conducting a number of operations in relation to General Mkhwanazi. And when you refer to these operations, you refer to, I've learned this and I've learned that. But it's not quite clear where this is going and how this investigation is going in relation to these different aspects that you seem to be learning about. Are there real investigations being conducted, and where's the information, the real sort of evidence that can corroborate these learnings that you've acquired through your investigations with on General Mkhwanazi? But speak to us about paragraph 39 when you refer to this Magma Security. Was there an investigation conducted in relation to any irregularity about the security company, or is it just another learning curve?
Okay. Where I use the word I have learned, mostly I'm referring to the information that I have. And I also realized, I don't know if Chair will, in paragraph 39, sentence number 3, where I talk about Magma Security. There, remember we're doing this virtually, I was saying may have conducted the downloading mirrors. May it be rectified, please. Yes, there's a company by the name of Magma in KZN. And there is, of course, a litigation and of another company that is fighting for the same tender in KZN about Magma. And I also learned that, remember, there is a device, a machine, and I can see it's not listed here. There are 3 companies which have this. It's called Cellbrite. The Cellbrite machine is the only machine which, when General Mkhwanazi was here saying to members, they can retrieve messages and see and whatever. So with the information I have, you know, in South African Police Service, Yotli, the entire, there's no one who's able to use that machine. There are 3 companies in possession of these machines, that is Magma and these other 2 companies. Now, because of the relationship Magma has with General Mkhwanazi, that's where the suspicion is thrown that it was actually used to, even all these messages about Cat, Mamang and Mama, it is this company that has done that thing. Hence, I believe many messages which were not in favor of certain people who were deleted is because of this machine, and Magma has this machine.
But you have no proof of the allegations made in paragraph 39.
As I said, I'll give information, and the committees here, I did the same with Matlanga. Information I give, I must probably be told, right, bring us people to corroborate this, what you're saying, so that that corroboration can convert the information I have to the evidence that you want here.
And those people that you're referring to in relation to these investigations that you've conducted and that they would be able to come and corroborate, what are they currently doing with this
They are police.
information?
They are police officers.
No, but my question is, what are they currently doing with this with the information? Because these allegations are serious and everybody's sitting on it and you're saying you're learning from it, but what is happening in respect of these serious allegations that you're making?
Yeah, you see, there is something that probably I can quote. I was so happy to see it being mentioned by the chairperson of the committee about these mafias who are not dangerous but invincible because they are running government. It's a similar thing about cases which are open. The case that led to the arrest of Lieutenant General Kumalo, Lekalakala, Lushaba, and those generals, it was open 2 times. They could not be arrested. It was by luck that the matter was then, through a certain referral to IDEC, the matter was then investigated and they were arrested. You could still ask a question, if they were able to be arrested by IDEC, why were they not arrested when the matter was open in Cape Town or Soweto? It's because somebody must say yes. If I give you a proof that a property has been bought for 22 million, it's not in the name of the state. If it is on the name, probably it was changed. But there is a title deed that shows the name of the person whom the property was registered on. And this, where I'm sitting, is the last line of defense. I believe you can call whoever and say, here's the title deed. How did you buy this property on the name of this individual?
So you're saying in order for the committee to step in and deal, or rather you consider the committee the last avenue or the last sort of resort that can come in and assist. But how will it do it? Must it now call these people that will come and corroborate whom you have not mentioned here? Will you give the names later? Well, how is the committee going to come to your assistance if you haven't given it enough information?
The committee gave me 3 or 7 days to bring that should be corroborated to the attention of the chairperson, including the proof that the forklift was bought for 900,000 instead of 250. The property of 22 million rand. The whatever information says there were 120 million, but I only mentioned the 22 million property evidence that was bought. Now, imagine I was with the evidence leader yourself yesterday, but we still cannot produce it here because it's classified. Now, I said, remember, I'm a layman. I cannot make statements, but if the committee feels to compel whoever, probably the NPA, probably whoever, say, here's the information, why are you not acting? Probably something will happen.
Yeah, but there are also other serious allegations you make. The properties aside, you're saying that there are cases that are not being furthered. There are cases that are being opened but not prosecuted, or they're not allowing cases to be opened. And it seems that that information should be readily available, especially the ones that you've mentioned here in your statement.
Yeah, but remember, that is classified information. Probably if the committee could summon the IGI or have access to the IGI report in whichever way that is allowed in terms of the law, then we will not talk about those things. Everything is there.
Then in paragraph 40, again, you mentioned one of your investigations that you've done into General Mkhwanazi, and this is one where you say he refused to open up a case against a correctional officer that was found in possession of drugs. Where is this case currently at? Or do you want us to, or maybe do you want to explain first how you've learned of this information? How did you, if this was one of your formal operations that you participated in, or it's just something that you've heard about through the grapevine?
No, I remember it's me who spoke to General Mkhwanazi. And when he appeared here, at least he had his phone. Our phones are not in our possession. In his phone, he was able to produce my communication with himself, where I sent him a proof of the OB entry from Mbangeni police station. The case was open. The officer could not be arrested because he intervened. And on his response, he did explain to me exactly what happened and why he felt the officer should not be arrested and that the drugs were found in the rubbish bin outside. But this is not the only case which was open. I did mention a matter of Rustenburg, where there were Zamazamas and people with unlicensed firearms. There were some shooting 2 days before information came. And because this thing works in Rustenburg, that's when we brought in the tactical management operations, TOMS, Operation Management System for the DPCI. And they came there, they had to sit somewhere, and at a particular period, chairperson, they went into the place, they found my security officers wearing black uniform, having their firearms also. They demanded each and everyone to see the permits, to see the licenses. Security officers produced, and they let them, they gave them back their ammunition, then they went to take cover again. At the right time, from the information that was provided, those guys came and the police arrived. They pointed those people, is in the exhibit. They were all lying on the floor. The pictures of rifles were there and the firearms. The case number was open. The people were detained. They were given rights. All the firearms were put in the SAP 13. That's when the problem started now. Receiving a call from General Mboto, he was still a Major General, talking to the arresting officer. Why are you detaining those people? Those people are officers. Arresting officer responding to him, no, General Mboto. We went there first. This is what we found, the firearms with permit with the security. These ones are not security officers. That's when 20 minutes later, the former head of Hawks, General Lebeya, he also called the arresting officer on the same information. Arresting officer said, no, these are firearms. They don't belong to security company. But if I just conclude then, this is what happened. 2 days later, those people were released and they were given back all those rifles. Those rifles were never subjected to ballistic testing. We don't even know whether they were involved in any crime before or so forth, but they were released. I'm showing you that there was another operation which took place where people were arrested, but because of whoever makes decisions, decided let them be released. It happened. Just like in Mpumalanga, where the correctional officer was just let to go.
My question to you in relation to that investigation was whether this was an operation or something that you were actively involved in, or whether this is something that you've just heard about, or is this what you're saying? You've just heard about this?
Yes.
It appears to be the same with both of these investigations that you're referring to, even the one that you just spoke to, where you say that General Mboto released people that were supposed to be arrested, and we will come back to it in your statement. But were you involved in that operation? Was it you? Were you part of it? Or is this just another thing that you've heard about?
It's not heard about. That one, I heard about it, I made calls, I was involved. I was not on the side. Remember, when we provide information, we cannot go to the scene in the shooting line and so forth. But in Bangeni, it was it was clear. There was a defeating end of justice, which case had to be open, and because General Mkhwanazi decided this correctional officer should not be arrested, and I spoke to him about that. That's when I sent him the OB entry from Mbangi.
As you'd note that when General Mkhwanazi appeared in front of the committee, and I think you've just mentioned it, he expressed concern that you appear to have this kind of information available, but you're not part of the police. And you deal with it in your statement, and you say that, well, the reason why General Mkhwanazi would think that I have dubious relationships with senior police officials is because he was not aware that I was a crime intelligence official.
Not
But-
official.
Sorry, a crime intelligence agent, contact agent.
Okay, just a second. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, I'm having difficulty in understanding who you actually are within SAPS. You are part of investigations. You reference in your statement as part of my investigation, as if though you were a police officer, a detective. You also say that you sent proof of an OB entry. An OB entry, that is the book in SAPS at the station, at the local station. How did you gain access to the OB book? Number one. Number two, you also say in your paragraph 40 that the correctional officer who was accused of being in possession of drugs, right? You are this detective within SAPS. The drugs wasn't found on the member. The drugs was found in the bin at the home. And this is why it was recorded in the OB book. So why are you saying that General Mkhwanazi refused to arrest someone that was not found in possession of drugs? There's a big, big difference when it comes to being in possession, dealing, and trafficking in how it is recorded. And how did you gain access to the OB book? Who sent you that photo of the OB book with this recording? Because you are not a member of SAPS.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is unfortunate that this has happened and I'm there. And it's going to happen in so many ways, and it's going to continue to happen, to have access to information by nature of what I told you I am. Now, it is true, you see, where I say we discovered he refused to arrest the correctional officer. Indeed, that is the response which General Mkhwanazi has sent to me after I send him the OB. Now, the question is to where do I get the OB? A network of sources, informant, for the coming period, I'll always say my source, my handler, because unless if the OB is fictitious, that we produce the fake OB, then it's a problem. But if it's an official OB that comes from SAPS through me as an agent, it has happened. Unless, I don't know how to put it, but that's what happened.
Thank you so much, Chair. Are you aware of the National Instruction 2 of 2001 that basically governs what handlers and what agents are meant to do and how operations are meant to unfold? You are not supposed to be having information. You are supposed to be informing and providing information. Are you aware of the national instruction? This isn't just done any which way. I've been listening to you the entire morning, speaking about rates, recruitment rates. There's no such thing. There's absolutely no such thing. We are governed here. We don't come here and we say this is how things work. You are recruiting people. People are working for you. It's like you are the SAPS member here. Your entire statement gives us the impression that you are a member of South African Police Service, which you are not. You are an informant. And you are governed by Section National Instruction 2 of 2001. It doesn't make sense, everything that you are telling us here all morning. My investigation, it is not your investigation. Speaking of your informants, there was a problem, there was a flat rate, there was a standard rate, there was a recruitment rate of 1,200 Rand. No, there's no such thing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
The honorable member and myself, we are in two different worlds. I can show you, it's just that I cannot give you names, but I have 10 handlers who can corroborate how much informants have been paid, how many have decided to quit. It even happened in my hometown where they discovered more than 30 laptops and he was given 500 Rand. He threw it to those police officers. It's I can hear it's referring me to a particular act of the law, which laymen like me will just work with his handler, get the information, work on that. And these informants are not recruited by me, Chairperson. You get to identify him, tell your handler. Your handler will probably even talk to another detective in another town about this information and say there is an informant that side. You get that there is an informant who's staying maybe in Langa, but he's not in good relationship with the police in Langa. A handler here will be able to get the station commissioner in Langa, talk to him without showing them this informant, and still operate and arrest the suspects. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Good, Mkhwanazi, proceed.
Okay. Then just further, before we close on your investigations on General Mkhwanazi, I mean, we've seen throughout your statement and you've given now your testimony on various investigations that you were trying to conduct in relation to General Mkhwanazi. And it appears from your statement that there was a build-up to something. Because if you look at, for instance, at paragraph 48 of your statement, it says, I wanted to create an impression that I was close to the minister, and you wanted to sort of get closer to almost draw General Mkhwanazi in. What were you trying to achieve there? And then you read paragraph 48 together with paragraph 53. Why was it so important for you to gain General Mkhwanazi's confidence and trust to execute a mandate? And what was this mandate that you're referring to?
Thank you, Chairperson. You see, maybe I should clarify that part of investigation. Collection of information, transferring of information, it can only exist through investigation. When you send someone to do something, either to a bar where people are drinking, that person go and sit there. He's there to investigate. He cannot just get sent and say, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm here. Now I want to know who's selling. He has to investigate. He has to identify the people that you sent him to go and look for. But let's get to my messages to General Mkhwanazi. The same thing with him. If I did not send him a message, probably we wouldn't be having this whole thing. Because my feeling that time and my intention was to get General Mkhwanazi.
For what?
Like I said, let me show you, this is so important. The page that you referred to is page, says page 39, eh?
I referred to paragraph 48 and I referred to 53. It's on page 14 and 15.
48. Yes. First of all, by me sending message to General Mkhwanazi about the thing, was to get closer to him, was to start talking to him, and he knew we did, we started talking. And can you imagine, like you said, Chairperson, the person I'm referring to is a provincial commissioner of the police. It's true. Now, unless you say this is a lie, we never spoke. Through my operations, I got to him, I started talking to him. Even before he had a press conference, I sent him a message after I information that he was going to have a press conference. When I said to him, congratulations, you're about to save the country. That's it, that's the information gathering.
But I'm not in the police, but I know that you wouldn't just randomly investigate something which is not aimed at something specific. If you conduct an investigation into somebody, it must be that you have certain suspicions. And through your investigations, you're trying to gather evidence or further information that can support the suspicion, and you build up your case throughout your investigations. But there are a number of investigations that you've done in relation to General Mkhwanazi. And then in paragraph 48 and 53, you tell us that you wanted to gain his confidence and you wanted to get closer to him to achieve what? And what was the nature of the investigation? What were you trying to further?
Let me answer that to Chair. You know, Lieutenant Khumalo, General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi, they work together. And check paragraph 52. I send him a message that he must be mindful that, and that he must check his standing with Lieutenant General Khumalo in an effect to elicit his response. And after sending him that message, he responded immediately. And because I had a picture of the crime intelligence session which was taking place elsewhere, I sent it to him. And he confirmed in the committee that indeed, this meeting took place of the crime intelligence. And it means this person was there or he was told by someone who was there. That's what he said. But he never stopped talking to me because I said, this is confidential, please keep it to yourself. We'll talk, something of that. It's a way how to get closer to a person.
In paragraph 53, you said you had a mandate.
Yes.
From your handler.
Yes.
What was that? What were you working towards?
Like I said now, if you are given tasks and I come here and talk about all those tasks and say, no, we wanted to know how people, or how people got promoted, or how people got, there's so many things that are happening, including the KZN, a lot, that I have requested, and I'm still repeating that the committee, they will, in terms of the law, I don't know those procedures, to get me to write together with an attorney, either to the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, to submit the names and all these things that can corroborate this information. Let me give you, give an example of what happened to me in Madlanga. In Madlanga, I gave the same information similar to what I'm giving. It was not done like this, where you interrogate the evidence that I gave. They asked me about my ID number. And they asked me about the matter which I took to court. Now, there the evidence leader was trying to prove that I'm not a credible witness, I'm a liar. Meaning we prepared together. He never said, I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to talk about the court matter of the Department of Health. So it means if I had given the names of all these people, one, their lives could be in danger today. And nothing has been done to follow up on those information I've given.
Nobody's out.
Thanks, Chair. You said they asked you about the tender you got from health at Matlanga?
The tender that I,
The tender that you got at Matlanga? You said they asked you about the ID and the tender.
yes, and I can clarify which tender what happened.
Yeah.
There was a tender in the Department of Health in the Northwest. I did not tender. And it was won by some people outside. Now, the business forum, I have something called Brown Mogotsi Foundation, which would do some litigations in different institutions. At that time, I managed to go to court and interdict that tender. Now, in my statement, this is what happened. A similar thing which Honorable James is very angry to me about. Here's the information. A whistleblower says there is a tender which is coming out and is going to be won by class. The process is at this stage, but they didn't do it properly. Then he leaked the information to see this is how he scored and all these things. Then going to court to interdict, we could not go to court without the appointment letter. We're supposed to say they're being appointed. So the appointment letter could not come out in August. It came out at the end of August. So in my court papers, I said, I became aware of the appointment letter in September. With now not mentioning that we couldn't get the appointment letter during August and we couldn't go to court. And as a result, that's when the evidence leader said, you lied under oath, you got the court order, it was a rule NISI application, it was granted, but you lied. You knew in August that there was a case. Now, it came as a surprise to me. Like I say, I'm just a layman. Now, I'm saying to evidence leader, no, we didn't have the appointment. You are a professional liar. You are a liar. That's how it happened. Something that has nothing to do with the evidence here.
Okay, proceed, Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chair. Mogotsi, I'd like us to move on. I know you've also mentioned, well, it's in the exhibit bundle and we'll get to that, that might probably shed further light or assist Honorable Malema further in relation to the hospital tender. That judgment that was granted in Northwest in relation to that tender is part of the exhibit bundle. And I'd also like to deal with it further at a later stage. I'm just mentioning it for you to note. I'd like us to continue to paragraph 60. And with paragraph 60, which deals with General Khan, I also want to request that you open up your annexure bundle BM4, which refers to this transcript where the plot against General Khan was recorded.
BM4.
BM4, it's on page 16. So before we get into it, just on General Khan, yeah?
Index.
It's the black bundle, the
Index.
black, yeah,
Sorry.
page 16,
16.
yeah.
That's correct.
So just to put on record, General Khan, how well do you know him and what is your relationship with General Khan?
During the recording,
At any given point, and how long have you known him?
I've known the name General Khan in the intelligence sector and I didn't know him. Even when I conducted this 252A, I didn't know him. I got to meet General Khan once with my handler after these recordings and everything were done. He just said, he was in the car. He said, "Hey, General Khan," and I greeted him, and that was the last time I met him. That was the last time I saw him.
Now, in BM4, before we get into the content of it and deal with your engagement with General Mkhwanazi in relation to General Khan. Now, there is a transcript on page 16. This plot against General Khan, I believe that this is supposed to be a recording, and you've referred to it earlier, a recording of a conversation with a witness that was supposed to testify at the disciplinary hearing of General Khan.
That's correct.
Now, on top of the page, the parties are not clearly described. It's just reference is made to main 1, main 2, main 3. Were you one of the parties?
That's correct.
Which one are you?
I just remember. I think I'm man 2.
You main 2. Are you able to identify the other ones?
No, cannot identify. Let me just continue. I cannot, I know the person, just the person I requested not to give his name in public. I know the person. The number, all 3, all 1, 2, 3, I know all of that. I know number 1 and number 3.
You indicate from which of the 3 was going to be the witness,
Number 1.
number 1. And the role of number 3?
Wait, with the. You know, I must, something which talks of me, a minister, that's what defines me in that part. The other part, the other man, like I said, is also a colonel. When we did that thing, he was present. And if you check the affidavit to Ludi Schnell, that the person is also appearing there as number, as I must just confirm through something if really I'm number 1 or number 2. Someone. Yeah, then yeah, I think I'm him. No, I'm number 3. Number 1 is the witness. Number 2 is the colonel I was with. That's correct. Yeah, I'm number 3. Yes, something I remember I've said.
Okay. So when you discuss, when you say in paragraph 60 that you made a reference to General Khan specifically and wanted to create the perception that I know of the plot against Major General Khan to have him dismissed. If you were engaging with the witness, then it seems that you did in fact know of such a plot. There's more than just creating the perception that you know. If you were if you were in discussions with the witness who was asked to fabricate allegations.
Yeah. No, when I say I didn't know General Khan, indeed I didn't know General Khan. I knew him in this intelligence circle, but I also knew of this General Khan. It also came to the media that he was being given a notice of disciplinary hearing and so forth. I knew that he was going to be subjected to disciplinary hearing.
So how did you know about it? How, I mean, General Khan he's in KZN, is he stationed in KZN? Where is he?
No.
What is his position?
Someone called this Major General, and I think he's.
No, where is he stationed? In what
cannot-
division?
I cannot confirm it on.
So how did you become involved in this?
No, remember, here's a witness who says, talking to that other person, and this person brings this colonel I was with. Now, the colonel knows that the work that who am I, he knows, and he's also close to my handler. Now, the colonel cannot tell another colonel that if you give us this information, we'll give you promotion. He cannot do that. He had to get someone in neutral and come there and say, no, I can do this for you. That time it was me to give me that information. Now, after he told me, that's when I told my handler, and then we applied for these processes. So I didn't know, it was just a task.
No, sorry, I'm not sure I got the explanation. How you keep referring this person. It's not clear how you.
Man one is the witness.
No, this is prior to the recording, because you must have obviously have known about this before you decided to record.
Yes.
Because there was a whole 25A that happened, I believe, before this recording took place, isn't it? That's what you told us earlier.
Yeah, it was done.
The
in
25A was
preparation.
to record this.
Yes.
So prior to all of this happening, how did you get involved in this whole thing?
Like I said, in intelligence circle, there's no way, how can I put this? Let me give it in this way. You remember when General Mkhwanazi was talking, he said, I told him a head of intelligence in KZN was retiring in his statement. That's what he said. In the intelligence circle, you will know something. It's not, and I didn't even know the name of that head of intelligence. You will know something about someone. You will know there is a particular general. You'll know him, but not that you interact with him or you know the general. No, I didn't know him. But we heard that there was this truck passed somewhere at some past years, and this particular general, obviously my handler knew this general. He'll talk about him, and the co-handler will talk about him. They know each other, but I'm not meeting with any general.
Are you saying your handler gets you involved in everything that he hears about without coming to you with a proper briefing about what this operation is about so that you can have proper background? Because now every time you talk about an investigation, it's I've heard, it's a this, it's a that. We don't get a sense of a proper briefing that will contextualize or that will give proper background to the investigations that you were conducted.
Yeah, obviously, Chairperson, if I have to do that, it means it will take very long to say it was Monday, we met 9 o'clock, he came with papers and he was trying to brief me. No, I'm giving you an information that you are able to comprehend. I'm saying if this handler comes to me and say, there is this information about so-and-so who wants to tell us something about a plot, but I got it from another kennel way. That time, I don't know that kennel. Then that kennel comes to me and say, yes, indeed, this man, he has something to do, but he wants something in return. He has something to tell us, but he wants something in return. All right? Now, can you play this role so that you can be the person who claims to be able to give him what you want? That's where I fit in. I don't need to know because it's like now you ask me like about general. Let me give example about my handler. I don't know the name of his wife. I don't know his kids. I don't know anything about him, but I know he's my handler. I work with him. I don't go back deep into those things.
So what What made you bring up General Khan in your conversation with General Mkhwanazi? What is it that why did you discuss General Khan with him?
Or
What role did General Mkhwanazi play in all of this?
I don't know. Remember when General Mkhwanazi responds, I'll forward my handler and say, hey, Baba, now this man is saying 1, 2, 3. He'll give me a clue what to say. Then I'll just, sometimes I copy and paste. Sometimes I add something, but it must be in line with the instruction of the handler. If the handler say, if you remember the message, after I sent him the crime intelligence thing, I said, General Khan will brief you. But he didn't ask General Khan. That's how the mind works.
If there were disciplinary proceedings pending against General Khan in relation to whatever misconduct he might have committed, why did you see the need to go and play a role and go as far as participating in a recording to get closer to the event? Why did you participate in this?
A job is a job. Even if it was General Jumbo, if it was General whoever, if the task says that, let's say it was a colonel or whoever, I will still participate if there's a task that I'm able to do. Doesn't necessarily mean it's supposed to be General Khan for me to participate. You won't believe I was so surprised when I saw him. I thought they were referring to someone very huge. And I just saw, it was the first time I saw him. He was sitting in the car.
Okay, let's maybe briefly go through the recording and some of the discussions that you had in relation to General Khan. If I could just refer you to page 17. But before we do that, have you had any prior dealings with witness one, who is the person who was going to come and testify against General Khan? And what made you believe that he was credible enough to want to participate? Why is it that you could, just by him saying, I've been asked to fabricate facts, decide to go and get involved? Did you know him? And could you attest to his credibility?
Yeah, in operations, you don't necessarily go with the feeling of getting involved. Here's the man. I'm a witness against General so-and-so. I'm being told to fabricate lies to get him dismissed. I believe that this is a wake-up call alone. You will participate.
So witness one appears to have had quite a bit to say while you were talking to him about this disciplinary hearing which he was going to testify at. And some of the things that he says seems to be quite alarming. And I just maybe thought we could use this opportunity as well to maybe hear your views on it, because these are senior police officials talking about divisions within the police, and it seems to raise some red flags. So on page 17, you have the witness say, DPCI is a cartel, and now my issue, I'm going to be a bit, the ANC and the minister, I don't know who is their people. Even if the minister can go back to them, they can open the system even tomorrow. Things that have happened. The minister, if he wants, he can go to you. I don't know what you've experienced. What does that mean? DPCI is a cartel.
Number one was giving his frustrations, and the reason he wanted a post, according to him, he qualified. That's why if you go to the other paragraph, he says, he had qualified, but they didn't appoint him, and all those things have been closed. And then he said, no, even if the minister can go back to them, they can open the system even tomorrow. Things that have happened. The minister, if he wants, he can give that to you. I don't know what you have experienced. He's telling me how I must talk to the minister and see to it that he opened this opportunity for him so that he can be appointed.
The other thing that I've noticed about this particular witness is you mentioned the Rustenburg operation that happened, and that people were lying on the ground
Yes.
in Northwest. Now, this witness is also referring to this, and it
Yeah.
seems that it was his operation and not yours, because he's talking about management 10:01 in the morning, and he's talking about the firearms that were not verified.
Yes.
But in your statement, you say it's your operation.
Yes.
So
But
why is that?
if you check the statement, the first thing I said is I knew the person because I operated with him before.
Sorry?
If you check the statement, I did say I knew the person who was there. From where we were reading, me and you, from the Madlanga statement, check it. I did mention I knew him because he operated before.
In paragraph 100, you talk about this. You talk about this, actually from paragraph 99 and 100 onwards. You say, I was part of the operation during 2024 where 15 suspects were apprehended and the firearms were seized.
Now, but prior to that, just that I don't have Madlanga,
But this is this guy's operation.
Chairperson, I'm trying to explain. Maybe because if we have Madlanga, then remember before we could reach where we are, we also touched on Madlanga.
Okay.
It is in the statement of Madlanga that I knew this person because we operated together before. It's there. It's not that it is a statement. And secondly, you just gave me an opportunity to say, did I know about it or what? I could have said, yes, I only knew about it. I operated with him before. And then part of the attachment, there is a arrest statement where he wrote about the operation and the docket and everything.
But why would you ask him in the reason for the release if you were part of this operation?
Yeah, because now I wanted this colonel to hear this thing because I also had a problem about it because he didn't know about it.
Where is witness one stationed, or would you be giving away too much information?
Where is what?
Where is witness one stationed? What is in which division is he?
Yeah, but it's exactly what I told you. Some information when you give a background to know the exact person.
Mm.
But it is there on the statement. I wish you could look at it without mentioning it is there. Even it is abbreviated on that thing. And even in the station is there, in the statement, on the annexes. I think is there.
Well, just if you look at the paragraph page 19 of the annexure bundle and the conversation around this particular operation, it seems that you were engaging with him and you were asking, are there firearms from security? It looks like you were hearing this for the first time, the manner in which you engage with this witness in relation to the events that happened.
Was leading him to tell the person I was with, because the guy is also from crime intelligence, and there was no way I could tell him this number 3. There was no way I could tell him about that particular operation. But if you get the statement from the arrest, they'll tell you of the person, the source, and you see the description of the source, and he's one of the people who can corroborate about that particular thing.
Where will we get that?
Kerry, he is available to corroborate that as to my involvement. I was not at the scene like I told you, but he can give you the exact.
So what was your role in this operation?
It's when you know the place, when you know the person who was complaining, because it was that operation is in my province, is where I come from. If some few police officers were complaining about these samasamas, how they do their things.
So what was your role?
Is to tell him, if you are able to bring a manpower, come this side, meet this police person, and he has information, then they meet, they start talking, and they bring the manpower and arrest the people. That's the information we give. I was not on site, I was not there.
'23, I think this is where they start making reference to, where the witness starts making reference to the plot against General Khan. And he says, he refers to a Major General Kumalo.
Page 23.
Yeah, page 23.
And then was that?
So Major General Kumalo, who is Major General Kumalo and what was his role? Page 23 of the transcript of the bundle.
The General Kumalo is a Major General from the KZN, and according to the information that time, he was the employer rep in the case, in the hearing.
He was the employer representative.
That's correct.
Okay. And then he said that it was Major General Kumalo, or rather, I never spoke to this is what the witness says, I never spoke to you can't hear what he says. I was consulting with the Major General. He told me after consulting with us, he said we must get rid of Khan and I must give feedback about this. So is he saying that Major General Kumalo asked him to get rid of Khan? Is that what he's trying to say there?
I don't get to where you are now.
It's towards the bottom. It's the bottom. It starts with men 1. I never spoke.
Yes.
Do you see that?
I was consulting, yes. Yes, I can see that.
I was consulting with the Major General. He told me after consulting with us, he said we must get rid of Khan. Is that Major General Kumalo?
That's correct.
Okay. And so it continues on page 24, where he talks about crime intelligence and how it's not good there. But the plot continues on page 25, where you promise or you made undertakings that you're going to try and give him a promotion because he was asking for something.
And it's at the bottom also.
Yes, it's towards the bottom. It says, but this is coming from men too. Write an email to the minister to say this is what happened. I've got a grievance, this issue. I'm aggrieved because of X, Y, Z, and I'm requesting your assistance in my matter. He will sort the rest out for you. What does that mean?
Yeah, I read the email to the minister to say this is what happened. No. Now, if you check prior in above, page 25, there's box number main 3, main 1, main 3, main 1. On main 1 again, he said, what's in for me? I suffered, I've been a lieutenant colonel for 15 years. But now, no, but we will make a deal. I know 16 years. I can make it for you tomorrow. You know, the deal is what I want. Do you remember the grievance for not being appointed for the post here? This is where I said he has also applied for the post, he was not appointed, and the minister can reopen that opportunity, that job for him and he get appointed. So here, that's when I was advised to write the email about that grievance so that we can get the minister to sort him out.
And was this something that the minister was in fact aware of?
No.
Did you engage the minister about this?
No, there's no way he can engage him. In fact, even the minister, when he saw this, he couldn't believe. He was very angry.
Did the minister see it?
After Madlanga, yes.
Did you get in touch with the minister to discuss this?
No.
You said he was very angry.
Yeah, very, very angry. I heard from Ngabinde when he said, how do you do all these things? And it's unfortunate, I can tell you, should there be another operation having the name of anyone, if it brings what can save the country or anyone from being done anything to, I can do it again.
Okay. Now on page 29 to page 30.
Thank you, Chair. I think what the evidence leader has asked the witness, the answer is not clear. Can you please clarify for us? For me, I don't hear you at all. The answer is something else.
Which question, Chair?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can the evidence leader repeat the question?
I think I might have asked more than one question, but the questions was really about in the transcript, it says that an email will be sent to the minister will work something out. And I asked you whether the minister was aware of this. And Mr. Mogotsi said no. And he said the minister was angry when the minister learned about this. So I then asked, did he engage with the minister after he appeared before the Madlanga Commission?
No, I never engaged with the minister. I'm saying Cedric Kabinde did tell me, but it's not because of the ad hoc or the Madlanga. I cannot call Comrade Senson Goon. I believe if there's anything that he really needs to talk to me about, I believe he can still call me. It is because of how things are. Everyone is doing whatever he's doing, but he did not like, Ngabinde told me, he did not like to see his name being used in operations that are like this. He told me.
Okay, at that point, let's take a break for 30 minutes. We'll come back, members, at 1:30. House is adjourned.
And the minister and let me think, what does that mean?
See here, it's when he's talking about a possible way of being promoted or anything, because he even further to say, and Khan must look after me, he must give me something. A bag or something, must get a bag, that's what he said. But on the portion where he speak about DNC and minister, is when he referred to either the post where he could not be appointed or another post to be created for him to be appointed.
So who's DNC? Because we have a number of DNCs.
Yeah, he'll refer to any deputy national commissioner.
Which one?
He was not specific.
You having this whole conversation when you make undertakings to go and speak to certain senior people, even though it's just a perception you've created, and you didn't know who he was talking about.
No, you see, in this circumstance, to him, it's him who was talking. If he talk of the DNC, I will hear he talk about the DNC. And when he talk about the minister, remember, I never said I'm close to the DNC. With him, we were talking much about the minister. He may have thought the minister could speak to any deputy national commissioner in particular, but we were not at the stage to specify the actual deputy national commissioner to deal with this.
And you didn't ask
No, I didn't.
where the DNC comes in.
Yes, even the transcript shows I did not ask.
Because the transcript might suggest that you knew. You wouldn't ask if you know something.
Yeah, but I didn't know.
So why?
I mean, if I'm saying it was an operation and maybe his deputy national commissioner, like you've got maybe Musikili, you've got Sibia, I would have said, yes, it was Musikili or Sibia. But in this case, we never dwell into the name of the deputy national commissioner.
Throughout your evidence in relation to this particular issue, your testimony was that you said to this witness that you will try to give him something. So it was always, as we understand from your evidence, that you were going to try and secure a promotion for him by talking to senior people. Why is he here to the minister? So why is he saying that Khan must look after him? Why is he bringing, is he doing Khan a favor? Why would he suggest that Khan must?
You see, I also didn't ask him a question. Remember, when you are conducting an operation of that nature, you don't ask questions that makes a person to doubt you. Don't ask questions that change the person's mind to say, Marie, this guy, will he deliver or not? Because we wanted this to be delivered.
But one thing you must do, if you are planning to use this against senior officials, or if you're making serious allegations against senior officials, one would think that one thing you must do is engage and verify the facts. You must do that much. So that when you come in front of a committee like this, you would be able to say, I've asked the relevant questions. I can substantiate the allegations that I've made. Because now if you're not engaging, you're just believing this person's version and you say, well, I didn't want to ruin the operation. It sort of suggests that you were not interested in the fact that this person might be lying to you.
No, Chairperson, you know, as we are going through this, maybe there is a big one omission that I made here about this whole thing. You know, when my handler spoke to me about this witness, it was after this information, this same witness came through Ket Matla, this witness. But we did not pay I did not pay much attention as to what and what until the time when this man was organized. And my interest started now to say, this is Ket. Remember I said I was into investigating all these activities and so forth. But I was so worried that this man, I once operated with him. And now I had, he has something to do with cat and that's how he actually had to call the friend of the colleague to my handler. Now, that's the omission I wanted to give. Now, when you are dealing with the recording, you cannot ask specific question. A person can quit. If I ask you, which DNC do you prefer should do this for you? The important thing is what is alleging being a witness. Should I doubt him? And what is it that I'm going to achieve if I doubt his version? Because remember, my job is to obtain information, give it to the relevant people. They will test it.
No, but here you are, sitting with untested information and making serious allegations against senior officials. So it's confusing when you say, what was it going to achieve? Because here you are, and everybody's hearing you making allegations that this witness was asked to fabricate facts. And this has not been on your own version. You haven't engaged with him, so you don't know whether he was lying to you.
It's not my job, Chairperson, to know if he was lying to me. The man was a witness in the hearing. And he showed me a card. I'm from KZN. We have to go back again. I was with Major General Kumalo. He says this and this and that. What is it that I must tell investigate out of this witness? Because this is now my intention. That time. That's why the plan was to make him a 204 witness, to give a statement as that there was a plot against this general, and he was made to fabricate and plot against this particular general. That was now the job. We are facing that whole scenario with that intention. Now let's say I'll give you an example. Do you know in Madlanga the same witness? They came with a statement which he provided during the crime scene, during the day of the crime scene that crime busting. What the evidence leader was trying to show me was that what he wrote that time and what he was telling me was not consistent. That's what the evidence leader was telling me. And when I looked at, it's exactly what you are saying. But at that time, I'm the one. You are not there. No one is there. I'm the one who's sitting with the man. And I can't tell him you are lying. He's showing me a ticket. I'm from Devon, and I'm the witness in this thing. They are fabricating this. They say we must fabricate to have a man dismissed. And the time is very short. We have to apply for authority. Then it was granted. We did the recording. Now, check those things, because it was even verbal. It was Once there is information, it's very raw, the information I have. I give it to Colonel Ludishnell. Now, in his investigation, he's the one who would go and say, Major General, there is this matter about you. And you are implicated in this way. Here's the story. Here's a recording. Not me who can do that. Like I said, a contact agent cannot obtain statement. There's no, I get, when you talk, you're talking as if I was presiding over a certain matter where I had an opportunity to ask Major General Kumalo that, is it true? There's no way. The man is recorded, but here is the element of the man demanding something in return. How will he get that thing in return if he does not deliver the 204, whatever that we expected from him? We wanted him to be a witness. So if he was prepared to be a 204 witness to give evidence on that, how will I doubt him? Who am I to say you are lying? Because it means he was going to be subjected to this testimony on his recording. Because now he's caught saying, I want this and I want this and I want this. It's there, it's in the transcript. The only available option for him was that we also now request that he must be turned into a witness against whoever who was plotting with. And indeed, as he promised me last time, remember I said he was charged for this recording. At the same time, I think he opened a case against the people who were plotting. Now, it's that Audi Altram will only appear at the right platform, not with me.
Mogotsi, you said it was unfortunate that he was arrested, and that's why we wanted to make sure that he is protected in this and his name doesn't reflect. But more importantly, why was it so important for you to not ventilate the facts and accept this unverified fact without bringing it to the attention of Major General Kumalo and General Kumalo and Lushaba? Why was it so important? Why were you willing to take such a risk by accepting this and unverified and coming to platforms like this with those unverified facts instead of creating that space where you, by engaging with the witness, had an opportunity to do so and also to take it further by allowing them to have their say on it as well? Why were you willing to take such a risk?
Yeah, Chairperson, this is very important evidence, leader. When the recording was done, it was never noted that, just note, this recording is going to be played in Madlanga, it's going to be played in any committee. It's not the first time an operation of this kind was done. You record a person and he admits that indeed I have said this. That's the first step. Before then, you apply, the intention is to apply and give that to the investigating officer, whom he has written an affidavit and do everything. Now it shows if he had taken steps going forward with this matter, it is him who had the responsibility to go and establish the facts. Because at which capacity will I speak to Major General Kumalo? Come to him again and say, hey, there is this man, there was no way. The evidence, the information I have given, it must then be turned into tangible evidence or anything to be used in terms of the law. Hence, it was recorded in terms of the law. That's the step that's how far I could go.
So in which capacity today are you sitting here and saying that the facts were fabricated? Those unverified facts? In which capacity?
Am I sitting here? It's not my version. You are sitting with a transcript of a record of someone who has said he was approached to fabricate lies. It's here. Imagine if I did not record him and I come here again and say, there was this guy, his name is Colonel Mama. He wanted to record, he wanted to give a statement. There was no way. what I have done so far to register the recording, to apply for the recording to be conducted, have it recorded and submitted. Now it is the police who at their level who must establish the facts.
Are you not creating in your statement the impression that these facts were in fact fabricated? Are you not saying in your statement that General Lushaba, General Kumalo, and Major General Kumalo fabricated the facts? Is this not what you say in your statement?
It's based on what the men have said.
But that would then be unverified, like I keep saying. If you say it wasn't your place to verify it, wouldn't that?
Now, yeah, maybe I should give another example. General Mkhwanazi came here and he told this committee that Minister Senzo Mgunu and whoever, and they said his members will come and brief the committee. He spoke about the big five, he spoke about so many things. Till today, there's no any link that speaks about Minister Senzo Mgunu, the big five, and the drug cartel. Now, I hope if General Mkhwanazi comes back, you may be able to place a similar question to him. Now, he does not have a recording. He does not have a message from someone saying, I'm selling drugs. But he was able to come here and say, there's a drug cartel, there's a big five and all those things. Now, I'm sitting with audio, a recorded transcript of someone who is a commissioned officer. He's a colonel by rank. I didn't find this man under the tree or in a taxi rank, and I say, hey, he's a commissioner of, he's a police officer. He's saying, I'm a witness in this matter, this and this and this has happened, and he didn't know that we were recording him, that's why we had to apply. Now, here's the evidence of this man. The questions you are asking me should be directed to this witness at the right time, unless I lie that there is a recording here, the transcript, and they are not existing, but they are existing. It's similar to a police officer arrests someone kind of without evidence, with evidence, without exhibit, being told by this one that this person stole the cow. Now, you refuse to arrest this person, whereas there is a witness standing here saying, I saw him stealing a cow. We have to arrest him and bring this one to come and testify that, yes, I saw him stealing the cow. But you cannot leave it unattended to say, I need facts. You'll never get that recording again.
I'm going to leave it at that because I think I'm going to keep going back on the same point that I'm trying to make. Nobody's contesting the fact that there was a recording. We're sitting here with the transcript. The problem arises when we interrogate the transcript and it appears to us that you were just accepting things like you said on your own version. You were not interrogating it because you said it wasn't your place to do so. Those senior officials who you implicate have not had an opportunity to give us their version. And you basically just accept whatever this person said. I think the problem lies therein that you didn't take the time to interrogate. And one of the crucial things which you didn't interrogate is the plot, where he's saying, where he's trying to talk about what happened on the day. You said, I stopped paying attention. So even then, how would we know how much you really knew and you relying on this to come and say that these people were fabricating? That's where the problem lies, Mr. Mogotsi. But I'd like to move on. You also mentioned just now that one of the facts that you've omitted was that this was a link through Matlala. Do you want to elaborate on that?
No, elaborate in which sense?
In the sense of how was this link? How did you come to learn of the link?
No, I'm saying one of the things I did not mention when my handler and the co-handler arranged this DPCI thing. I got it from my handler, that information. You will see in part of the statement, this is the same co-handler who took, when Matlala could not open a case in Pretoria, he arranged for him to open a case in Soweto because the case also could not be opened. So already they were talking, and that's how part of this information came to being. That, and this same, and that he told, this Matlala told my handler somehow, that there is a person who have this knowledge about. You know, information gathering is like journalism. You saw last time in Phosphorus, something I wish to talk about when you allow me. Also, Honorable Malema spoke about it previously. I was so scared, and I told the police I was going to come in the morning. Passing there were a lot of journalists, and I didn't go. I opened the case the following day. But journalists went there. They waited till this time. They were thinking I was going to come, but I did not have an appointment with them. I'm trying to say information gatherings like that. Once there is a CIT and we hear someone got explosives, he's staying in Langa or anyway, we're gonna go there. So the moment we have someone with information, you regard that information as valuable. You take it to the relevant people. So the evidence leader, you are making as if I'm the police officer, I'm the investigating officer. I dutifully ignored to ask these witness questions. My job was to record him, give it to the relevant people.
What was your investigations on Mr. Matlala? What were you investigating? You mentioned in your statement, maybe I should refer you to paragraph 93 to 120. That's where you make a reference to Mr. Matlala. And you say that you were investigating him. What were you investigating?
No, it is also a similar information that there was a tender similar, like the one in health in Mafike, in the Northwest. There was information that the tender is coming. It was going to be won by so-and-so. That was during the previous administration. And in my statement, this was talk of March, April. You know, and it was also mentioned that whoever and former Minister Begitele, they are working around that he must be appointed. Now from then, because we knew, my handler said, let's wait because there are elections coming because of this information. And few people, including in some committees in South African Police Service, were confirming that indeed this tender was closely to be awarded. So that investigation started there. It's written that it is only after the parliamentary list of the ANC, when it came out, that we realized that former Minister Begitele was not in the parliamentary list, and we knew already he was not going to be back in government and possibly the minister. And that's how I was also advised by my handler that we should wait until after the elections, and that's what we did.
So you started investigating Mr. Matlala because of the suspicion that former Minister Taylor was involved in the tender.
Made it 24. Yes. He made it 24.
Okay, but you then continued to investigate him, and that is what you say in your statement throughout, that your engagement with him was because you were busy with investigations.
And that's correct.
So what have you uncovered since you started investigating him? What meaningful information did you gather in relation to Mr. Matlala?
You know, you be a chairperson. Matters that are subject to investigation, how do I talk about them here? How do I say, no, we discovered this or that? And I expose whoever who is perhaps involved. He will know who did he deal with and how that information came out.
You freely mentioned matters that where cases have been opened. You gave us case numbers. You said you hosted people to go and open cases. You started investigating Matlala March, April 2024. From your investigations, what charges were pursued against Mr. Matlala, and what was the nature of the charges, if any? I mean, you were investigating him for almost 2 years. You even continued with your operations while he was in prison because you were receiving calls from him and you said you were talking to him. So what was all of that about? By then, the tender was cancelled. So it couldn't have still been you were investigating the tender.
You know, I don't know how to put this. Perhaps I should just say those matters are under investigation and I'm not at liberty to talk about them. But you will realize that it's very, very dangerous, Chairperson, to mention things that I'm not comfortable with. To tell you that there is a case number, I still don't give you the status of the case. I've never given you any status pertaining to any case. I'll just say case has been opened. I'll just say case was opened in Cape Town, was opened again in Soweto by a member of parliament. They could not arrest them until the section 27 referral was done with IDEC and they were arrested. I don't give you, unless on matters that are of public knowledge, where General Mkhwanazi spoke about the involvement of IDEC as to why did they arrest, he wondered because it's an HR matter and so forth. When he was not worried that the case was open in Cape Town, it could not be investigated, in Soweto it could not be investigated. He started to be worried only after the arrest of these generals. He also further attacked the presiding officer on that matter to say, how could he impose the kind of bail condition? And guess what? That presiding officer had to recuse himself.
Let's go back to your matters.
Yes.
In those matters that I've referred to where we have case numbers, we know what the nature of the investigations were. You said you wanted the committee to step in and to help you take those investigations further. You happily disclosed that because you wanted the committee, you said it's your last resort to see these matters further. The committee would probably like to come to the assistance of the investigations of Mr. Matlala too. I mean, you've been at it for 2 years. Do you have any stumbling blocks there? Do you need any help there? Where are the charges?
Chairperson, perhaps evidence leader could have said, with relation to Matlala's investigation, am I also willing to add to whatever that I'm willing to give to the committee, Chairperson, whatever. If there is any progress, I should provide it. Maybe it should have come that way. That if any, and this is very big. It's bigger than what you think. To have the system now where if this is the example I like giving, any police constable or warrant, if he can take a car, supposed to knock off at 7 and come at 10, he'll be suspended, he'll be charged. And I'm saying these 8 generals were arrested. What happened to them? An inquiry within 2 weeks from the Office of the National Commissioner was issued that they should conduct an inquiry. In 2 weeks, they were cleared. So I'm showing you the power that exists to think if we have any information, you can just give to anyone now. I'm showing that is why we had to wait from last year, the 2024, for the new elections to start that particular investigation on the Mediwork tender. It's because you wait, you check who is in charge. Can this work when this person is there?
Okay, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any information there. And maybe you have the investigations under control and you don't need the committee to step in there as well. But in paragraph 96, you then say sometime, this is now you talking about your investigations with against Matlala and you're trying to get closer to him. You say sometime after the elections after September 24, my handler and co-handler promised to speak to General Sibia. And you spoke to General Sibia who briefed you on matters. And as I understand from reading your statement, you wanted General Sibia to help you get more information in relation to the tender.
That's correct. And CAT.
And CAT.
CAT tender, yes.
Yes, because at that time you didn't you didn't really have any relationship with Kat. And when I say relationship, is you were not communicating in the same way that we see you later on communicate on WhatsApp.
That's correct.
So General Sibiya was going to help you with Mr. Matlala's number,
That's correct.
which is very odd because you've been on platforms where you spoke very highly of Mr. Matlala, and he assisted the very same litigation that you spoke of in 2023, which is also a tender issue. And you said that you knew whom Mr. Matlala, he funded you. And you said, can you imagine the cost I had to incur? It even went to the SCA. So he helped you.
Not financial. I
How?
verified it. Technical knowledge on this kind of thing. Remember, if a person is into business and you are not tendering, he'll have better understanding on how and the technical know-how. He did not fund that thing. I've also explained it in Matlang that he did not put any money on that.
But we have the clip. Were you not truthful to the journalists? It's on
No,
YouTube.
yeah, the clip doesn't talk about the money.
No, you said in the clip that we even went to the SCA. Can you imagine the amount of cost that was involved in the litigation?
Yeah.
And that's why you appreciated the assistance.
Yeah, no.
Well, you didn't say appreciate the assistance the way I put it, but
Mm.
it's sort of you were trying to explain how he came to your aid in funding the litigation.
No, it's the impression you are now, as evidence leader, you are no more leading me. You are bringing things that we never, discussed, and you are bringing things that I never spoke on media. Chairperson, I am not sure if the evidence leader is still interested to lead.
Should we play the clip? That would make, because I don't want any misunderstanding in relation to what was said in there. And if my understanding is incorrect, I'm willing to accept that, and you can clarify it, and then we
Yeah,
move on.
I think you had access to the exhibit bundles where financial assistance for that particular case came from. It did not come from Matlala. They are there in the exhibit bundles. Everything, how much was paid going to the lawyer, it was funded by one person. Matlala never paid a cent.
No, this is
Unless
yeah.
you say, if I lie to journalists, then I lie to them. But I never said he never gave us money for any court. If your understanding is I was lying.
No, like I said, I mean, I might have understood it wrong, but we can play the clip at a later stage when we, I don't want to interrupt it now, but it's not an exhibit that shows how much was paid. It was a conversation that I'm trying to get your comment on. And like I said, if there's misunderstandings on my part from what I'm hearing, I'm happy for you to correct that.
Yes, but it can be played, there's no problem. But I wonder what will be, what is it that will assist with if it has to do with financial assistance, whereas he did not pay any cent. Because the money was paid by a certain individual, not him.
But what we were trying to establish by that is not so much the fact that he paid for it, but the fact that you knew him before this. So it's really difficult to say that I was trying to understand how you would go to the DNC, General Sibiya, and ask him to get closer to Matlala when you've said on other platforms that he's done this and the other. So it's really strange. Why would you need a third person to come in and create a closer link with him?
Thank you, Chair. The intention was to get the endorsement and involvement of the DNC on a project. That's why you have to talk to him. And a project that is done in a national office, you will need someone in the national office to work with. And if you go into my WhatsApps, and so you will start to realize there was even a time when I spoke to Matlala mentioning General Sibiya. It's because that kind of arrangement was important for him to be involved in that.
Okay, just a second. Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I was saying the playing of that video is relevant in as much as you have taken an oath. So if you are found to be lying, you know what are the implications about it. So it's not irrelevant for her to ask that it be played to prove that you said you are grateful of receiving the money from Matla. So it should be played.
Thank you, Chair.
Noted, thank you. Proceed on Advocate Maria. Okay, you can proceed now whilst we are still looking at the clip.
Oh, yeah, because I was going to suggest that we finalize if we want to play the clip bucket, we could do it towards the end. Because
Yes.
there's not a lot of time left.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. You, at least you're left with 45 minutes. So at the tail end, we'll play the clip. So I was checking with the secretariat on of the readiness of the clip. So you can proceed for now.
So the other reason why I asked about your investigations into Mr. Matlala, Mr. Mogotsi, is because that's the only thing that comes up, the tender irregularity. There's nothing else that suggests that there were other deeper investigations other than the tender irregularity. And so if one looks at that alone, it seems, is it really enough, given the extent to which you've engaged with Mr. Matlala, to say that you were investigating this tender thing, you were discussing some information which one would even consider classified, and we'll get through the WhatsApp text. So it seemed a little bit like you were doing a lot if it was just about this tender, especially if there are other avenues available and avenues that you are familiar with. We've seen you taking a tender on review and you've won. And so you know that there are other avenues in which you can investigate tender irregularities. Why go through such an extreme where you discuss crime intelligence matters with him if it's really just about that? So that also prompted what else was going on. Do you see? But so why didn't you employ the other avenue? Because you're familiar with the review process.
Which review process?
You know how to set the tenders out. You know
Oh,
what that process looks like. You've done it before.
You see, the time when we applied, when we did the agent application in the Northwest High Court, one, it was an agent application. Two, one, you have to have a local standing on any litigation. And if you check, this was a subcontract, and no one amongst the bidders or like in the Northwest, it was the business forum which had a problem, and that I ended up assisting them. In this one, there was no one who was complaining at the level of my foundation, at Brown Mogotsi Foundation. This was strictly an intelligence operation. It was strictly no litigation, no Brown Mogotsi Foundation. It was to get whether the tender was unlawfully or legally awarded. Now, in that case, there was no way I could bring any litigation, number one. Two, it is the Minister of Police who went for the review of the same tender and cancelled it, who had and the subs who had the necessary local standing to deal with that particular thing. It was on my side, my job was to crack and know who and how did he got appointed, and was it lawful or and so forth.
Did your efforts play any role in the tender that was then subsequently cancelled? Did your efforts, the things you've done, did it play any role? Were you contributing to having it set aside?
No.
Maybe at this point we should I just want to refer you to number of text messages, just briefly. It's quite a number of them. But we're not going to go into all of it. And maybe just hear your comment on some of it as I put it to you. So the WhatsApp text starts on page,
Black or white? Black.
it's the black one. I think it starts on page 39. So in your,
Did
in
you
your,
say 39?
sorry, yeah, page 39. So these WhatsApp texts were also presented to you before the Madlanga Commission. And in that statement, as you're doing in this statement, you have clarified your position in relation to this text, and you've said that during my evidence, you were presented with this bundle, which is the one that's part of your annexures, and you say that's safe from what is stated above, and we refer to some of the text above. Your statement, sorry, it's on it's paragraph 120. It's page 32 of your statement. Yeah, so you've clarified that you accept that you've sent the messages recovered from Matlala's phone to him, and the messages are attached as BM71 to BM793. Now, the reason why I'm taking you through some of these WhatsApp texts to hear your comment is because some of it has also been presented to other witnesses. And so the committee has had the benefit of what other witnesses' version is, including Mr. Matlala, on some of these text messages. And so because the exchange happened between the two of you, it would only be fair to put these text messages to you as well, so that we can have a full picture, and also in furtherance of the Audi Altrum partum, that you also have an opportunity to say your say on it. So you could go to page 42 of that bundle. There's been questions about your reference to the iPad guy and what that means. And you've heard General Kumalo also speak about the iPad guy. And this is directly linked to his arrest and things that were happening to him and members of the PKT, which they say were targeted by organizations such as iPad and IDEC. What did your reference to the iPad guy mean here on page 42?
You see, there was the stage throughout our discussions with Matlala. And he told me that he has this particular guy in the iPad, whom, if there is a case that needs to be investigated, he is able to investigate to the latter. And you'll see throughout, I keep on asking him about this iPad guy. And that's how I started to even send him some messages, including the properties and so many, the AK-47s and these other things, because he told me he has an iPad guy. And at that stage, there was no way, like I did mention in my statement, that whether you open cases and whatever happened to those cases, you'll never know. It's because of now, the last resort was this iPad guy of Ket, whom I thought can help.
This is very odd again.
Come again?
This is very odd again, that the person you're investigating is also the one you go to for assistance
Yes.
to investigate senior officials. Do you
Yeah.
want to explain this?
Yes, the purpose thereof is to get me the iPad guy. I wanted the man to know who the man was.
To investigate the iPad guy as well?
No,
To do what?
according to him, this is, you'll see in the messages when he was attacked by the PKTT, trying to open a case in Brooklyn and so forth. This iPad guy was not around, and the case was open in Soweto. And further, he told me now that, you see, this iPad guy, if there is a case with proper evidence, he can act, and he can do this and this, this wonders to arrest where there is evidence. So I wanted this iPad guy, not to investigate him.
Yeah, but besides the iPad guy, you also speak at PM 7.5. You also speak about 25% deposit for accommodation. Was it also part of the investigation?
No, that was for the January 8 here in Cape Town.
So the person you're investigating funded the January 8 program.
He offered, of course, yeah, and it's not the first time we'll ask someone to assist you for January 8.
The subject of your investigation.
Not the subject of investigation in the context of how you say you are investigating a particular person, therefore, if he's a businessman who wants to fund an event or a number of comrades, we cannot ask him to do so.
Proceed, Advocate Holmes.
Okay. Why did you have, it appears you had quite a lot of faith in Mr. Matlala, that you would go to him. I mean, you, on your own version, have been at crime intelligence since 2009. You spoke of operations where you were, big operations and senior people that you were in touch with. You even had General Sibia that you were trying to get into your camp. Why would you go to Mr. Matlala for help? You have all the connections in the police.
Yeah, maybe there is a misconception here. Here is a tender that may have not been properly awarded. And this owner of the company, as you are engaging with him, he offers to assist in something. I could not reject that. It happened even here in Cape Town some time back, where some agent will be borrowed cars by drug dealers. And they report that this guy has offered to borrow me a car, I'm going where and where, I'm getting close to him, I'm working with him. It happens, but in this sense, he offered, and the man appeared in many platforms, assisting different people. He was even seen with some people of the ANC, and it was not the first time he was funding that particular program.
Let's maybe move on. But I do wish to say, I mean, you're not willing to explain what the investigations were that you were busy with, but it leaves a lot of questions and a lot of confusion if you were busy with investigations, which must be quite confidential or high level, or I don't know what the phrases are that they use for you not to want to disclose it on this platform. But in the same breath, you are also going to this person to get help from. So it really makes one wonder what the nature of the investigations were, and if there were in fact any investigations that you were busy with. It's highly questionable, because all we see is you go to this person for help, you ask for money, you ask for, connect me with this iPad guy. It doesn't look like somebody that you're investigating.
Yeah, that's how you see it.
If you're looking at page 49 of the bundle, this also came up during some of the witnesses that appeared and gave evidence on this. It's a text to Minister Mkhwanazi saying, we got a breakthrough. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, a similar question was asked at Madlanga. I really could not remember. I still cannot remember.
Then, if you could go to page 55. Do you remember the content of that text message? Minister, I'm going to get the case number in this judgment for you. Now we got something proven by the court. This is the matter now, which either Sibia or the minister can charge Khumalo and apply for Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing.
Yes, I remember. It was also asked at Madlanga. I would repeat the same answer that yes, there was a court judgment, and that particular court judgment, it was ventilated during Madlanga that I was not correct. It did not imply to what I said, and I accepted. I still do, because they had the copy of the judgment in Madlanga. Just that I don't have it here. I was implying that the PKTT members had kidnapped and whatever, and the person was sent to prison, and that person was acquitted later by the Constitutional Court. It is, that's exactly what I was referring to. And still the minister never responded to that.
So you did in fact want disciplinary proceedings to be instituted against against General Khumalo or the PKTT, as you say. Why is that?
As a matter of fact, you know, there are so many PKTT cases, which they also made mention of the one in Fort Hare. But yeah, if a person has been sentenced to life imprisonment because of like I thought that time was the PKTT, the judgment, Senior Counsel Charleson and Commissioner Madlanga were able to show me that this did not mean the PKTT. And I said, if it was them who did this, indeed, I would say they should be charged. So it was not them. And in Madlanga, like I do now, this was wrong of me because the judgment did not speak what I have actually, did not mean what I thought, and that what made me to write this.
So you got the judgment wrong, but the desire to get them investigated or to have disciplinary proceedings lodged against them, what was that about?
I still have the wish.
You still wish for?
Could it beside this?
Hmm.
If people can buy properties for 100 million, I'll still speak of 20 million, 23 million. When people get fired for 10,000, 20,000. When, like I said now, I still don't understand how other police officers will still, how do they still go to work? These generals, 8 of them were criminally charged, they were out on bail. And suspension, all of a sudden they were back to work. And here's the Major General who had time with the girl, and all of a sudden he opened a perjury case. When he get arrested, the presiding officer get threatened, he recused himself from the case and all those things. There is a lot that is going on. And if ever certain people should not be treated in a way others are treated, I mean, if they have committed a crime, they've committed a crime.
Are there a number of people that you're working with that feel that same way, that share your sentiment, and then who are actively trying to ensure that justice prevails, that those who have also committed crimes, or that everybody who commits crimes are held accountable for it? Or are you doing this all by yourself? You're fighting this fight alone?
But remember, I think I just saw one member of parliament here. He's not here. He also opened a case for the same people. Smakade, the prince in KZN, he opened a case for the same people. Ket Matlala, during his testimony before this committee, he did tell the committee that in his meeting with General Mkhwanazi, he sent him to go and talk to someone to withdraw the case against him. Those things actually did happen.
But that's precisely why I asked the question, because on the very same evidence and the same issues you raised, those people have been sitting in this committee and have raised the same issues. And the manner in which it's raised, you can see they have what they present as facts that almost look similar. So that's why I'm asking: is there an effort, or are there a group of people that share the sentiment and they're sitting on this information and collectively wants to ensure that this information is made known to the public and that something is done to it? Because we've seen a number of people saying the same thing on the same matters. That's where that question is coming from. Is there such a thing, or do you just happen to all know about the same facts and the same issues?
From their sources, I don't know where they get the information. And as to whether they share the sentiment with me, I only know of myself and the commander and the handler, the commander to my handler. There's more than of us and the other network of informants who will bring information. They will not necessarily feel what I have written here should happen this way. But this is what I have written to the minister at the time, which I was made to see and to accept this. My whatever that I've written here was wrong. The judgment did not imply this. And I apologized. I still apologize even.
So then maybe move on to page 74. Now, on page 74 to 75, it's not very clear, but I think you look carefully, you might be able to see. But this is the kind of information that I was talking about when I said, it seems that, when I didn't understand, and I still don't quite understand the investigations that you were conducting in relation to Mr. Matlala, that you would go to this extent where there's this exchange of intelligence information that's happening between the two of you. Why is this? Why did you feel so comfortable? What were you trying to achieve to
Like I
have
said,
such discussions with him?
yeah, like I said here, I had hoped he'll give me the iPad guy.
For this kind of
Yes,
information?
no one was acting even now. Before this committee, somebody told you, where did the AK-47 that killed that other person came from? Where did this and this happen? Till today, like you say, it seems like we are a group of people concerned, agreeing to share the similar facts, and we don't know each other. But I'm saying the source of information, where we are now. And if you check at the bottom, I wrote down there, he said, page 76, when he responded, I see something very interesting. Then I say, yeah, gloves are off. That's now the level of desperation for me to get the iPad guy, since he told me that this iPad guy with evidence and information, he can act.
Mr. Mogotsi, was the iPad guy really your only hope in the scenario that you would go to Mr. Matlala? I mean, you had IDEC, you have other iPad officials everywhere, all over the country. Was he really the only person that you would
Yeah, I don't have
turn
IDEC.
to?
I don't have IDEC. I never worked with IDEC. But let me show you something, Chairperson. Throughout all these testimonies, Madlanga in here, one is able to realize even the senior people in the police who were in touch with Cat Matlar. One Major General, they now spoke of General Sibia. Now you need to know that you're investigating a tender, you meet a person, I got to see the service level agreement of Cat Matlala and subs from somebody else. Now, as you are going on, talking to this person, engaging on this, and he has this particular iPad guy who can help in this. Who else must I give this to? Because if my phone was not confiscated, I would have shown you who did I send messages to? Who did I send in this country? Even members in this country. Last line, say crime intelligence is collapsing, this and this. I've sent those messages. It's immaterial now to talk about them because I don't have my phones.
Page 76. What we see here is an exchange between yourself and Mr. Matlala in respect of a meeting that you were planning to have. Was this in furtherance of your investigations, or was it you trying to get closer to the IFED guy? What was
No.
the meeting about?
No, here it was not about necessarily iPad guy. The iPad guy was made reference at a time when there was a need to effect or to share information which could make him help us with the investigation. Now, here it was a meeting in Kemmers Bay, which was planned to be held there. And I asked him, is he still coming to Cape Town? Is he going to confirm the house in Kemmers Bay, which he never confirmed.
This is the meeting in Houghton. You say, where must we meet tomorrow? And then it says Houghton, the time, said anytime, my boss. So this is not a Camps Bay meeting.
Oh, I thought you were asking me about the first message.
No, I said you were planning to have a meeting
Oh,
with
yes.
him. And I asked whether it was about your investigations or whether you're trying to still get closer to the iPad guy. I asked what were you meeting about?
No, we're discussing different things. Yeah. See, when there's an investigation on a particular person, it's not that every day when you are with him, you must find something. You even organize sometimes things that he likes. In some instances, you may organize these ladies to have fun, to have this, and knowing one or two of them is doing. I'll share this with you. If I know someone is taking maybe coke, for example, cocaine, and I make those people to visit you. If you are smoking the same night, they will tell that you are smoking, or you are living with people who are smoking. First, you will even allow them to smoke in your house sometimes. You'll make this kind of thing. So I'm saying when you meet with Kat, it's not that every time when you met is investigation. Sometimes you just talk, and he was interested in that this tender should not be cancelled. I was interested, how did he find the tender? And he also came to say he needed to fund this thing. Unfortunately, even during your session with him, he did say he met with General Bekitele. He told him, go and give Mogotsi money so that we can arrest Nzomtun. He said so. So I'm showing you may find they had their own operation, which was used in the form of money, but I know he offered this January 8th thing. I don't know, was it the time when he was after he met with General Bekitele or not?
So you had a relationship with him outside of your investigations and outside of facilitating any sort of assistance or trying to get help from him? Because that's what you would essentially do if you were trying to hang out with friends and
Yeah, but we
get
never,
them things they like.
yeah, but we never socialized, me and Kat. We never went out and have drink or something, never.
So this occasion wasn't
Oh.
one of those.
We went to meet, and then I know he was too much to know about the tender. Every time that was what he wanted.
Okay.
Okay, just a second. Honorable James.
I'm so sorry. Mr. Mogotsi, you mentioned ladies using drugs, cocaine. Can you just take us back? I didn't quite hear what you said. I'm so sorry.
No, I was giving an example that if you are investigating someone or wanting to get close to somebody, and you see probably like night clubbing and stuff, sometimes you are able to organize people who are taking such things to be in his or her company. If he allows them to use such things in his house or wherever, you may find he's also either selling, distributing, or whoever is living with has no problem with drugs. That's how you get close to a person. So it was just an example.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mic is off.
Page 83, and I'm asking this because there was reference made to other platforms about this Impala thing. You, on page 83, asked Mr. Mogotsi to assist you with something for the guest. And, sorry, Mr. Matlala, sorry. And he says Impala. What does that mean?
Me asking him about Impala. Oh, the time in Cape Town, like this thing in Camps Bay, he did mention for me he may have some Impala meat and stuff that we can have for our guests that time. So that's what I thought.
So it's like
So
meat.
yeah, now the other platforms, if you can see it goes with something for the guests and so forth. But the other platform about Impalas, I don't know which one are you referring to.
No, that's why I'm asking for clarity. I thought I heard Impala and I just thought I should clarify what does Impala mean when you ask for, organize something for the guests and it says Impala. So it's wild meat.
Yeah.
On page 91. So, Mr. Mogotsi here, sorry, Mr. Matlala, sorry, Mr. Mogotsi. Mr. Matlala is saying here, okay, when you get back, organize a proper setup going further, especially the main man behind all this. What is that? What does that mean? Who is the main man? And what does it mean? This is after your meeting at Houghton.
See, I cannot really confirm the big man, but usually, most of the time, Kat was expecting to actually meet with the minister. He wanted to so desperately to have a session with him. But then I did not, I can't remember, I think it was the minister. He never wanted, because I've once said I can arrange chief of staff and general secretary. He didn't want them. It means he referred to to the minister.
So that is what that refers to.
Yeah, that he's looking for the big man.
Okay. And then on page 93, Mr. Matlala is asking you to go to the media, whether you can go to the media about articles that were about crime intelligence information, it seems. Splash funds, consumption. And this is where I suppose where it gets confusing, where we get your statement and you tell the committee that you are a crime intelligence contact agent and you are busy with heavy investigations with Mr. Matlala, and every exchange, most of it is in relation to investigations that you've conducted. But the only one, like I've said earlier, was only in relation to the tender. That's the only investigation that's on record. Why is this exchange about crime intelligence? Was this part of your investigations, or what does this exchange mean? And the reason why I'm asking this is because we've had people from crime intelligence come before the committee and say, well, we don't want to make this information available because some of it might relate to properties which might affect witness protection and the like. And some are, and we've seen it, have been, because I believe there were charges as well of information being made available to the public, which is considered crime intelligence information, and how that is viewed in a very serious light and a very serious transgression. But now we have somebody from crime intelligence busy exchanging this kind of information with somebody who's supposedly investigating. It seems really strange. Why would you exchange information, and why would you even discuss with Mr. Matlala that he could possibly publish the information? And did he in fact publish the information?
But it is him who sends to me.
Mm.
And he asked me if he can run the story. My guy want to run the story. And then and I said to him, I came on Friday. And then, and I asked, and I responded that he must share first to see what is it that he wanted to publish. And the answer to say, why would we share information? Now, now you see the information is already on the third person beside me and Kate that he wanted to share. And this information as to, you are talking about the crime intelligence officers and them who cannot disclose this information and so forth and stuff like that. And you ask me, you see, I'm not a crime intelligence officer.
So you don't prescribe to the protocol that's applicable to them.
It's not that you prescribe or you don't prescribe. I'm saying,
But there are
once
laws.
the information, now perhaps this should be clarified. Here's the information in front of me. And if even the committee will, including Madlanga, where the information is brought before the committee, the same committee which has so much power to even someone, the IGI or whoever to deal with this, it means the committee is not going to get any truth. We are investigating the allegations as the committee. You'll never get the truth because whoever who's doing anything wrong is doing it knowingly. It cannot be used against him because it's classified. Now there comes information to people like us. It gets out there and it is presented here. Now people get charged. It means the truth will never come out. Hence I asked, if possible, if the committee could summon, including the suspended Inspector General of Intelligence, possibly he has the power to, because he has the report, this IGI report. Maybe the committee may have access to it and look into it. Now, the truth that whatever information that we give you, it comes in bits and pieces. It means it will never work.
Do you see how you're asking the committee to come and help you
Yeah.
in relation to crime intelligence or allegations
Information
against,
that way.
yeah, allegations against crime intelligence and possibly investigate that further to see if those people should be charged? That's essentially what you're asking the committee. No?
No.
What are you asking the committee to do?
The committee to meet with the IGI, with the information in the committee, get the prosecuting authority and say, is this prosecutable or not?
But it should be investigated, isn't it?
The
Before you
IGI has
reach to that
investigated.
level.
The IGI,
Yes.
there is a finding of the IGI. Again, if a property has been bought with the state money, he has the title deed, and is registered on an individual. Now we have to declassify it before, or there's no any commission of crime committed.
But you see, and I don't want to go back to it, but you see the difficulty that I've raised earlier about you coming to the committee and asking for classified information to be declassified and this exchange of classified information in WhatsApp text between yourself and Mr. Matlala, but you're not willing to at all give anything to this committee in relation to what you've done insofar as Mr. Matlala is concerned.
It's not that I don't want to give. We have given you, it is you, evidence leader, who had to hide that information, the evidence, the only evidence I told you. This is the only evidence I have that the property was bought as a title deed and this is the amount. Because it's classified, we understand. And I've requested rather through the committee, maybe after this session, the same way communication has been sent to us, to me, I get a letter detailing, this is what we want, this is what we want, this is what we want, corroborate this, just whatever that I said. So that, like in the case of that informant who was killed, I know who was the handler, and I know the investigating officer who investigated the murder, I know the commander of the handler. It can be corroborated 100%. And then with this one, the property, here it is, then you get whoever who must lead the prosecution for the prosecution of these people.
Okay. I think we're talking past each other, but I was trying to say that information is put in front of the committee. Be it redacted, yes, we note that, but the committee will know where to find it. But the committee won't know where to find is what your investigations in relation to Mr. Matlala.
Yeah, but Chairperson, it seems like I have promised that there is something that we got against Matlala and is about to be arrested and so forth. If there is an investigation, depending where it is, there are state institutions that are investigating Matlala, where when you participate, you give your handler, he meets with them and give them that information, and they take it further. It's not that from me you can obtain any written statement or anything written. I've said that. Because once the committee can call us to do that, is when I'm going to involve my handler, whom he will involve his structures, the institution commanders going up on how to deal with the committee on the information.
You know, there's a reason why I keep going back there. And you, on your own version, have also confirmed that there seems to be links, there seems to be the people that you've referred to in your statement that you were assisting are also people that are known to Mr. Matlala. And then we have information, the exchange of information that's taking place, which, like I keep saying, makes you also wonder, why would you exchange such high-level information? And why would you rely on links provided by Mr. Matlala to investigate senior officials? And then we are faced with WhatsApp text, like we have here on page 103 and 104, where Matlala is saying to you that you said on page 103 at the bottom, I think he needs cash. And Matlala say, okay, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information is worth it. So do you see how it is, one would wonder what the nature of the investigations were and why you would rely on links provided by Matlala and why you would consider it trustworthy? Do you see how interlinked the information is and why it's so important to at least get a sense of what these investigations were? Because you've brought serious allegations against senior officials with links that are provided by Matlala. And then we have Khan, who's supposed to be the one that's wrongfully being disciplined. And I'm not questioning whether there was just, that's not the point. But the point being made is, you said that facts were fabricated against Khan by senior officials. And this is the same Khan that is also referred to by Matlala. And that's the point. I'm not going into the merit of the disciplinary proceeding. But do you see how interlinked these things are and why one would wonder what you were doing with him? So what do you have to say to that? What was his reference to
Yeah.
General Khan on page 104?
Yeah,
What was
also-
his relationship
also
with
check your
Khan?
clock, Advocate, Boyd.
Huh?
Also check your clock.
Can I ask for 5 minutes?
Okay,
To close
you
up.
can wrap up, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I got from 103. Yes,
103 to 104.
yes. You see, this is now, if you check it correctly, it goes with almost the date of the recording. When I said, I think this guy want cash, it is the same colonel that I said he was referred to my handler by Ket Matlala. And I went back to him and said, I think this guy want cash.
But do you see how,
And I said, I just wish you could help him with a statement because he was not putting some of the things into context. And that's why he said, if information he give is worth it, he should Khan should help him. But I never pursued because I couldn't get hold of Khan. I didn't know him.
but do you see
I
how,
get what-
how even more complicated it gets with your explanation? Because your explanation suggests that was there really then an issue? I mean, if you are the one that was investigating Mr. Matlala and if it was something that probably taints his character as a very, very poorly, or because why else would you investigate him? You must suspect him of something. But here you are assisting a witness who's coming with unverified facts.
No, I wanted to know,
Do you understand
understand.
how it looks?
but the issue here is, Chairperson, I wanted to know if somehow Ket sent this man is to say all these things. Because now, to me, it was like he kept on talking about the bag, if to whether he wants money. That's what I wanted to know. And you are correct, because the thinking of yourself, counsel, is that when there is an investigation of a clandestine one, you can never show a person that you're investigating. You will live with that person as normal as possible. It's just that there are so many instances of people who went to prison who realized on the day of conviction that the people he was with were actually police. It has happened. And this person, after being convicted, his bail is forfeited immediately. Not forfeited, is returned and is kept in custody. He then awaits for sentencing. It happened because the involvement of people working with him, unaware that these people are agents.
I'll just close it off with this, with a reference to page 111 and I think it goes to 112. Now, in your statement, I believe you said that you were the one who decided to expose this plot against General Khan, and that was essentially the reason why he managed to get out of it, this plot that was against him, because you facilitated that. But here, why is the same information in with Mr. Matlala? And do you see how it's starting to look now? And you said yourself it was around this time when everything was happening. So you've placed him within the time, when the plot was happening, in the thick of it. Why is this? Do you have an explanation for that?
This is the advert which went to the media.
Yeah, did he publish it or did you publish it? Who published the article to the
I
media?
wrote in the statement that it was through me that it was published.
And then you afterwards sent it to Mr. Matlala?
No, he sent it to me.
He sent it to you?
Yes.
Okay.
And I couldn't tell him that I'm the one who published it.
No, you have discussed it with him, because if we turn the page, you said to him you're disappointed. And his response to it suggests that you've had discussions about it. He said, well, I thought this was in your favor. So
Yeah.
if you look at page 113, so
Yes.
he's fully aware of what's going on.
No, but he said he thought it's in my favor. This is part of their plan against Khan. That's what he
Yes.
said. And I couldn't tell him that. That's why I say, of this kind, you can't tell him that this thing leaked because of whatever.
Okay.
He even said, I thought it's you who published the story down there.
Okay. I didn't get to the rest of the statement, but I'm sure members will be able to get that. Very, very short paragraphs. And should I close it?
Okay, that's fine. I think members will be able to cover some of the aspects that you would not have been able to reach.
Yeah.
But also, there is also an opportunity after members have asked to do a sweep up in terms of aspects, important aspects that you think that should have been covered, but they were not. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Locate Mogotsi. Thank you so much, Mr. Oupa Brown Mogotsi, for that cordial conversation with the council. Now it's time for members to interact with the witness. Traditional times are going to apply. But I think please take note that Honorable Sokanyile has assumed a full member status. Honorable Brettenbach, between Honorable Sokanyile, we are going to reverse that full member status if you're making noise. Honorable Brettenbach, who between Honorable Klopa and Honorable Kolabana will assume the full member status?
Honorable Kalabonard.
Thank you so much. Okay, welcome. Honorable, we'll come to you, Mr. Mogotsi. Honorable Mvalo.
No, I wanted to remind you about the recording.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. You wanted to say, Advocate Mkhize, the Secretariat says here, I've been asking about the recording. The Secretariat says it is with you.
Taking care of it now, Chair. I'm sending it.
Okay, how long is it?
There's actually two. One is 1 minute. One is, I think, 2 minutes. So it's two, but sort of related.
Okay. Okay. Can you quickly do that so that we're able to place it? Mr. Brown Mogotsi, you raised your hand. You wanted to raise something?
Yes, that's
With the
correct, Chair.
committee.
Thank you so much, Chair. It's just a small concern from what happened previously in the committee. It's a well-known fact, especially about Honorable Julius Malema, And you know what he has injected throughout the past years, the nature, the power, the influence. I even saw Donald Trump crying, saying, arrest this man, arrest this man. That's how influential Honorable Malema is.
Okay,
And,
what
and I was so
paragraph of the
concerned.
statement is that?
I'm bringing my concern, yes. Now, imagine that power attached to Honorable Malema. You know, he spoke here and said, this Mogotsi must come here. I shot at my car and I didn't want to open a case. Also that I'm claiming to be an agent. It's not only Honorable Malema, by the way, but I felt that this power, you know, it can crush me and I may not be seen. Again, I must come and appear here. And 3 weeks back, the same incident happened to that other guy who was shot at 16 times. And not even one bullet touched him, and nobody said he shot at himself. In his statement, he said, I didn't open the case. So I needed also to say, I did open a case the following, after that day. And they found some DNAs, and they just need me to take out my DNA so that they can compare people who were involved in the car. The second one was the team, MK. You know, how that really, I couldn't believe. One said to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, are you a white brown Mogotsi? And then they say, I wanted pizzas and I may come here and I'm spoiled. And given that I must still come and appear before honorable members, those aspersions, it's just my concern that maybe they'll say something about it, no? Because this is an honorable house. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so you are just alarming us with a concern of what you think that honorable members may have said in different capacities, but in relation to the work that is done both by the commission and the ad hoc committee.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. Especially that I must come and appear. Probably there is a predetermined position which I will not be able to dispute. Like I say, I can be easily crushed. And be spoken by such powerful influence people in that way.
Okay, Mr. Mogotsi, we wish to assure you that this process is an absolutely neutral process that is inquisitorial in nature, that seeks to extract evidence and truth out of what has been accused before it. We would have long discussed at the beginning of the proceedings of this committee issues relating to any potential bias, any potential conflict, so as to ensure that the process itself is fully impartial. And we can assure you that we would have traversed and touched a lot of corners legally and otherwise to ensure that all who comes and assists the work of this committee is protected. Of course, through different capacities, members are going to echo some of the views in relation to some of the people that may have been involved. Actually, if you only speak about public comments, there are people who have actually opened cases against some of the people who appear before this committee. But we would have taken a long-standing decision that as long as that conviction is not a rigid conviction, was if you test the potential bias concept, as long as one has got doesn't have an intention to be rigid and can be convinced otherwise if provided a proper platform. So that's how we've coined it. Hence, even the members that would have been part of the discussions on potential bias issues are still part of the committee. So we assure you all that which is required of you is to answer fully and satisfactory from the questions posed by the members. All the best, and I can assure you that these members are the nicest people in the world. Okay. Honorable Sangoni, who from your team will start?
It is the Chief Whip, Chairperson. Can we just confirm amount of time that we've got? Is it 30 minutes per member?
Full members, 30 minutes, alternates 15. So that's the traditional times. It's the maximum.
Thank you.
It can also be 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
What?
Audio, Chair.
It's still prepared, the audio is still prepared.
Chair, Honorable Sokanyile is a sellout to the alternate.
What did she do now?
She took a full member status. That's a sellout.
So she was supposed to have rejected
In
it.
10 years.
Advocate Maria, do we have an audio or not?
It's not, it's a video, it's a clip from a interview with ENCA, I believe, and I sent it to Vonani. It's not an audio per se, it's a video clip, yes. And I had trouble sending it, so it's probably taking a while to get through.
Okay, in the meantime, can we proceed? You'll indicate both yourself and Mr. Ramano when you are ready. Can we, Chief Whip?
No, thanks, Chair.
Yeah,
Good
proceed.
afternoon to you. Good afternoon to colleagues and good afternoon to Mr. Mogotsi. Mr. Mogotsi, thanks. I think the first question I want to...
Hey, apologies, Chief Whip. There's something I missed to do. It's going to be you, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Bredenbach, Honorable Kola Barnard, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mateus, Honorable Sols, Honorable James, then Honorable Vessels, then it's going to be Honorable Sols, Honorable Vessels, then Honorable James. Then it will be Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Skosan, and Honorable Kloba. In that order. We'll announce if we are to take a break anytime. Chief, please proceed. Or the video is ready, Chief.
Chair, can I just indicate to you that there is a commitment which I can't postpone. I doubt I'm going to take even more than 15 minutes.
Okay.
So I was beginning to be worried when you are deferring time more and more, because I think in the midst of these questions, if I have to leave, I'm going to have to leave and indicate to you so that Honorable Sangoni can deal with them. There is an emergency that needs my attention. Here, I will come back in an event where there's still time we are not done. So thank you very much. I think the first question I wanted to raise, Mr. Mogotsi. The investigations that you were conducting about Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, His Majesty, the Zulu King, Misuzulu Kazwelithini, related to them being captured or working with the CIA. In your information, they work with them to what end? What is the objective? Why do they work with them? And maybe to explain the extent to which, in terms of your findings, their work for the CIA is succeeding or failing. And if it is failing, what are the reasons? If it is succeeding, what should be done to stop it? Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I have alluded, the case which was opened in Midrand by the 8 and the Prince Zulu, in the statement, the suspicions emanate from what they have written. insofar as the Richards Bay terminal was concerned. And they thought that now that in that statement, the coal may not be going to, because that coal was benefiting Israel so much. And according to that statement, this way I'm relying, is that they're being activated to serve those interests, and to say whether they are succeeding or failing, since those were just simple allegations that we wanted to verify, and I had to even to go to Kenya, and I cannot give an answer whether they're succeeding or not. But the investigation was as a result of the statement that was written in the case that was open with that.
So they were intervening in the work that they were engaged on in terms of your information. You are saying that the coal that is is shipped out of Richards Bay, most of it, we are arguing that is intended to Israel. Is that what you are saying?
That's correct.
So when they were intervening, His Majesty and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, they are intervening in order to do what? In order to make sure that the coal continues to be sent in big volumes to Israel, or intervening against the people who were intending to block that coal going to Israel.
Yes.
And who were those people?
Yeah, what I've raised earlier was that even so, the same praise, they were in engagement. The intention from the discussion was that it seems the plan was to contract these Chinese to also utilize the terminal, as opposed to those that are in transporting to Israel. Now the conflict started there, and the case was precisely open because, according to them, the PKTT members or General Mkhwanazi was sending a lot of police to harass them, to threaten them. And in those altercations, they'll keep making reference to the coal. Now the case were opened 2 or 3 times in KZN, and the matters could not be investigated, matters gone anyway. That's how they got in touch through my handler to come and open case routing.
So what is the role of the king in that case? Because in your statement, you are making references to the fact that we know there is a litigation, a legal dispute relating to the Zulu kingdom. Now you are making references to the fact that the side of the Zulu family, if we were to put it that way, which is backing up Prince Smakate to become the king, got abused and harassed by PKTT members. And you are saying that harassment is as a result of the loyalty of His Majesty King Mrs. Zwelithini to the Israelis.
No,
How do we connect that?
because these other ones, the intention was to do the contract through the Chinese.
Which one? The Smakate?
The Smakate.
They were going to be part of the contract with the
Contract with
Chinese.
the Chinese, and the power of the KZN provincial, like police, was influenced to harass them from making that decision. Now, if you check, I remember he was asked this question as to, do you have the authority to sign this contract? Because they say there's the Majesty who could possibly sign on behalf of the kingdom. And he said that particular portion in terms of whatever belongs as part of his rights. Yeah.
You know, there's a line of discussion that Advocate Muisa was following with you. And all of us, many of us, were keenly interested in your answers, but it was difficult really to get a proper explanation. So let me try and rephrase part of that question. And I will give you an example. For instance, in your statement, on paragraph 103, You are making references to you assisting Mr. Matlala to open a case with subs in Soweto. But we also know, not from that paragraph, that Mr. Matlala made certain favors to you in terms of money, booking certain people. Now, what is not coming out very clear, which is what she was asking you to clarify. Why are you so cozy, very close to the extent that you acquire favors to the person that you are actually and effectively investigating because he is part of a particular criminal network in our country? How does one, in a simple term, explain that in a manner that can be understood by ordinary South Africans?
Thank you, Chair. First, I must emphasize, I do not believe Ket Matlala is a member of a particular, this big five and stuff. I don't believe. And the part where I assisted him, there's nothing to do with his criminality or anything. He was harassed by the members of the PKTT. According to him, he opened the case in Brooklyn, could not be registered. The paragraph said, then I activated my handler that if he comes to Soweto, he should open the case. And that's what happened. And then the part that you're investigating a person and he funded this thing of the January 8. You know, I so wish there was probably a situation where they say Matlala gave me a subcontract or he gave me he gave me something to benefit directly myself and my family and business. So if there are a list of people coming to Cape Town, having a celebration, the money coming through, channeled through me, now it's like the money came to me. And it may be wrong at the layman's thinking to say this man, even though he's being investigated, he actually insisted he wanted to buy a table that time. And he couldn't buy the table. And secondly, even the handler said he must not be involved with the minister, he must not come to the minister. And we stood by assisting the traveling and stuff, 149,000.
You are also saying in paragraph 104, Mr. Matlala told you that General Masemula as well as General Kele wanted to oust Minister Mkhwanazi. Did he explain for what purpose were they engaged in such
No, he did not explain, Chairperson, but I believe even before this committee, he did mention that former Minister Begitele wanted a way to arrest Nzonkuno. He did speak and that's what he told me. And he never gave information as to how are they going to do that.
Why did you not ask? Because I mean, somebody comes to you and share an information as negative as that one.
Yes.
Why would you decide to ignore making a follow-up question as to for what purpose?
It's not to ignore as such. One will think, oh, former Begitele now that there's no more here, that's the only reason he'll want to remove Minister.
No, but that can't be a rational explanation, Mr. Mogotsi, because ministers come and go.
Yeah.
We have no evidence that when ministers are removed or the term of office has ended, all of them then queue up to plot some agenda to oust their predecessors, their successors.
Yes.
So we can't accept as a rational conclusion on your part that I didn't ask this question because I knew that now that he's not coming back, he may be having a vengeance towards Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi was not appointed. I mean, Cele was not removed by Mkhwanazi. His term of office came to an end.
Yes.
And he did not come back to parliament. You are saying that as well in your own statement.
Yes.
And then somebody comes to you and say, there is a plot that is going on, and people who are engineering the plot is the chief of police in the country working with the former minister.
Yes.
Why would a responsible South African like you simply not ask a question, but to what extent? Because these things might have serious security implications
Yes,
to our country, to you, to your family, and everybody else.
true.
So why can't you ask a question?
Yeah.
For what purpose?
Yeah, the difference is, as human beings, what you think, I'll never think, Honorable Member and Chairperson. If a person give me this information, obviously, I'll just let my handler know that there is this plot. Because he further spoke about making sure that General Sibia is out of the service. If I informed my handler, that's where I stopped, but I did not ask him, and I took it very serious to an extent that one will say, we'll see how will that happen. And you,
I mean, but Mogotsi, Mr. Mogotsi, you are from your own statement, and I'm going to come to that issue later to just to deal with it a bit. You have informed us that you were trained as part of the self-defense unit, which was almost something like a successor following the disbandment of the Mkhwanazi. And surely, your level of consciousness about matters of security cannot be equivalent to mine, who was a pure civilian. Somebody comes to you and say, I have an information that the chief of police in this country is engaged in an agenda or a plot to oust a sitting minister of police. How does it become normal that you don't ask, where do you get that information and for what reason do you think they're engaged in that plot?
yeah, Chairperson, if he says he heard it from former Minister Begitele, like I said, I did tell my handler. Obviously, he has informed the relevant people in handling that. Information as it comes, that's my job, is to make sure it reaches where it must go. And it's not that I was meeting Kat for the first or the last time. If that, I was happy that he came and he did say, former minister must give, said he must give me money so that they can arrest Minister Senzumkulu. He said that. And nobody in the committee asked him to the same questions that you're asking. At least the person who told me, he was telling the same committee. Nobody asked him, but to which extent and why would you want to do that? Because at the time when you talk to somebody, it's not everything that the third person will think that will automatically comes to me. I may have a different approach to this as opposed to how an honorable member will expect me to do.
No, we can deal with what questions we pose to Mr. Matala, and whether in your own opinion, those questions were insufficient. We can deal with that maybe much more later. But the issue here is about you.
Yes.
Because when the interaction happened between you and Mr. Matala, you had no knowledge that at some point these matters may be ventilated before the ad hoc committee.
That's correct.
And me, I'm asking you about your frame of mind at that time.
Yes.
As a trained person in security. How should South Africans see you in the context of that? Remember, you are not an ordinary civilian who has had no exposure to a training, but you are being told by somebody, I have an information that the former minister is engaged in an agenda to oust the sitting minister and is working in cahoot with the National Commissioner of Police.
As long as
And then you just go away and say, I'm going to tell my handler, and then that's all.
if I told my handler, that's why.
What did your handler say when you told him or her?
He'll handle it and he'll report it to the relevant.
So he didn't care about the details?
No, it's not that he didn't care. There are so many things that happened after that. That is why even when I came to Cape Town, I made sure that the handlers, among the list of people who came with me in Cape Town during this thing of Matla, because we thought he was also coming, and he didn't come.
One of the observations I've made, Mr. Mkhwanazi, arising from your statement and your interaction here with the evidence leaders, is that the nature of your work, then or today, I don't know whether you are no longer part of that, say what is crime intelligence operation, whatever the title that you have. But my sense is that the nature of the work you are engaged on relies a lot, that work relies a lot on misleading, telling lies, and also sometimes it depends on what I call subterfuge. Subterfuge. Will I be wrong when I say, because you interact with Mr. Matlala in a particular way, you conceal certain information to him, you go and interact with somebody else, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, you go to other people, but the nature of your work means that you must be somebody that in your conduct has a capacity to tell lies, because you don't want people to know your actual motives. Am I wrong or right if I'm saying
You're
that?
correct.
I'm correct.
100%. Provided you report to the handler, and I'll give example. You cannot take papers and apply for a loan fraudulently and say I was on duty. You cannot drive police car marked because the police officer probably is sleeping or you have access
Sure.
because you say you are an agent.
Yeah.
It must be, this legend building, it applies properly and must be reported.
Okay.
If there is a CIT to take place Friday, we talk to a handler, we activate the police, there will be someone involved, and this person will call himself Jabu. He will say he knows where to borrow the firearms. There comes me again to tell my handler, they say they have to rent firearms. We need money to give them to rent firearms.
Yeah. So but in summary, you are agreeing with me that
yes,
the
100%.
nature of your work,
Yes.
it
It's
engages
false.
with the
It's-
business of telling lies.
Yeah, but it's called creating a false life.
Okay.
Yes.
Should we therefore not be surprised in future as a committee if we discover that in your interaction with us, you also have falsified certain things? Should we depart from this sitting, understanding that in future we may discover, because I mean the people you have been engaging with and falsifying information only happen to discover that situation through the Majanga Commission, and I'm sure it's validated by your appearance before us.
Yes.
So I'm saying, what could be the reasons for us not to believe that tomorrow, which may not be just the day after today, but tomorrow in a sense of the future,
Yes.
we're likely to discover that some of the assertions you have shared with us are not factually correct and they are not true. And that's part of the nature of your work.
It cannot happen like that. This is not an operation. This is now an appearance where you take an oath. And the intention is to help the committee with the truth, with the information, to arrive at a certain conclusion. And in case there is something, I'll give example. I don't know from where this question is coming. I was talking to the evidence leader, showing her a certain name, saying, you know this name, how this person died. I'm scared to show this name. But I ended up giving the name to her. It's because she'll have to come either to the chair or to you to say, this we're not going to talk about. Rather, we hide it. I cannot lie you cannot lie in this platform. It's not an operation. This is a hearing.
Okay. Now, you are also making reference to yourself as, I think somewhere you are saying, in addition to these activities of the self-defense unit, you are also associated with or you are a member of the ANC. I want to assume that, knowing I'm quite certain you know that I'm also a member of the ANC. I want to assume that you are familiar with the fact that part of what constitutes the value system of the ANC is being honest, is being principled, and is to be beyond reproach in your private and public life. which means that not to do the things that you are doing in your life, which is to tell lies as part of your work. Why do you think that, because when you square the circle with somebody whose survival depends on falsifications and lies to a larger extent, and what I'm saying briefly are values of the organization you claim to belong to. How do we put a square to that and say this is possible?
Yeah, everyone, chairperson, honorable members, goes to work. And the ANC constitution it doesn't say people can kill, people can do whatever. If a soldier goes to work, he gets there, he fights, he kills people. It doesn't mean he's been politically incorrect when he's doing his work. And I'm saying, you check, you can't lie to achieve a false life, to achieve something that is not tangible. It must be something that will help the country. You cannot give an example about the recording, the same recording. Here comes a guy, like I've been questioned, did you verify him? What if he lied? And I say, he's a police officer. He said, it's a plot to fire this general from work. But for me to help you, he's talking to certain people. I'll want the promotion or something. Now, the same police officers who knows my job, they bring me in, come. Because a police officer can't lie and say, I'm working in the minister's office. He cannot write that affidavit. But as long as my handler knows, I wrote that, we recorded the guy is being charged. Now, this is exactly what happened in Madlang. You know why? It is the first time someone comes in public and speak like I do, that this is what I'm doing. You know, today, here in Cape Town, I saw one colleague of mine doing the same thing.
Lying.
Not lying, I know his work.
Okay.
But I will see him with a different person. I will see him like, I cannot tell this person, hey, this man is like me. Yes, but it must be within the confinement of this principle that you are given as an operator.
But would you agree with me, Mr. Mogotsi, that in the light of what we now know about you,
yes,
and we're still going to know as my colleagues are engaging with you,
yes,
it's quite clear that those who see themselves as genuine members of the party you claim to belong to will not want to be associated with a character like that one. I know you may want to say, well, there are other people in the ANC who are doing wrong things, there are other people who are this. They themselves, those ones that you may be thinking of now as you're about to answer my question, equally would not be belonging to what is meant to be a genuine membership of the ANC.
That's correct. And that's why I don't occupy any position. I'm just a member of the ANC. And I've even said, being a Methodist, being fired from church cannot stop you from praying.
Yeah.
And constitutionally, I will not do anything in my branch or in the ANC that result in being associated with
because
crime.
they don't. Oh, I thought you were saying you'd not do anything that has to do with your responsibility as a member because they don't deserve somebody like you.
Yeah, but in my branch, maybe you saw it when the PKTT goes there, how much I go out for my sub-region and my province. And, I don't know, this is so difficult. That's why I asked if possible, if through the chairperson, one can just bring 3 or 4 projects and missions that I have done. And you check, you will see a different name and the outcome, conviction and sentence as to what must you call me. It's unfortunate that this is the life I'm in now.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. I think let me pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Committee Secretary. Said the first one is 1 minute.
think that's the clip that I referred to, yes.
There's only one.
That's one.
Can you explain it again?
Chair, I said that's the clip that I was referring to when I asked Mr. Mogotsi about knowing Mr. Matlala since 2023.
Sit.
That I paid for it.
To send that letter to Matlala, to send that letter to Matlala.
She assisted with so many things, school fees. One media house interviewed someone who was doing artificial intelligence and what that I paid for his studies and stuff. Some of the assistants came from Matlala. That's how I know him.
So you felt loyal to him to warn him that, look,
no,
this...
it was an excitement. Remember, the political task team harassed him more than once. Now, he was always complaining to me that he really wants to meet the minister. He wants to complain and give him his frustrations.
Why would he say that to you, that he really wants to meet the minister if you're not an associate
He
of the
knows
minister? You're
he's
not
my
the
comrade.
link.
No, he knows I'm his comrade. I'm the one who was running his branding when Senzo Mkhwanazi wanted to be a Secretary General of the ANC in 2017. I was running his branding.
So you are a direct link then to Senzo Mkhwanazi. Is that why Kat Matlala asked you that, please, can you help me meet
Not
the
in
minister?
the police environment, as a comrade. As a comrade.
But can you see how problematic that looks?
Yes.
That you are trying to link Kat Matlala to Senzo Mkhwanazi. Yes, who's a comrade, but who's in the police.
Yeah.
When Matlala is a person that has all these allegations of criminality behind it. Can you see why this is problematic?
I can see why you think it's problematic. In January, Kat Matlala was not arrested. Matlala, I didn't know him as a criminal. But check now. Hey, Mr. Brown, hey, the police after me, what political task team and all those things. There are so many allegations with Matlala made about also General Mkhwanazi that I cannot mention. I've asked him for a statement. I've asked him if he can allude to what he was saying. Since he did not use it to writing, I cannot mention. But the moment the team is dissolved, I was at liberty to say, hey, my man, this problem of political task team is now over, they are dissolved. Not in the context that I have influenced it, that it should be dissolved, or my proximity to Comrade Senzo has led to its dissolvement.
Sorry, Chair, it appears that the other one was actually relating to the, dealing with the Northwest, the health tender. It's the second clip I just sent to Vonani. Sorry, Chair. I got the clips mixed up.
The second clip is not open. Okay, let's try to fix it. But in the meantime, can you proceed with Honorable Sokanyile? Can you try to attend to the clip thing? It seems to be problematic in terms of opening. Honorable Sokanyile, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Afternoon, Datu Matlan. That it.
Your
So,
mic is also off.
hey,
It's Brown Mogotsi, but Namatlala.
sorry. It is because of this brown matlala thing. Dumela Ntate Mogotsi. Sorry about that, sorry.
Thank you, thank you.
Just looking at paragraph in your statement that refers to your qualification, whereby you are saying that you didn't pass matric in 1996. You wrote a matric in 1996, but you didn't pass. Looking at that, could you say when did you start your schooling?
It was in 1985, I think.
In which primary?
Yeah, no, I was in class 1984, 85. Yes, 86, I was in grade 2. Yes, I started school in the time.
Okay.
That's
In
correct.
which primary school?
In Mafike Mulema Primary School.
Then the grade 12,
The grade 12, I did the distance learning.
that is matric, that you
Standard
didn't
10.
pass,
It was standard 10, yeah. It was a distance learning.
distance
At
learning
Abed School, yes. In
Where?
Ubud, in Mahike.
in Mahike.
That's correct.
Then where do you reside?
A question again, Honorable Member?
Where do you reside?
I stay in Mahike.
In Mahike.
That's correct.
You are from there.
I was born there.
You never went to stay in any other place.
I stayed in many places. I stayed in Soweto. I grew up in Soweto. I sold in the train in Soweto. I speak almost all the languages in Soweto. In Shawela, I stayed in Naledi. I stayed in Maletsani.
Then in BM1, paragraph 1 of your statement, why do you cite the residents being 2927 Chawelo, Soweto, and not talk about Mahike?
Yeah, but I did mention I stayed in Soweto. I stayed in Shawela, I stayed there. And then in 1927 in Mumalo Street, Shawela, when I was selling the train, I was staying there. It's in Shawela Extension 2.
Or is it because of your work? That's why you have to lie and say your residence is Chawelo, not say the correct one.
Yeah, but in a circumstance like this, when you run this operation in Johannesburg and making submissions and all so forth, there's no way I can ever give, except in circumstances of this nature, the actual address where I stay. There was no way, but this is where I was staying.
Please pause a little. Malema.
No, when she says, where did you study matric? She doesn't mean necessarily the place, she means the institution. So you are saying you studied in Mahike. Which institution, even if you're doing long distance, which institution did you write your long distance matric?
Oh, that's correct. And like I said, at first I enrolled with them in college, and then with them I couldn't afford and write at the center, so I chose an Abed Center in the Rehon area to write my exam, but I did not pass.
In which school?
in 1 year. Okay.
In Damelin College here in Braamfontein, there's a correspondence college there.
In Damelin,
That's
in
correct.
Joburg.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, in paragraph 14 and 15, you indicate that the section head undercover operation would dispose to an affidavit that you were not a crime intelligence undercover agent. You are indeed registered as an agent for crime intelligence. Is it so?
That's correct.
Then looking at that paragraph, if you're going to look at that paragraph 16, we are saying that there were individuals who disposed the affidavit about you being newly appointed in the crime intelligence. And they were asked to fabricate facts through a stated affidavit in order to discredit you. And you are saying that the people who instructed those individuals to have that fabricated information about you, they were instructed by Lieutenant General Khumalo and General Lushaba to do so. Do you think this information you are telling us, it's a social information to say it's Lieutenant General Khumalo? When I'm saying that it's a social, you can confirm to this committee that it's them, nobody else.
Thank you. I don't know if, should I give a yes or no, or I should elaborate a bit on that? Because
To elaborate, why do you pick them, these two?
one, the colonel, his name is not mentioned here. He was working in the support staff. And I'm aware that in 2024, he went to work as a colonel in the office of Major General Lushaba. Now, by virtue that Lieutenant General Khumalo was able to say, I have access to this police information and is the head of crime intelligence, it can be the only one who can tell this person to attest to write this affidavit, because he feels that as a head of crime intelligence, to say this is final. There's no other way this can be opposed. And I'm linking General Lushaba in this because this colonel is working in his office, in his division. That's the reason.
Do you have anything maybe to confirm that instruction?
No, I do not have. I did mention.
Balwa.
I did mention that, Chairperson, the information I'm giving will always be raw, and in most cases I will have to bring someone to corroborate this. But so far as this colonel came in 2024, he cannot even know these all other agents. Yeah, he cannot.
Or is it one of those individuals that were instructed who informed you?
Yeah, as you put
Or it's a person that you cannot name to us?
Or the person who wrote the affidavit, the name is not, I cannot mention here. The name is somehow hidden here. His names and IDs and everything. Now I'm saying I may be wrong. I'm just feeling that probably I must put it in the proper way. That I feel that this instruction came from Major General Lushaba. He's working with Major General Lushaba. And in the crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo is the divisional head, is the head of crime intelligence. It is him who can just tell a person that I am not in that space.
You know what worries me? You are saying that you may be wrong. It's for the first time you are saying that.
Yes.
I've been listening to you giving information to say that you don't give an information that is the truth. You need to give a falsified information. Were you not saying that?
No, Chair. I was saying during operations, one will engage in operation in a falsified, and not that every time, but in this case of maybe wrong, because the moment you say, can I produce an instruction that was written, whether it was verbal or written? That's why I'm admitting that I've written this because I know it is only Major General Lushaba who can inform this person to write this affidavit. Nobody else.
When you were employed as a contact agent with crime intelligence, were you registered in the same year?
Yeah, there you get recruited. It's not employment in the sense of having a personal number or something. What happens, they take your ID and then they bring a form where you sign and they take away some few weeks or days. They'll come back and start orientating a person on how these things and where and who to report to, when it's a problem, when the handler is not available, who to talk to. And then that's when I get registered with that file. But in this case, I was, of course, registered at first as an informant with a number that is provided in this BM 27 years. Now, in that sense, an informant, after being registered, being recruited, I could not be re-registered. You cannot have two numbers. So they do it in the manual form, and the file is kept by the handler.
Your name is put on the crime intelligence database, people owe. It is not kept anywhere.
No, it's kept by the handler. He knows, they have the file. If you have, I was explaining this during the day, Honorable Chairperson. In any country, there's no country that has a database of agents. Because where there is corruption, if one cop is corrupt alone, he can give out all the names of people who are doing things that are not lawful, and you'll have all the people being wiped out. There is a way in which the system is managed.
Okay.
Thank you.
In paragraph 18, you indicate that you worked on a number of operations during the period of 2009 up to 2021. Can you clarify the discrepancy? One, the CI official you rely says you were deregistered. Is the thing that you have just you have explained. But from 2009 up to 2021, and you were deregistered in 2001, and you only undertook operations in 2000. Can you again explain that?
Oh, okay. The 2009 comes in 2001, informant deregistered, and
then you have that number.
Yeah, but that yes, yes, that time. But that you are deregistered. But when you are recruited, they cannot give you another number.
You are going to use the
They know-
same number of 2001.
Yeah, the handler will know how and do whatever that he must use. But it's there. You cannot be registered twice on the same system. But most importantly, it was in 2009. But now 2009, there is a gap where you will not be doing anything. And most importantly, in between, from 2001 to 2009. That is when I was not doing anything. But 2009 to 2021, I've done them different projects and operations.
From 2009 up to
2021,
2021.
yes.
Now, from 2021,
There was nothing also.
There was nothing.
Yes, until when there was this PPE tender. But I wanted to mention this gap of 2009 and 2021.
Mm.
It was not an everyday thing. But in 2021, that's when, it's not that they give me a new number. It's when through somebody I was called to say, this general wants to meet with you. And then we started engaging. He told me about this PPE scandal and so forth. That's when I started working again with this other, with the handler.
Then in paragraph 12, that's why I'm asking. You are saying that you were appointed as an official informant for the South African Police Service. Then I want to check if then now you are officially appointed as an informant. There's no document, nothing whatsoever. Being an informant, it said verbal. There's no documentation.
I don't follow the paragraph.
Paragraph 12. After the STU's self-defense unit.
Yeah, this is the one I'm referring to as an informant, which appears on the other document that I was registered and deregistered in 2021.
So being officially appointed, there's nothing.
You have a number which was deregistered.
This was deregistered in 2001.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, no, it's fine then. Then on paragraph 22 now. Looking at paragraph 22. Why did you investigate the individuals that are mentioning there? Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, General Shaba Khan, all those people you are mentioning there in that paragraph. You are saying that it was part of the CI operations. Who directed you to investigate them?
Yeah, it talks of through Chairperson 2023-24. These are operations wherein I investigated and or engaged. For example, Minister Senzo Mtunu, I engaged with him. And we got here General Khan, whom I only at the time met after the recording. So this was contextualized during the preparation of the document to show that throughout this period, I dealt with these people.
Is there a report on your findings about all these investigations that you conducted about these individuals?
It will just be information, collection of information given to the handler, which is in the position to provide in this file.
It is kept with the handler, nowhere else that information. It's of no use to maybe the National Commissioner, or because the National Commissioner is part of the individuals being investigated, then the information will be kept by the handler.
Yeah, across the country, handlers keep information for their informants and underground agents.
Okay.
Yeah.
When is it disposed? Or when do
We have
you
access
inform?
Oh, thank you. I requested that, I even mentioned that my co-handler has been also subpoenaed to appear before Matlanga. I believe he's finalizing his submission in regard to that. They asked him specifically to deal with that information, which I believe he will also apply for in-camera representation. So he'll provide all these activities, because including from my handler and the co-handler.
Then if the handler dies, he dies with the information.
No, and indeed the handler did die before I went to Madlanga last year, but the co-handler, I believe he had access to the file. That's why you have a co-handler.
Okay. In paragraph 36, where you talk about yourself traveling to Kenya to look or to meet a gentleman with regard to CIA operations, who financed your traveling to Kenya? You're laughing at me
No, I'm not.
when I'm saying who financed your traveling to Kenya.
You know, some things you'll have to find a way to go, and when you come, you'll get the thing. But there I went on my own.
Or you got the ticket at the airport?
Yes, I flew with the ticket, and I've also attached a proof of the
I'm
passport.
saying that you got a ticket already paid at the airport.
No, I had to make ways to pay for it. And then it was not financed by the crime intelligence.
Okay. On paragraph,
Sorry, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Sangwani.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Sokanyile asked a very direct question. She said, who paid for it? Not who did not pay for it. Who paid for it?
Paid for it. I paid for it. I paid for it.
you said that he paid. Then can you elaborate on paragraph?
Hold on there, Honorable Sokanyile, or Malema.
How did you pay for it? EFT, cash,
E-wallet.
e-wallet,
No, it was paid for with EFT.
EFT. So EFT is in the bank statement. You can be able to provide us that bank statement or proof of payment.
Yes, I can look for it the way it was paid. Yes, I can look for it.
Oh, you're saying it's paid EFT. If
Yes,
it's EFT,
yes,
you go
yes.
to the same amount you press, you get a
The
proof
ticket
of
on the
payment.
name, yes, it's paid.
And then where do you get the money to pay for money that could be paid by a crime intelligence, if indeed it's a crime intelligence work?
In every thing we do, you have a team. In some instances, you talk to your handler. Sometimes he speaks to someone, and those kind of things get paid. It's a simultaneous question that they've been asked, who paid for my legal fees when I went to Madlanga? It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Or you're talking of crime intelligence.
You said you paid for your ticket.
Yes.
Now I ask you, how did you pay? You say EFT.
That's correct.
Then I say, where did you get the money? You say, you talk to the team, all of that, and then they put the money together and you find a way to pay.
That's
Which
correct.
means you didn't take your children's money and your wife's money. Some people came together, brought the money together, gave it to you or put it in your account, and you paid. You said people came together. We can't come together alone.
Yeah, Chairperson, Honorable Member was saying, how do you usually pay if the operation, how do you pay, how do you usually pay?
I never said that, Chair. Please protect me. I never said that. I said, how did you pay this one?
That's when I
And
said
then you
it was
said
paid.
EFT.
Yes.
And I said, where did you get the money? Why would you use your hard-earned money instead of using the money of the crime intelligence for intelligence work? And you said, usually you work with the team, they come together, and then they will put up something, and then you'll find a way to pay. And I'm saying to you, you are introducing a new element now. It's no longer you alone. There is a group that came together, gave you the money, maybe put the money into your account, and you ultimately paid. If that is the case, who are these people who came together?
And if that's the case, Honorable Malema, he's not the one who funded the trip.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the
Then,
case.
then I think I should give this thing properly, Chair. And thank you, Honorable Malema. The question comes in two folds. Is that did I use my money and who pays for the crime intelligence, whatever? At this current moment, I can assure you, Honorable Malema, that if I mention Major General Lushaba and those at the helm of the crime intelligence, it's very difficult for any operative or any CI agent who may not be in agreement, who can speak what I'm saying now, who can ever be funded or be assisted in the crime intelligence. It's a different
Can
thing.
we talk about
Stamford.
that Kenya?
Did you
trip?
or
Monica,
did
I
you
was
not
talking of the
get
two.
financial assistance
I agree. I said
from
they were-
crime intelligence
No,
on your trip to Kenya?
no, I did not. And I'm saying, as the thing stands now, many of agents who are working, who are not in agreement, I can tell you, if an affidavit can come like this and say, I'm not one, any other person who is labeled not to be one can never be funded by crime intelligence right now as we speak. So when I went to Kenya, it is indeed that now I get the point that,
Of your own.
yeah, was it supposed to say it's me from my pocket? Let me correct it. Yes, the money, as usual, since then, we've been assisted and then for me to travel.
were
And I was
assisted.
not traveling alone. For that matter, they are different. There's someone I was traveling with, but we assist one another. I have also put some money, but we have been assisted.
I'm very sorry, Chair.
Okay, hold on, Honorable Malema. Honorable Sokanyile, noting the time we're taking for you. Don't worry, don't panic. Honorable Malema, then we'll take Honorable Sangon.
No, you are not clarifying anything. You said you paid on your own. We accepted that. There's no need to repeat that. And you said you paid EFT. You even committed under oath that you can bring the
proof.
POP.
Yes.
And I asked the question, did you take your children's money to pay an intelligence operation? And if the answer remains yes, why would you do that if it's an intelligence operation?
Yes, and that's why I'm answering the second question, that as things stands now, there won't be any, it's not easy to access intelligence assistance now. From where I'm sitting, like if I can speak like this about the CFO and the head of crime intelligence, there is no way I can be assisted. I spoke about informants who bring a lot of information being paid like 3,000 rand, irrespective of the size of the project. Now, that's the second question. I was saying it's no more possible to be funded by the crime intelligence. But the first question you asked, did I pay from my pocket? Which I said, yes, in the beginning. I said, yes, I paid it from my pocket. And further confirmed that it means I was wrong. I was supposed to say, I did pay some and you assisted to pay the whole amount. And that's what I must correct.
Then the question is, where did you get the money?
From the person who assisted, from the person who also assisted.
Who is that person?
I'm not at liberty to give the name of the person.
Is also an operative who can be named.
But how am I going to put this man's name here that he helped me to go there to look for the story about the CI agency and whatever of General Mkhwanazi? I cannot say that.
No, we want to understand if your money comes from the coffers of the state, and if they do not come from the coffers of the state in carrying this operation, who is financing our state outside the coffers of the state to run operations of the state? That's what basically what we're investigating.
Yes, Chairman, in the case of Kenya, I'm still repeating, I have put the money and someone assisted. But now there comes a question, where did I get the money? It doesn't mean I cannot even, if that person didn't put the money, I couldn't put the money. I have a smaller Yana business. I can also do some of the things. I have actually been doing traveling many places, testing in these operations without getting money back. I've done that many times from my pocket. It's not that every time somebody must put the money. It's not that.
Honorable Zangone.
Thank you very much. I think I've largely been covered by Honorable Malema, but Mr. Mogotsi, you want us to believe that you're such an altruistic person, you're going to take your money and go investigate things in Kenya. Who were you traveling it with then? Who were you traveling with?
But I did say.
No, it's a straight question. Who were you traveling with?
I was traveling with somebody.
Who? A
The name?
name, yes.
I cannot give the name.
You came here, you accused the Provincial Commissioner of Police of being a CIA agent. You accused the King of Amazulu of being a CIA agent. I think the least you can do is to tell us who paid for you to go to Kenya with regards to those allegations.
No, and then,
It's not classified information.
it's not classified.
And you are
But-
under oath and you've committed to tell the truth, the whole truth. So who paid and who did you travel with?
Chairperson, I cannot reveal the name of the person I traveled with.
Can you give us the reason for not being able to reveal
But
that?
I'm putting his name at risk.
At risk of what? I get it, this person is so good that they want to
No.
expose CIA agents in our country. Why would we not want to hold them in very high esteem?
It's not high esteem. How do I
No,
explain?
if somebody's exposing spies, and yet you're saying, Mkhwanazi,
The
General
person I went
Mkhwanazi,
to meet, you mean the one I left in Johannesburg?
the one that you left with here and the one that who helped you pay.
No, it is our team that help us pay.
It's criminal intelligence now. That's
No, it's
not what you said to Mr.
No,
Malema.
no change, no change. The question you are trying now, you see, that is, I'm very worried that this committee may end up not getting the truth that they need to uncover.
If you're not telling us, then we won't get the truth.
No, now the committee wants me to put the name of a person.
It was
who
very
might
easy
have-
for you, Mr. Mogotsi, to say Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is a spy. I don't see why it is so difficult then to tell us who was prepared to fund you, proving that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is a spy.
I never said, I said the information from the docket, from the A1 statement that was written, that is available with the case number written here. It shows that that person feels, the person opened the case, that's how he feels.
So that's the person you traveled with.
No, it's not the person I
Okay.
traveled with.
Chair, I think at some point we are going to need your intervention. This witness is clearly undermining the oath that he's taken in this parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. Mr. Mogotsi, you'll recall that we have taken an oath
That's correct.
that you are going to answer truthfully and satisfactorily
That's correct.
within the ambits of the law.
Yeah.
And it is within the ambits of the law to request to give the committee information if that information is not a classified information.
Yes.
And you have confirmed,
It's not.
you're on record that it's not a classified information.
That's correct.
And therefore, you ought to share the information with the committee. Because if you fail to do so, the committee is going to be unable to proceed successfully with your testimony because there is a detail that is still missing in your testimony.
That's correct.
Such that we are unable to test the veracity and the truthfulness, we're unable to proceed with what you had actually given the committee. So we'll implore with you to give as much necessary information as you can, as you had taken the oath to do so.
Okay, no, Chair.
Do you now want to tell us
Yes, I'm
with
going
whom
to
did you
request.
travel to Kenya?
Yes, I'm going to request, just like names of people in these documents are hidden. How about I give the name to the chair and not in public?
But
Then
you
then the
wrote,
committee-
you wrote in your statement that
Yes.
former Minister Natim Tetwa has made an allegation that he is suspicious that General Mkhwanazi is a spy, the CIA spy.
Yeah.
So you never thought of the safety of former Minister Natim Tetwa,
I
who
did
now,
call him.
you say yourself in your affidavit, who now died in suspicious circumstances.
Yes, but
So
that,
which lives do you consider important to protect and which lives do you not consider important to protect?
Chair, I think there's a misconception here. I'm requesting that, how about the names? Just like the affidavit of this police who said I'm not an agent. There's another affidavit where my name is written without. There is even the person that I recorded who wanted to give the plot and everything, their names we have agreed should not be given. I'm requesting to the committee that I rather give that name without displaying it on camera or, on public. Then we can have the name. And it can also, remember, because it's Honorable Sangweni was bringing this, I even said, here's an informant who was murdered. There's a handler to corroborate, his commander, and the IO, the investigating officer of that person who was murdered. I have the names. I've requested. Rather, I give you all those things so that we can get those people to corroborate.
Okay.
And I'm requesting the same. I can give the name. In addition, that just like what Honorable Malema was saying, who's funding the state outside the state is a real concern, including if there's any operation that I have done where the money and all these things, if that is needed, I can submit that. But please, my humble request is that cannot be done in public.
Can you please submit that through the committee secretary?
And
All
do
that
that.
information.
And in addition, I need to add that why it's so difficult, the person I traveled with, he didn't even know when I were going there, I had to meet this judge and so forth. He didn't know.
You'll provide that in the
Yes,
report you're
I'll
going
do.
to support to submit to the committee secretary. Honorable Malem.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm just saying with that understanding, we now know that, which you must comment, we now know that he hasn't financed that trip himself as he was claiming before, that he paid it EFT from his own money, someone else paid, and we now know that he was not alone in that trip, he was with someone else, and the names shall be provided to the secretary of the committee. Is that the understanding? And that
No,
No, but I'm summarizing what you are
Yes,
saying. You
so-
refuse
so-
to the names.
Yes.
I'm not fussy on the names.
And the proof.
I'm now saying the notable thing is we now have another person who financed the trip and we have another person who's now part of the trip, which we didn't have before.
Yeah, which he
That-
paid only 5,000.
Yeah, that's fine, but we
Yes.
now know someone gave you 5,000. Now there's even amount.
No, yeah, not to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree, he bought the ticket and then he only spent 5,000. But
Guy,
the,
you see, money doesn't
Yeah.
work like that. If I pay a ticket for you, I gave you money.
Okay.
Yes, you, at the end of the day, you benefiting from that. You are a
Yeah.
beneficiary of that ticket. So the money was spent on you.
Yes.
How was it spent on you? By buying you a ticket.
Yeah,
So
but-
when I say to you, he gave you money, I don't literally mean he has put money in your pocket.
Yeah, but not paid by this. Yes, not paid by this person I traveled with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There are two
Thank-
people.
Then the
There's
summary is-
the one who paid 5,000, then there's the one who traveled with.
then
There are
the
three
summary.
people. The third one, it's you
Yeah, then there's the summary.
to Kenya.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Yeah, please provide the details of all that. And
Yes, and
submit to
time-
the committee.
And then time, by when that time I do it?
Today is not later than Friday.
Only these names or all other things we spoke about?
All the other things we spoke about, the proof
In that,
of how the tickets were paid, the copies of the tickets and all that.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sokanyeli, we apologize for doing this to you. We'll reimburse your time. Thank you.
It was necessary, Chair, because I nearly thought it was paid by him because it said so in the beginning. But thank you very much about those interrogating questions. Mr. Mogotsi, can you just elaborate on paragraph 38? I'll read what is written in your statement. During my investigations on Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, I came to learn that all his suspects did not make it out alive, and all of them are basically denied of the right to a fair trial. Can you elaborate on that? What are you saying on that statement?
Yes, no, I was talking, thank you, Chair. I was referring to most of the, and I think there's an error here on the first one. The second one is correct.
Which first one?
I came to learn that there's no all, that there was supposed to be many of his suspects did not make it out alive, and all of them, that all. I was referring to many cases where the PKTT is engaging with criminals. Usually there is a shootout with the police and they all die, usually, and many of them have been dying. That is my contention. Unlike other
But you
provinces.
say, during my investigations on Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, not PKTT. You're mentioning Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, not PKTT. You are saying that you came to learn that all his suspects, not the PKTT, because Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, I don't think is PKTT also,
Yes.
unless you're saying so to
Yes.
the statement.
And let me clarify it. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi doesn't conduct arrest, and then he's mostly utilizing the team that is in the PKTT in his province. So to him and the PKTT, I'm referring to, they are usually he's using the same team, and the suspect never get back alive. And it is
So
a,
you were
it's a-
investigating the PKTT, not Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
yeah, the PKTT do exist in KZN, Honorable Member, under the command of General Mkhwanazi.
You are saying that during your investigations on Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, why do you say on Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, not on PKTT?
Yes, I have never investigated the PKTT, or perhaps, Honorable Member, to say, to show that the police service falling under the command of General Mkhwanazi in the province, majority of cases where the KZN police are involved with criminals, usually criminals don't get out alive. That's the point I was saying. And there's no way General Mkhwanazi can go out and shoot the criminals or arrest. He doesn't arrest. I'm talking of his command, what he commands in this province.
Yeah, but the statement doesn't say what you are saying now.
Yes, but according to me, that's what I'm implying, Honorable Chair.
And then according to us as the committee, because we take what is written here.
I don't know how the committee defines what I have written, but this is, if they take it that way, I've put it that it's like a leader of political party. If you refer to him, you may be referring to political party. If you refer to political party, you may refer to him. But in this case, I'm talking of most of the cases where General Mkhwanazi's province and the PKTT, where they are engaging or doing whatever with the criminals, usually criminals get shot and killed. And every time everyone is watching the news, you can see it does happen in Gauteng, it does happen in other provinces, but in KZN, it happens every time.
You're saying that they're not investigating them, they are shooting them.
That is what one is able to say, Honorable Member. And I'm not saying that these criminals must kill the police or must shoot at the police. But if there's a shootout, usually, these criminals, they don't even shoot at the police car. It never probably shows that one police was injured. I don't say they must be injured. I'm saying the way in which these criminals get killed during the shootout, they don't make it to court. They don't get arrested and appear in court. That's the point.
I'm looking at the information, for instance, in paragraph, is this the paragraph 96. where your handler and the co-handler, they promised to speak to Lieutenant General Sibia. Why did you want to brief Lieutenant General Sibia instead of the National Commissioner?
The answer comes from paragraph 94, honorable members. The company also had links to former Minister Peggy Kele. The information was discussed by my handler that I should wait until the election. Now, where there is an appointment in operational matter, it is done by the National Commissioner. And if the National Commissioner appoints someone, there's no way when you want to investigate that particular thing, you can go to the same person who appointed. And from the source and the information provided, the tender process did not involve General Sibia, and General Sibia was not part of that bid. So the handlers felt he can be more strategic, that we work with him in obtaining the information that we thought was important.
Before you go and gather that information, you are being told about all the sensitive issues on the crime intelligence, are you?
The briefings, I don't know the sensitivity honorable member is referring to, Chair.
I'm saying that you have information more than the people that are in the crime intelligence. Is that not so?
I don't know how much information they have as opposed to what, but I am involved there, honorable member. That information may come to my possession.
Okay, no, it's fine. We'll go through. Sure.
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Nomvalo. Let's proceed whilst Mr. Ramano and Advocate Maria are still busy polishing the video. Honorable Skosan.
Chair, I just wanted to get clarity quickly. I didn't want to interfere, earlier. But I remember vividly that the answer which the witness gave to Honorable Malema and us here, other members, now you changed, you said 5,000 rand. Am I right? The money from your pocket, if I heard you well. From your pocket for the trip, the 3 years.
No.
How much have you paid out of your pocket?
I said that guy may have paid around 5,000. You see, the trip, when you talk of the ticket, that's where we're all going to rely on. But when you arrive, there are additional fees, your accommodation, your food, your traveling when you are that side. So the 5,000 I said came from the person I was traveling with.
Yeah, because in the Madlanga Commission, you mentioned 1,500. Do you remember that one?
No, I never said 1,500.
It will come when I ask you, because you are the way you respond to honorable members, you are very recondite.
Yeah,
and you are very recondite. In other words, you are not clear. Your answers are not clear. You are evasive. And if you can just try, and not be recalcitrant. Because for me now, when we start engaging you started to be difficult. We are not a court of law. Relax, Mr. Mogotsi. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just say, and I'm happy with this thing, Chair, but in Madlanga, we never spoke about the second person. And I cannot remember talking about one, but we'll wait for the time when you ask questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo. Looks like the clip of Advocate Maria is still problematic.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Mogotsi.
Good afternoon, Baba.
So the video that has been played here, is that you to confirm that that is yourself? It's Mr. Mogotsi who are
Yeah.
speaking there.
Yes.
So if we find contradictions between that video and the statement that you have submitted here, how do you advise us to move forward? How do you
I don't think there'll be contradictions, but I don't think the committee can really want to compare the statement under oath and what I speak to the media.
No. I think you don't understand what is expected of us. Here, we're not confined in the statement that we have deposed. We use all the relevant mechanisms to probe the to probe the arguments that we have written in your statement. Because here we're doing an investigation, and the investigation is not solely reliant on your statement. It is based on the allegations that we are probing. So we're not going to be confined in your statement. So there's nothing peculiar when something which is irrelevant to the arguments that you have made and to the allegations is put before this committee. There's nothing peculiar. So I'm saying
Also, Chair, we will have to stick to what I'm talking under oath. If I've spoken to the media and you and the committee want to, if there's anything probably that I have forgotten that I mentioned, and it then affects my statement, I'll still stick to the statement because it's under oath.
no, but remember the statement that you made when you were talking, I think during your interview, is not outside the allegations.
Yes.
It is within the allegations. So there's no way we can overlook it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now let's go to paragraph 3. We are saying here, you became aware of the held tender because you were advised about it by one of your informers.
Oh, that's Madlanga's statement.
No.
The court application.
In your statement, the tender, the held tender, you are saying here, you became aware about it when you were informed by one of your informers.
Correct.
So you are saying here, the informer informed you when in April?
No, but it's not the health tender. Oh, you're talking about subs, not the
No,
Northwest.
let's go to paragraph 3. 93.
93.
Yes. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So you are saying here, during the period of March/April 2024, one of my sources in SAPS informed me about a health tender. Do you see what I'm talking about?
That's correct.
So was this the first time you knew about this tender?
In 2024,
Was it for the first time?
Yes.
So
it's for subs. This is for subs.
Yes, the health tender. This is how we have termed it here.
Yes.
Health tender,
That's
open
correct.
quote, close quote.
That's correct.
Yes. So was it for the first time you knew about it?
Yes, about this tender, yes.
You didn't know about it before you were informed by one of your informers.
Yes, by the source, I did not know about it, yes. I did not know about this particular tender.
Okay. On paragraph 96, no, before we go to paragraph 96, on paragraph 102, you are saying you engaged Mr. Matlala in a meeting that was arranged on the 7th of December 2024. And Matlala raised frustrations about this tender. Do you see the contradiction I'm talking about? The meeting that you held with Matlala was in December 2024. The informer informed you in March, April. So which one do we take and how do you justify this contradiction?
There's no contradiction. In April, the minister was still Minister Begitele. The tender was about to be awarded. May, June, July elections, a new minister came, and then July, and then, as you say in paragraph 10, in 7 December, the same year, that was March, it's not 22, it's not the year before that year, it was the same year. It is May, June, July, August, then September, after I have also met with Kate again. That's when we spoke about this tender.
Okay, and then on paragraph 96, you are saying you told Mr. Sibia about Matlala's tender. What is it that you were telling him about in relation to this tender?
To say there is this particular tender that we heard about that is going to be awarded or that has been awarded, we would love to know more about it. Is there a way you can make us meet the service provider?
Why did you want to know more about it?
As it is alluded there, that one of my sources informed me about the health tender that has to be awarded. And
No, but awarding a tender is not illegal.
Yeah, 94
unless
says,
there's something you have picked up.
Paragraph 94 says this company has also links with former Minister Taylor. The information was discussed with my handler, who indicated I should wait until elections ahead and then view changes will be made. Now, initially it means we felt that the tender was not lawfully awarded.
Yeah, so you were advising General Sibia that the tender has been awarded in an illegal manner. Is that what you are saying?
No, not advising. What happens is that it is now my handler who has to go and talk to arrange for me to get hold of Deputy National Commissioner Sibia, which he did. And when we met, that's when I started talking to him about this crime intelligence, corruptions, and so forth, and the tender.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are saying you are an agent of crime intelligence, and your responsibility is to keep the link between crime intelligence and informants. Now, I want to understand your modus operandi. At what stage do you report to your handler? Say I come as an informant and give you an information that this is what has happened. At what stage do you report, and what is your handler expected to do with that information? And at what stage?
Anytime when it's especially if there's a decision to be made or any operation or anything that should happen, you have to get the permission and you act on the instruction till you achieve or not achieve. You still go back to him. You still inform him that this particular person, this informant is saying 1, 2, 3, and we are awaiting the outcome. I must go and verify the scene or something. The informant, the handler is always in touch.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking, and you take the information to your handler, and then what does he do with it?
Now, he has to do his work. Remember, he recruited me. He's trained to obtain information from me and deal with it.
And take it up?
Yes, wherever he takes it.
To crime intelligence?
Wherever he takes it.
At what stage is the case opened, a docket?
No, crime intelligence does not open dockets. Doesn't even handle dockets. That is why in every circumstance where I say I brought the handler to facilitate the opening of a case, the handler will talk to the relevant police to open a case.
No, but I'm trying to understand the value chain.
Yeah.
That you get this information because you get an information which is crime related. And at some point, the docket will be opened. At some point. For instance, in this case, you are saying you are doing an investigation about this tender.
Yes.
Now, if you found wrongdoings, you are going to take that information to your handler, right?
Yes.
And then your handler was going to take it to
wherever he has to take it.
Yes, and if there's wrongdoing, a case should be opened.
Yeah, it depends.
Because that is the ultimate goal, isn't it so?
But the handler has that authority to open a file number. Let me show you. If a case is open here in Cape Town, a person in Kempton Park or KZN, when he has a case number, he'll be able to punch the computer and see that in the computer that here's the case open. So if you investigate Brown Mogotsi, and he's also perhaps a police officer, you'll have a manual file. This file number, it operates almost like a case number. That is why with a file number, you can even do 205 to locate if two people were together, and the cell phones and LMS, we can follow someone through the phone with a file number. And that file number, once there is tangible and what you call prima facie evidence, is when can be converted into a case number and be given to the police, and then they can run with it.
Okay, we are saying during the case of General Khan, General Kumalo tried to persuade the witness to fabricate evidence.
According to the statements from what I've recorded, yes.
Yeah, who is that witness?
The witness we have requested is one Kennel, is one of the names that I requested to perhaps submit separately from this.
So you are not going to disclose?
In some part, the name is there in some copies. We just requested that it should not be disclosed for now.
Okay.
Just a second, Honorable.
No, so, sorry, Honorable Nombal, you are leaving an important point. We don't just investigate people in the crime intelligence. You don't just wake up in the morning and say, well, I'm investigating this person. What is the process?
In terms of I don't know, I don't understand process in terms of depending on the crime.
Yes, someone comes, he gives you information about me.
Yeah.
And then you take the information to the handler.
Yes.
Now I must be investigated formally now.
Yes.
What is the problem?
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson, this will give me an opportunity really. Let's say the case is related to car theft, to cars or firearms. The handler has a responsibility to, if the police station is Alexandra, and the handler is in Soweto, but the information come through an informant or whoever, but the head is in Soweto. The first thing he's going to do is to identify the police station where or the area of jurisdiction. And then he'll tell the informant or whoever brings the information, what is it that you are talking about? And he say, no, it depends. What is it that must be investigated? I wish you gave me a clue that so-and-so is stealing cars. The first thing you may ask, do you have his cell phone numbers? Where did they steal the phones? The cars. As soon as you get your cell phone numbers, the handler must talk to whoever he has to talk to. There are two options. If you have already stolen that car, it means the case is open. But if you are plotting to steal the car, the handler must activate the unit, let's say the car unit, the motor vehicle and motor theft unit, and say there is a plot to steal the car on Friday and whatever, then the police will go and wait if you are going to commit crime. But let's talk in case of SASSA cards. Someone is stealing cards or is opening accounts and is withdrawing money from SASSA. See, that one requires investigation. You cannot stand the police, tell them stand by to arrest the person. That's where crime intelligence will have a file number. That's the thing. They won't register a case. With a file number, they will identify all the instruments that you are using to commit that crime. If a cell phone is involved, they will either look for the X70, like for your phone to be listened.
No,
not
I hear
everything.
you. We don't have too much time. So your answer is crime intelligence doesn't open cases.
Oh, yeah, no, crime intelligence can have a file, the case and the docket. Crime intelligence, no one can find him in the docket. The docket is handled by the detective and the police uniform, including the DPCI. They have dockets. Crime intelligence will sit with the detective and the DPCI, gather them information, give them. But before the case is open, he can have a file number so that he can go to court and apply to listen to your phone, apply to follow you, and all those things through the file number, which must be approved by the divisional or sectional head.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, on paragraph 29, we are talking about your trip to Durban. I'm trying to understand you from the correct perspective here, because I don't want to quote you out of context. So we are saying here you were following Matlala because you went to Durban after he told you that he's going to meet somebody who's going to help him in his problems. So when you get there, you follow Matlala from the airport. I mean, you got in the airport, you were told by the Uber driver what car he was driving in and so on. So am I correct if I say you were investigating Matlala in Durban?
That's correct.
So you went there to investigate Matlala?
Yes, to follow the lead of who he was referring to, who can solve his problems.
So what did you want to establish out of all that?
Because now, if you say my tender is about to be terminated, if you say I've been followed, and you can't help me, he's talking to me, and he then think, or look, in Durban, there is one particular person, if I can meet, he can probably solve all my problems. And because I knew the date, that's when I went 2 days before. And then indeed we did speak here and there, confirming he was coming. And then to follow him was to know who the person he was going to.
Okay, so when did you start to investigate Matlala?
I don't get on
When
that
did-
trip.
when
in
did you
general.
start? When did
that
you
was-
start?
Yeah, that was around September when we started knowing about the tender was finally appointed to awarded to
September
him.
2024.
Yes, I cannot be like it, but I remember it's after we have spoken to General CB.
Okay. And then, so the only transaction that we have spoken about here between you and Matlala is 140-something thousand for January 8.
That's correct.
Is that the only money you got from him?
It's because the names of people, the tickets, he paid them directly apart from the 149. So I've
No,
not
no, I'm asking.
No, it's not. If directly means cash receiver.
Whether he pays to a business account, but a money that has been paid.
Spent. Yeah, he also paid for tickets.
Tickets for the same event.
For the same, for people who were traveling, some of them we sent him a list of about.
No, I'm asking, besides the January 8, besides the January 8 expenses, did he pay for something else or did he pay any amount to you for other activities?
He has not paid any money.
So this is the only amount that was paid.
149 and those tickets, yes.
Except this amount, have you ever requested any money from him?
Yes, it was for some regional whatever in the Eastern Cape, and he never assisted us.
When was that?
Unless I refer to the messages of the WhatsApp, I cannot remember.
Okay, no, I just want to understand this correctly, Mr. Mogotsi. So you get to know this guy in 2024, correct?
No, I never said I knew him in 2024. If you remember, I spoke about the Boko Haram, which was displayed in 2018.
No, I'm saying knowing, I mean, communicate with him. I mean, in terms of communication, you started to communicate with him when?
About the tender. No.
About anything.
No, we did speak before. We spoke before. That's why even on the.
When you say before, from which year?
was 20. Okay, I must get the date. Remember,
Before Minister Mkhunu
yes,
became.
it was before. Yes, remember, even on the clip when I spoke about the AI and the court, it was the previous years.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when did he become a person of interest?
Explain what is the person.
No, you are saying you were investigating
Oh,
him.
that part of investigation.
Yes. When
It
did
was
you
only after. It was only after we knew that the tender was not properly awarded.
Before that, he was not a person of interest.
It was during the time of Boko Haram, but we could not prove. We couldn't find anything.
You were communicating already.
No. But I had these numbers.
No,
from
but I'm talking about communication here. When did you start to communicate with him?
as a person or during with the tender.
No, communication can happen whether there's tender or there's no
No, it was
tender.
previous years. It was before
You were
2024.
communicating.
Yes.
So you had each other's number.
Yes, correct.
Numbers.
Yes.
You were speaking
Yeah.
about what?
He was a businessman and he was close to the guy that I knew him from. I knew him through, sorry.
And at that time you were an agent for crime intelligence.
Yes.
So he was not a person of interest to you.
No, it was, he became a person of interest if you refer to person of interest at the criminal level. Like I said, there was a Boko Haram intelligence report which was presented to the Minister of Police then. It had a picture of Kate Matlala and he was written AKA John Wick. That's how I started to know him that time. But to starting talking to him, it was after even the COVID.
Yeah, you know, as I'm speaking with you, I'm trying to cool down so that I don't give you an impression that you had when you arrived here. I'm doing it deliberately so that you would understand that the intention here is to get the truth, nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Now, this person becomes a person of interest to you after you learned about his tender. But then you start to investigate him. But you continue to request for financial favors from him, even after you started your investigation.
Yes, it's correct. Not my personal favors.
Now, is that ethically correct? Because I was going to understand, yeah, you were asking these financial favors not to advance your investigations. Because you are going to keep the money, you're not going to use it.
No, not to keep it. It funded. He came with the idea, Chair, that
He came with what?
Idea that
Yes.
he wanted to contribute something. He can fund the January 8th.
No, but you said you also requested
Yes.
for the regional.
It was now for the
regional conference or what?
Yeah, the
whatever.
regional program. Yes.
Yes.
But after he has said he can.
Now the question is whether he requested or he didn't.
Or he offered. Yes.
Is it ethically correct to request for financial favors from a person whom you are investigating?
There's nothing to do with ethic, I don't believe. As an agent, I so wish, I don't know how.
So you mean, I really don't understand your modus operandi. That is why I was asking. I wanted to understand. I wanted you to give me more insight of how you operate. So you mean it's correct for you to ask for financial favors from a person you are investigating?
I don't say it's correct. You're talking about, is it ethically correct?
Yes.
When someone offers to assist a January 8th or something, and he do it through me.
So you take that money and use it?
Yeah, it was not meant for me. It was for the celebration.
No, but you facilitated.
Yes.
You were speaking with him.
Yes, I was talking to him.
Yes.
After he
so
offered.
you took that money. Then what if that money came through the proceeds of crime, or maybe came through the very same tender you are investigating?
Unfortunately, Che, I'm not a prophet to know where the money
No.
comes from.
Don't try to downplay this. This is not funny.
No, I'm not being funny.
Because
because Mr. Mogotsi, I don't buy your story. It's difficult to buy your story because it's full of contradictions. That's number one. Number two, you keep on saying you were pretending on everything you were doing. You were saying no, we are saying no, I was pretending to be doing this, I was pretending to be doing that. There is nowhere where you take accountability and say, I was wrong here.
No.
How can you take monies from a person you are investigating? How can you ask for monies? If I'm investigating Honorable Shongwe here, because of the evidence that I have at hand, or because of the information which I got was from my informer, because you are saying you got this from your informer, and thereafter I make financial requests. How is that possible?
Hey, Chair, you know, I wish this was not spoken in a platform where there are politicians who understand exactly what we are talking about.
What do you mean by that?
Here is someone who presented a story. He was with former Minister Vegitele. He told him, give this Mogotsi money. We want to arrest Senzo. He said that before this committee. I didn't know. The same person talks to me and say, you know what, I want to fund this thing. Even thought maybe Minister Senzo have certain ambitions. He was talking a lot of money, but he only funded this January 8. And the minister didn't know, was not part. He did not even book accommodation because the minister has official residence here. So if you talk to me in the context of saying as a human being, like maybe, and when I came out of this, I never said, honorable members, I'm a high priest, I'm this. I spoke the truth. This is legend building. This is what I'll do. This is how I obtained the statement. And so many other people who are even serving sentences. So I'm not just at liberty to say this and this and that. And other colleagues who will drive the cars, even here in Cape Town, who will be sleeping with this person, going.
No.
Mr. Mogotsi.
You are living what Honorable Nomvalo is trying to.
He's talking about moral. I'm talking about my job.
I think because I don't see us making any progress. I'm just shocked. It's amazing to see a person who calls himself an agent of crime intelligence asking for monies from people he is investigating. I mean, it's really shocking, but let's move on because you are being argumentative.
No, Chair.
Please pause on Nomvalo.
Honorable Nomvalo, you asked that Mogotsi, what do you mean by that? Because he says, I wish this was not asked in front of politicians who know how these things are done. We don't know that. We don't know that. So we want you to answer that question. What do you mean by that? What do you mean we know? We as politicians know.
Celebrations. Even your political party.
You're saying we're not asking about, he was not asking about celebration. He was asking about why would you ask money from a person you're investigating? And you said, I wish politicians, this was not asked in front of politicians because you politicians know. We don't know that.
All right. The person offered the money.
And also, Mr. Mogotsi, also recall that you have made mention of PKT team members who allegedly have been given money in Forte.
In Forte, yes.
Which is something you describe as very wrong and illegal. So you must recall that this is a subject of investigation. You are consistently requesting financial favors from the same person. Now make it make sense not only to us, also to the people of South Africa. It must make sense. How does that happen?
All right, Chair, let's talk of a criminal case of Forte. There was a case, there goes the police, not an agent. Police goes there and you ultimately got the statement that they were given money by the people they have arrested. This is a different case. Here's a man, I understand you bring to say, perhaps you should ask me, the question should be, is it wrong
to do as you are saying. Humanly, I'll say, yes, it's wrong. But I'm saying he offered to assist. And after assisting, something which during celebrations happens, he assisted. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Can I put a different point through you, Chair? The only thing that makes sense to me is you came across this information that this guy is being investigated, and then and I will deal with that when I deal with my questions later. You pretended to be investigating him, and then in the process, you started extorting this guy for money because you had promised him that you will do this or that, including amongst other things, maybe the case will disappear or something like that. Because for me, if you're investigating a person and you still ask for money from the same person you are investigating, the only possibility is that you are extorting the guy the money. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, but Chair, it may be perceived like that. If, for example, when he gave me money, I bought a car or I used that money for myself, I would really be guilty. And if you say, as an investigator, is it appropriate to collect money from the person investigating? Is it right or wrong? The answer is it's wrong.
Were you not the beneficiaries of the people who slept at the accommodation that Matlala paid for?
Myself?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
You slept there?
Yeah.
So what is the difference between sleeping there where the money paid for the accommodation and the money buying for the car? Because you are saying if we're buying the car, you will say, no, maybe I understand. But he paid for a room.
That's correct.
He paid for a room of a person who's investigating him. And therefore you're extorting him.
And his plan was to arrive, to come and have our things. And you know, you can call it extortion, Honorable Malema, honorable members. I'm even thinking perhaps I should look for his lawyer, you know, and give him this money.
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Mogotsi. You took the money of a
Yes.
person you were investigating.
That's correct.
Yes. And that amounts to an extortion.
When
Because
it was-
he knew you were investigating him.
When it was paid for the celebration which he offered to pay.
No, that doesn't matter, but you took it. It was you.
That's the
It was
case.
you
yes.
who went to ask for money.
You know, he offered. He even wanted, if you can look at the messages, he even wanted the tables for the gala dinner.
So you have never asked him for money?
I did on that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You have been
Which he did
asking
not
him
give.
for money.
Okay. Now let me accept. Oh, you know,
Yes.
honorable members, I know that, and this has been happening. That's why I'm having a problem that the truth which is required for the committee to get this influence and whatever with the police, how we come here and we focus on this extortion and I was lying, I'm a liar. It does not change what General Mkhwanazi has said. It does not change the properties which were bought. Does not change the killing
No,
of Mkhwanazi.
Mr. Mogotsi. Mr. Mogotsi.
No, it does, Mr. Mogotsi, because we just made an admission now that you are going
Wait,
to look
hold.
for the lawyer of Matlala and return the money. If we've not done what we have done now,
Yeah.
you are not going to be saying you're going to look for the lawyer of Matlala and return the money, because this process has helped you to realize you were wrong to take the money from Matlala.
No,
Okay,
it's not about being wrong.
Let's pause there. Let's pause there.
Protect me, Chair.
Apologies, Honorable Nomvalo. We know this is your time. You'll be reimbursed. I think, Mr. Mogotsi, here you came. You adduced evidence yourself that there would have been, it's written here, signed under oath,
Yes.
that there would have been an allegation or a suspicion that General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was the main witness of this committee, is a CIA agent. It's an information that comes from you that you would have been assigned an obligation to investigate that. You bring series of events, and amongst those is you traveling to Kenya as part of that investigation. Now, all Nomvalo is stressing a question, whether is it legally permissible, whether is it ethically permissible for a person from crime intelligence who is investigating someone to still receive financial favors from the same subject of investigation. That is the central nerve of what is being discussed here. So
Correct.
other things, leave other things. Focus on the question or Nomvalo is posed upon you.
Yeah, but in addition to what Honorable Member is saying is that.
No,
I'm
Malema
talking about
followed up.
for
Wait,
140.
wait, Mr. Mogotsi. Malema followed up on a question asked by Honorable Nomvalo, which you did not answer satisfactorily.
Okay.
So
I did say.
that's the issue. So the question of Honorable Nomvalo still stands.
Yes, to say,
Yes.
is it correct? Is it wrong? I said, yes, it's wrong. If he's talking in that sense. Now, what Honorable was saying, the reason, because when I think we'll deal about these matters that are pressing the police and all this corruption taking place, the 149 comes into it. So to say, if I give it back to him, maybe now we'll focus on
No,
the things
it won't change the fact that you solicited financial favors from a subject of your investigation. Whether it is brought back and it is tripled when it is brought back, the amount, it doesn't change the fact that there is a solicitation of financial favors from a subject of investigation. But let's allow Honorable Nomvalo to proceed with this questioning. We'll come to you, Honorable Shongo, soon.
Yeah, so if you concede to an assertion that it's wrong, you must swallow your pride and say I was wrong.
That's what I said, Che. Because we're talking about, when I was talking about being on duty and someone offering, and then you bring it back and say it's wrong. I said, if you say, ask me, is it wrong? I'll say, yes, it's wrong.
Yeah, and then how do we continue to trust your credibility
With the money that was
with
spent in
that dark
revelation?
cloud hanging over you?
The committee will decide if the information I give is usable or not.
No, but I'm saying, not even the committee now, but South Africans, how do they continue to trust your credibility with that dark cloud hanging over you?
Chairperson, if the person, or even this past January 8th, somebody paid, the people do spend. Now I say, okay, because it's a subject of investigation, it was wrong. There comes that cloud. I'm saying it was wrong, but it doesn't mean I did not produce evidence here. It does not mean the evidence and the information I'm bringing does not exist.
Yeah, we are saying Matlala told you that he gave Mkhwanazi. Mr. Matlala told you that he gave General Mkhwanazi some money.
Something.
Did you tell it? Not money.
He
He said
said
something.
something. Yes, I told he said I gave him something, but it will be presumed as money.
So you didn't ask what kind of thing he gave?
No, I didn't. Remember, he was talking to me from prison over the phone. He
Yeah.
didn't tell me how much.
Because that is another part. So he called you from prison.
Yes.
What was he using to call you? A telephone?
A cell phone.
A cell phone?
Yes.
In prison?
That's correct.
Is it legal to use a cell phone in prison?
It's not legal.
Why did you not?
I mean, it is not legal at all.
Yeah, because you know why I was asking your modus operandi.
Yeah.
Here is a person who is breaking the law. And you are saying you are an agent of crime intelligence.
Yes.
You know, I was in the portfolio committee of correctional services.
Yes.
We're doing oversight in correctional service facilities
Yeah.
because of a dominant criminal activity within the precinct of carrying cell phones. And cell phones are used to facilitate crime inside prison. Now, here you are saying to us, you are an agent of crime intelligence. There is this person who is committing a crime speaking with you. and you are not reporting that.
Chair. Chairperson, and thank you that you are doing oversight. In those correctional centers, you should have asked them, do you take these people to town to buy phones? You cannot even say it's crime. When a phone is ringing on my phone, once a phone rings and I answer saying I'm Cat, you will never know if it was borrowed by a police inside or where does he get the phone. What is important is to get the message.
So you never raised that with anyone?
No, I can never raise it with anyone.
Yeah, so it was business as usual.
It's not business as usual.
No, but here you are not a normal person, remember, Mr. Mogotsi. You are not an ordinary citizen. We are working with crime intelligence. Crime intelligence. And you are saying you have your informers from whom you take information.
Including in prison.
Yeah. So how do you justify now a scenario in crime is committed in front of you and you don't say anything?
You see, Chairperson, my job, if people are stealing chickens in the street and in my house, it cannot fall in my scope of work. I'll just look at them. Let me tell you an evidence which was brought here by Patricia Mashali about a person inside prison. That person could not have taken out that information if he did not have a cell phone. There are cell phones. It's not my fault that there are cell phones in prison. But the important thing is just look at this now. If I drop the phone and say, I'm going to report you, I wouldn't have known that General Mkhwanazi had a meeting with Cat Matlala. And that was a very important message that he was giving to me. So I had to say, and also to add, Chairperson, when he was talking to me, it appeared on the news that he was found talking on the phone. And he was talking to me. And it's worrisome. But he gave me information that he was, and no one is concerned. Well, it was clarified that General Mkhwanazi never said he won't meet criminals. He said he won't make peace. It's clarified. But I was concerned that he met with Cat Matlala.
Okay, yeah, we are talking about cases which were opened in KZN and later suppressed. You are saying they were opened in police stations, in different police stations.
Cape Town.
No, the cases which are related to harassment.
Oh, yes.
In the Zulu Royal House.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to which police stations were they open?
I don't know. They just said they tried to open police station. The 8 and Prince Zulu.
Who?
Prince Zulu, Smagati.
So, I mean, you have written it here under oath in your statement. So you didn't make an effort to probe it further, to get some details, even names, because if we want to take it further, we must go to those police stations.
No, the case
and see if really cases were opened and were not attended to.
No, but Chair, that was not my job now. I can never inquire and know what is important. Just like here. Fadil Adams opened cases here against whoever. They were not taken serious, nothing happened. He then went to Soweto.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying it's your job.
Yes,
I'm saying here to you, you have written this in your statement.
Yes.
As evidence.
Yes.
So to help your evidence, not because you are doing anybody's job, but to help your evidence, did you probe this further? Maybe just to ascertain, because you can't rely on hearsay and say, this one told me this, I wrote it. It was not my job to inquire about it. Whereas we have written it here in your statement.
It's true, Chair.
Yeah, because here you are helping the committee, correct?
That's correct.
To probe all these allegations.
Yes.
So now we're in the dark because we want to know these police stations so that we can take the matter further.
No, you can take it very easy, Chair. The matter was transformed on page 9, was transferred to Nongoma under case 974. This case number is in Nongoma. When we get to Nongoma, we'll get the A1 statement in the docket with the name of the complainant, and that's where he'll be able to give. But other thing that I can do, if I'm allowed, because I can ask someone to obtain additional statement to that effect from the same person who opened this case.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo. Greetings to the Chief Whip of the official opposition, who has come here and disturbed my members already. The Chair and the Whip of the Higher Education Committee, Honorable C and Honorable Low. Honorable Shongwe, you start now.
Thank you,
Clip
Chair.
of the evidence leader is still feverish. Please proceed.
Okay. Re Mkhwanazi, how is it?
No, good temper, okay.
What's up?
Okay, okay.
Ba ga Mkhwanazi ke ba kwena or ke ba tao?
Ba farologana.
Oh, wena?
Ke morolong.
All right, all right. No, ka o dumedisa.
Lebo.
Before utla mo sale wa bonana le Mama Bolo.
Mabolo ke mang?
Ola sala para o tshwana le wena so. Azangane.
Ha ke mo.
Okay, no, just checking.
Maybe unkadimile.
All right, all right. Firstly, I would like to say I'm sorry for saying you are the Black Sullivan. I know you complain about that, right?
Thank you.
But I need you to prove me wrong. Paul Sullivan says he used his own money to conduct investigations because he loves South Africa. You are saying the very same thing, that you used your own money to travel around Kenya and wherever to do the investigations. What's the difference between you and Paul Sullivan there?
The size of these operations can never be the same. You know, I was traveling, I could not hear what Paul Sullivan was saying, but he was talking about
no.
the private jet.
So that I don't confuse you. You said you are angry or you're not okay with the fact that I said where now you are a Black or Sullivan.
Yeah.
So I'm asking the difference between you and Paul Sullivan. Sullivan says he used his own money to conduct investigation. You are saying you used your own money to conduct investigations as well. Is there a difference between you and Paul Sullivan?
With the action that you have taken, you are referring to the same actions, not that we are the same. The actions.
The action.
Not that me and him are the same.
Okay, we'll get to it. I believe he's a liar. Are you a liar?
I don't understand the question.
Are you a liar?
No, I'm not a liar.
Do you think you are honest compared to Paul Sullivan?
I don't know if Sullivan is honest or not.
Are you an honest person?
I am an honest person.
So when you take an initiative to do investigation with your own money, to whom do you report to all these findings?
To a handler.
To the handler.
Yeah.
And this handler of yours is taking information from you for free, but he's a handler.
No, it did not happen every time. Here the matter was referred to Kenya. Sometimes you are in a situation where 700 rand, 1,000 is required. You will inform him and still execute what is required. You cannot sit and say there's no money. In every circumstances, even people playing soccer, when the game is about to start, whoever is in charge will put petrol, take them to the ground, and perhaps expect to be paid back. A similar situation.
No one confuse Mr. Mkhwanazi. I'm asking Wuti, this handler of yours, you are giving him information.
Yes.
And it doesn't reimburse you your own money that you used for his own information that you give.
In the case of Kenya.
In the case of Kenya.
Or you're talking generally.
No, I'm talking, okay, where do you get funding? Who funds you?
You see, it's a very difficult question. My handler is the one who can answer that. But I'm saying, ever since this arrest of General Kumalo and them and stuff, there has never been any operation that has been funded until today.
Let's pass that, we'll come back. Have you been arrested?
Yes.
How many times?
For being sentenced or arrested.
Arrested and sentenced?
I was sentenced for drink and driving assault.
Okay. How many cases have been dropped under your name?
I cannot remember.
Have you been charged and have cases dropped?
Yes,
How many?
and many times.
Many times. And what were those cases about?
Assault, driving, or not driving, reckless driving, fraud. There are many. I cannot. Perhaps if we had SAP 69 printed,
You will have those.
Yeah.
Is there a murder case that has been dropped on your cases?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened?
It was dropped. The state must.
What happened? Why did they say you murdered somebody?
It happened.
You murdered somebody?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, isn't that personal?
Murder, personal.
Can you ask me for no, to say why?
Maybe Kastwana murder personal.
Okay. If me and somebody had a fight and he died,
Oh,
and you ask me why?
I'm asking what happened.
No, there was a fight.
There
It's
was
not
a
that
fight.
it was an intentional.
Did you shoot that person?
No, it was physical. And he fell on his neck.
Fell, okay.
Yes.
All right. And then that case was dropped.
That case was finally was dropped.
It was dropped
Yes.
as a self-defense.
No, it was not. If a self-defense, it means I was found not guilty.
Were
Was
you
not-
found guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, let's go back then. That
I'm
case was
saying
dropped.
If you say self-defense, it means I was found not guilty. The court found out that it was not an intentional killing. But if it was dropped, it means it was withdrawn.
Was sound confused. Are you saying you were charged?
Yes, and the matter was
And then-
withdrawn.
The matter was withdrawn.
That's correct.
Were you found guilty?
No,
But the case was dropped.
the case was withdrawn.
On what basis?
I don't know what was the thing.
And which court was this?
It's in Mawatu.
This handler of yours, was he involved in getting that
No.
case dropped?
No.
The handler
There
that
was
passed,
no-
that
and the
passed on?
witnesses, no, there were no witnesses. The other witness could not come to court.
There were no witnesses. Hold that thought. There were no witnesses, Chair.
Please hold, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Mvalo.
Yeah, no, it's a follow-up, Chair. Thank you very much. I just want to establish, at what point was the case withdrawn? Was it enrolled?
Yes, it was enrolled. It went to court, set for trial, and it was withdrawn because of the part of the witness. Well, the thing is, I did not really hear what was the purpose of withdrawal, but I was in court
So when you say it was withdrawn, you mean it was withdrawn by the prosecution,
by the state. Yes,
by the prosecutor?
yes.
So they didn't communicate the decision to you, I mean, the reason for withdrawal?
It must have been written on the docket. I was there in court, and the matter was withdrawn.
At the time when the matter was withdrawn, where were you? Were you in
court.
prison or
I
outside?
was in court.
You were out on bail? No.
Yes, in bail.
On bail, you are
That's-
out on bail.
That's correct.
So you are saying the witnesses did not attend?
No, there was no witness. Well, the day when I was in court, there was no witness. And the second time, from the statement of the witness, because remember, the incident happened between me and this person. It was only me and him. So the state did not actually have the necessary case to prove.
Did you plead?
No, I did not plead.
You did not plead?
Yes.
So how were you going to plead to the case? Because the way you are
Not
narrating
guilty.
it, the way you are narrating it here,
Yeah.
you are saying you knew what happened to him. You had a fight and then
Yes.
passed on.
Yes.
So
I was-
is that the same evidence you are going to give in court?
Yes, but it was not an intentional. He fell on his
Yes.
neck.
But I'm saying you are not going to deny the merits that
No,
he
I
died because you had a physical fight
Yes, I
and
wouldn't
he
deny.
did not survive.
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay, Honorable Shongwe.
Just a second, Chair.
Okay. Wait, I'm going to come to you, Honorable Malema.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out a follow-up on that. When that happened, were you now deregistered or were you still registered as an agent? In fact, which year? Maybe that will make things easy for me to understand. Were you then registered or did you registered at that time?
It was in 2010. Yes, I was an agent at the time.
Yeah, what I'm saying, were you registered?
Yes, I was an agent.
That was before you were deregistered as an agent.
No. See, these are two processes of being registered as an informant and being deregistered.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, but after when you are recruited to be an agent, it happened in 2009. And this incident happened in 2010.
Yeah, but you were deregistered within a year. But anyway, it will come at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
What are the
Wait, Honorable Malema.
Thanks. Was it a female or male?
So male.
Male.
That's correct.
And then when they charged you, the charge was it culpable homicide or murder?
It was murder. And then, yeah, it was murder. But my defense was intending to apply for culpable, to convert it to culpable homicide. But before the trial, then the matter was withdrawn.
You had already pleaded?
Yes, I was going to plead not guilty.
No, I'm asking if you had pleaded.
Yes, in a Schedule 6, what happens? Yes, that's correct. In a Schedule 6 of Schedule 5-6, you have to plead, yes, before going to trial. I pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, and when you plead not guilty, they would have said to you, you are charged with the murder of so and so and so, whatever. Do you understand the charges? You say yes. And then you plead not guilty or guilty, then you say not guilty. So they told you it's murder.
That's correct.
Which means there was a prima facie evidence of murder.
I don't know.
No, that's why they charged you with murder.
Okay.
If they didn't have a prima facie case of murder, they would have changed it themselves into culpable homicide.
That's correct.
And then witnesses didn't show up.
There was no witness. He was very far. When I took this person to the clinic, then this person arrived.
Okay.
And he later passed on.
No, thanks.
Honorable Shangwe, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. No, thank you. Babu Mkhwanazi, this situation is very sad. If you know you are a father to your children, I believe, and maybe your family is depending on you, am I correct?
That's correct.
If I were to give my time to you, that you take this opportunity and maybe give dignity to your surname, give dignity to your family, take this opportunity and come out and tell us the truth in everything, and not try to maybe dodge this thing. Would you take it? The question, would you take the opportunity? Would you take it?
Which opportunity to tell the truth about what?
A lot of things that are really, really happening. Because you see, there's something I'll tell you. At SAPS, when one has a handler, your behavior is not the same. Number two, you are drawing a picture to me and the South Africans that your handler allowed things to happen while you were under his guidance. For example, it looks as if it's a promotion. You were a, what do you call this? An informant. Then you got a promotion to being an agent.
Not by him, not by the first person.
By the first person. And this handler of yours knew about this information. So are you telling South Africans that the state doesn't care if you are continuously doing wrong things? It just gives you an...
Which wrong thing are you referring to, Honorable Member?
A murder, my bro.
No. You see, and once something did not happen intentionally, there's a premeditated where I plan to murder someone.
Okay.
It's a similar thing.
Let's stop right there.
Yes.
Now, let's leave the intention part. I just want to ask you when you continue.
Okay.
Let's leave the intention part.
Yeah.
Are you saying to me, with what happened, are you happy with how the court conducted this matter of yours in dropping the case?
But what was it expected?
How was it dropped? Let's go there.
I'm saying there was no witness.
So the case must be dropped because there was no witness.
Who was going to witness also passed on.
Okay, if I take a gun and shoot Honorable
premeditated.
Nomvalo here, and it's just me and him, and I take him to clinic or hospital, what witness, why would a witness be needed there if there's evidence that I shot the person, I said that I shot the person?
No. You see,
You
there
took
are
the
gun
person
laws.
to the clinic, right?
Yeah, but there are gun laws.
No, leave the gun.
Yes.
I was making an
We are
example.
fighting-
You fought with this person, he
Yes.
fell, and then you
Intentionally.
took him to the clinic.
Yes.
Is there a need for a witness there? Now, that's what I'm saying to you. I think, yabona ngesizulu mfethu, they say, umuntu okhuluma yi-one, simbiza ukuthi uyahlanya, sangene, watsena. But kasi huwa umuntu okhuluma yi-one, maybe it's a child, we would say, imaginary child.
Yeah.
Is there a chance with this handler of yours is an imaginary handler?
No, you see, Chairperson, I'm still repeating myself. The committee will not get what is here for.
But we cannot accept things.
No, you see, and I'm giving you example, even when you live here with a car and you happen to hit someone unintentionally. I hear Honorable Maneva asked whether it was placed as a culpable or not. And I'm saying the intention was to go and place it as culpable homicide because it was just a fight. And I did not, no
Let's
object
fix
to it.
this.
Now,
You are investigating
Chairperson,
cooking
may I just-
Mrs.
may I just-
No, I want clarity on this thing you explain.
No, but I'm not making a point every time.
Okay, let me
You
wait
see,
for you.
Chairperson, we are talking about a name of individual, Baron Mogotsi. And we come here thinking you are coming to give information. Everyone gets so personal. The South African must see he's a liar and that's exactly what you are doing. Because you are not going to achieve what you are here for. Why I'm saying that? You would tell me the family, the person died, and I've said it was not by intention. And we went to court and we intending to bring a plea of
Okay,
mercy.
I only have 15 minutes, Mr. Mkhwanazi. Sorry for that. I
No,
apologize.
you know what
The thing
you're
is,
doing.
you are going
Okay,
all over the place.
let's do like
You are
this.
just,
Chairperson,
the honorable member is just killing our characters,
Mr. Mkhwanazi.
telling the world
Mr.
that's not
Mkhwanazi.
how to going to achieve.
Mr. Mkhwanazi, the way I understand what Honorable Shongwe is saying is in a question form. Is the handler of Mr. Mkhwanazi imaginary or not?
No.
I don't think Honorable Shongwe casted an aspersion upon
He
you.
was not
He
even
just made a question. So
He was not
you
even
can
there.
respond.
And when he passed on in 2020, was that last year, he had nothing to do with this matter. It's absolutely something that happened and we were still young at that time. And most importantly, we are coming here before the commission to say, here's the evidence. General Mkhwanazi never spoke about me and the murder and all these things. Then somebody comes here and you feel that South Africans must see. I think this what happens, Shay, when you go home, when you prepare. Everyone prepares.
Sorry to disturb you, just for the sake of time. I only have 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I'm not like them.
Yeah, but we have not spoken to the.
We will. I just want clarity on. I want you to understand my question.
Yes, he's not
Quick one.
imaginary.
You say the case was dropped because there was no witness. What happened to the witness?
He passed on.
What happened? Why did he die?
He was sick. He was sick and passed away.
Okay, let's go back. This is my question. Ungilalele kahle, ne? For the country to trust or your handler to trust a person to investigate the issue of Kenya, Israel, King Mrs. Zulu selling coals, and the ANC funder or fundraiser as you were, for a person to trust this type of a person, you'd have to say the character of that person is very intelligent and good, right? Especially when it comes to investigating matters, right? Do you agree?
I agree.
Now, this is the question. Why would your case need a witness if you yourself are taking that person to the clinic and you are taking that matter to yourself, you are taking that matter yourself to the police station? Why would there be a need for a witness?
You don't get the point.
Okay, you're not getting the question. The question is, when do we need a witness on a case?
You know, yeah, now I'm saying, even if the witness was available, I was going to apply for the plea of
but your
culpable.
case,
Because I'm saying it was not premeditated. You make as if I waited outside the house, got into the house and killed the person.
asiyeke mngana, angeke ngithole impendulo. Let's go, asiye phambili. Ngiyasibona isidingo sakho sokuthi uye evenini. Asilungise la. What is your relationship noBaba Mkhulu?
He's a comrade.
He's a comrade. Has he given you money other than the one or behamba between Ket Matlala and
Who gave me money?
Lokhonje Mkhulu?
Apha mina imali? No,
Akazi.
no.
So your comradeship beyinani in between?
What do you have with your honorable member next to you? You are comrade. That's what I have with comrade Senzo Mkhulu.
Are you still comrade, Namash?
Come again?
Are you still comrades?
Me and comrade Mkhulu?
Mm.
You remember, I'm not a member of Senzo Mkhulu.
Are you still comrades?
Yes, we are comrades.
Has he contacted you since this thing started, this art talk?
I spoke to the chief of staff.
Sorry?
Nkabinde. I spoke to Nkabinde.
No, let's just stick to Babu.
No, we have not spoken.
You have not spoken.
Yes.
The time there was this allegation made by General Mkhwanazi that you called while Babu Mkhulu was at Lusikisiki. What was happening?
That I called.
Hmm.
I sent him a message.
Sent who?
General Mkhwanazi.
For what reason was that?
My own operation.
Which was?
To get to him and know him better and bring him to where I wanted him.
Were you also investigating him?
Definitely, it's written on my statement.
Okay. Who gave you that task?
The answer is always going to be one. There's only one person. That's correct.
Okay. Who was your previous handler? Igama lakhe konje, the one who died?
Mabuza.
Mabuza.
Yeah.
Who's your current?
I cannot mention him now.
Because he's alive.
Not really. It's
Sorry?
the arrangement that we made that I cannot reveal.
What is the standing order of a handler? Are they allowed to be mentioned?
In certain circumstances, yes.
Yes.
Certain
In
circumstances.
certain circumstances.
Yeah, not in
In
public.
this
like
regard,
that.
why are you mentioning the one that has passed on and then not the other one as well?
What will it help to hide him? What will it help to not-
Exactly. What
Because
would
he
it
was
help to
killed.
hide him? Exactly.
Yes.
Why are you hiding this one?
Where has he ever exposed me? He never told anyone I'm his agent.
Has the other one exposed you?
The one who passed on.
Yeah.
No, he has not exposed me.
But you've exposed his family. You've put his family in danger.
And you see, there's processes that you are doing.
No, it's not the process. I'm trying to show you, Guti, if
know,
you say you have a handler,
You know,
and you are
Chairperson,
being trusted to
I'm
investigate serious
getting-
matters such as King Mrs.
you know, I'm
you
getting,
cannot be as careless with such information.
Chairperson, I'm getting disappointed, you know. When I arrived yesterday,
Babu
It-
Mkhwanazi,
no, this is very, very important.
Hmm.
When I arrived yesterday, I told the evidence leader, you know, I've been trying to hide the name of this person who has passed on. I'm worried about his family.
Did the evidence leader force you to give that name?
No,
But
no, you see, now that's the point I'm trying to make. Then she said to me, you know, but this is going to be an oath and what, please do the right thing. I said, you know, I'm worried about his family. And we put the name. I'm asking if you spoke. Korea, it's so coincidental.
No. Just, which handler was it? Who was doing?
I'm-
Fine, leave it.
you know,
were you,
I've
were you
kept this-
trained were you trained for this?
Look.
What
I'm-
were you trained for?
Yes, I'm being clandestine investigations and all COVID
Were you
operations.
trained?
Yes, proper. Not written, the way in which the agents are trained. We don't wear uniform and do push-ups and stuff, no. But I'm trying to say to you is,
You were
I
intelligently
arrived-
trained.
I arrived yesterday, I speak to the evidence lead, I'm telling her, I'm sitting with a problem of, I'm going to take an oath, and I am having the duty to protect the name of this person, and he has passed on, chairperson. And immediately, now this thing comes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Uzongithola la ngaphandle i-event nje limhlophe.
Thank you, Honorable Shong.
Oban,
We are not a fleet manager, leave these things of fence.
Chairperson, you heard my concern.
Yes, I heard your concern,
I
but
came yesterday, I
but-
spoke to the evidence leader, the same thing, and I said, this person has passed on.
But Mr.
I
Mogotsi,
didn't want to put his real
Mr.
name.
Mogotsi,
I decided to put it,
Mr. Mogotsi,
there comes the question.
there are a lot of Mabuzas who have passed away, including the former Deputy President, David Mabuza. So without giving much detail, I don't think it has caused any harm,
Yeah, it is.
including ourselves. No, including ourselves, cannot actually know the detail of which Mabuza we're talking about.
It's what I'm
The
saying.
point is, you have made a point
He
because
has been shot
if
6
there
times.
if there is a suspicion that you may have created a story about the handler, at least you have brought something which does not endanger the next person, because there are a lot of Mabuzas I can count for you. So you shouldn't worry about that. It's an information that is well contained. Honorable President.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Mogotsi.
Middag, mevrouw.
Can you please, both of you, shift back to where you were? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mogotsi, you're determined to make life really difficult for yourself.
Come again?
So
Sorry.
let's continue. I'd like to start off with can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'd like to start off with the conversation you were having with Mr. Shongwe here about your, it was a murder trial?
It was yes, it was a matter which I intended to apply to be culpable homicide.
Yeah, you see, that's just not how criminal law works. You don't get to apply for
Yes.
murder to
Yes.
become culpable homicide. The
That's
requirements
correct.
for each offense is significantly different.
That's correct.
So if you know that and you know that it's correct, then why do you mention it?
That's how I felt at the time.
It's how you felt at the time. So what happened? You killed somebody.
The person died when we had the altercation.
So then you killed him.
That's correct.
Yes. So how did he die? What did you do?
In terms of what?
How did you kill him?
We had an altercation.
Did you hit him? Did you shoot him?
No, it was just a short fight. When I pushed him, he fell on his neck.
So you strangled him?
No, as I remember, I hit him with a clap, and when he went back, he slipped and fell on the window on his back.
Okay. So you said, as I understood it to Honorable Shongwe, that you in fact pleaded, or maybe to Honorable Malema, that you pleaded. You pleaded not guilty.
That's correct.
You remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
But a matter can't be withdrawn, Mr. Mogotsi, once you've pleaded. It's not possible.
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you.
Yes, I know you're a former prosecutor. Yes.
Once you've pleaded in a criminal trial, it cannot be withdrawn. Not possible.
Okay.
So what happened with that trial?
I don't know. Maybe the commission should establish what happened at the
Well,
time.
can you give me the details? I'll get them from you later. You don't have to waste my time with
Okay.
it now, but I'll certainly have to have a look at that because the matter cannot be withdrawn once you've pleaded.
Okay.
Yeah, and you say nobody helped you with that.
Nobody?
Nobody helped you. None of your contacts in the
No.
police. So, I mean, you're quite comfortable with being in trouble with the law. It's not the first time. That's not the only time you've been in trouble with the law, right?
What is honorable member implying?
I'm implying that it's not the first time that you've been in trouble with the law.
By
Simple
sitting-
question.
I don't.
Have you or have you not been in trouble with the law at other times?
Yes, I was. I had some.
So
I
then-
thought you are saying by sitting here, I'm in trouble with the law.
No.
Okay.
So you'll find it easier to deal with this interaction if you just answer the questions, Mr. Mogotsi, and don't try and involve yourself in a debate with me, please. So the question was quite simple. Have you been in trouble with the law besides this?
Yes.
Yes, then there's no need to say, what am I implying? It's very clear what I'm implying. Your criminal record, you have a criminal record?
That's correct.
Yes. It includes convictions for assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm.
GBH, yes.
Yes. Defeating the ends of justice, reckless driving. So you're an old skellum.
Or fighting.
Yeah, you like to beat people, huh?
No, it's not scam to beat people.
You don't think so?
No.
I see. You've also faced other charges for assault, theft, fraud, You haven't necessarily been convicted of everything, but you've been in trouble.
I was convicted for reckless driving and assault.
Assault GBH.
That's correct.
Yeah, don't forget the GBH.
Is what I'm talking assault.
Yeah, yeah, GBH is the important part of that. Intent to cause grievous bodily harm.
That's correct.
The same elements as murder, only he didn't die. Yeah.
Yeah.
So not something to brag about, I want to tell you. You know who, what's it, Gotle specialists are.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's a company based in the town where you live, Mahikeng.
That's correct.
Directed by one Dorothy Lekwabe.
That's all.
Yes. Now, there's an allegation that you involved yourself in a tender issue in the Northwest Province, and that you received money from this institution. Is that correct?
No.
It's not correct.
You never got a tender.
No, you didn't get the tender, but you nevertheless received, it was the Brown Mogotsi Foundation opposed the administration of former Northwest Premier Supra Mahalo in your foundation filed an application to interdict a 1 billion rand catering tender. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened with that?
The interdict, it was an interim order.
Yeah?
The matter went to the full bench.
Yes.
Subsequently, it was appealed in the SCA and we did not proceed.
And then what happened?
I don't know what happened.
So you go to all that trouble and then you don't know what happened. Now, who is this lady who's paying you money via the back door?
No, it's not my money.
No, that's not your money. We agree on that point. Why is she paying you money via the back door?
What?
Why is she paying you this money? Are you denying that she paid you money?
She paid me money.
Yes.
The tender.
Mrs. Lekwabe from Mahikeng.
Okay, no. Okay, no, I know her. She's my fiance.
She's your fiance?
That's correct.
Oh,
Yes.
that's why she's paying you money.
Yeah.
I see. Doesn't always work that way. Now, you at great pains, Mr. Mogotsi, to convince us that you're a legitimate agent for crime intelligence, that you were first an informer, and then you got registered as an agent. Then you talk about things like that you investigated cases. You go to Kenya for an investigation, and you used information for investigations. What are you talking about?
Is to collect information and give it to the handler.
No, you refer to yourself doing investigation.
That's correct.
What are you talking about? Since when do informers and agents do investigations? You collect information, you give it to the police. They do the investigations. That's their job.
That's correct.
So why do you say you investigate? You investigate nothing at all.
Because to obtain information, you have to investigate the information.
Ach, Mr. Mogotsi, please, man. I'm an old woman. Don't waste my time with such
So,
claptrap.
Chairperson, the process of obtaining information, how do you collect this information?
I explained to you, don't enter into a debate with me. That's not why we're here. And I'm not terribly interested in having a debate with you about a subject that I know quite a lot about and you appear to know quite a little. So if you are an informer, you ask people, you listen, you sit around bars and shebeens and I asked Mr. Maleme if I could use the word and he said I shouldn't, so I'll try and restrain myself. But you know what I want to call you, yeah.
Yes.
You know what
Informant,
you know what I want to call you.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not agent. Agent is not.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what I want to call you, that thing. And it is not a policeman, you're not an investigator, you're not a detective.
Yes.
You just sit around and hang around street corners and read rubbish in the newspaper and look at stuff on social media, and then you package it together like it's real stuff and you go and give it to your handler like it's proper information. That's not investigation. That's just collecting little bits and bobs here and there. Doesn't make you an investigator. An investigator is a serious job.
Yeah, you'll define it in your terms that you understand. Probably I'm wrong to call it that way,
You are.
but that's how we collect
that you're
information all
wrong.
the time.
So we've established that you're nothing but an informant. And now and then you get paid for the information that you bring, depending on how useful it is. Is that correct?
When I was an informant, yes.
Yes. And an agent, you get a salary.
No, you get money differently.
How?
Cash.
Yes, everyone gets cash. Informants also get cash. What do you think? Informant opens a bank account and the police pay money into it. I mean, how do you?
And the police who are in the agent program, they
Yeah.
also get cash
So of course they do.
without personal numbers and stuff.
Of course they do. It depends on how much your information was worth, whether it led to an arrest, etc., etc., etc.
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's not like this
Work.
this 007 kind of job that you've been watching too much TV with and flying off to Kenya to go and do investigations. It's nonsense. And no informer spends their own money on doing investigations for the South African police. In 30 years, I never heard of that.
The current
It's the first
circumstances.
time.
Okay. But I said with the current circumstances, that's what happened.
Mm. So you say in your affidavit rather grandly that your statement is intended to assist this committee in evaluating the extent of misconduct and unethical behavior by members of the police and other relevant individuals or institutions.
That's correct.
Really? Well, how are you going to do that? How are you going to assist us? When what you've done today is made up flimsy stories, quite frankly. I'll say with respect,
So,
let's be strict with it.
Okay.
And you've told us these you really watch too much TV, Mr. Mogotsi. And you think we do too?
No, honorable member,
Yes.
I never applied to come before the committee.
No, Mr. Mogotsi, you
Now I
watch all
get
the duty.
invited
Mm.
and I kept on saying, this is the last line of defense. The information, the way you say it, the moment you
Mogotsi,
get
don't do
it,
that.
I believe it will help.
I'm not interested in how you got here. We all know how you got here. So let me tell you why you're here. You're here because other people have fingered you. And I'm going to call you that now because you agree it's what you are. Have fingered you as an impimpi. And you're here now to defend yourself. That's why you're here. You're not here to help us get any information. You're not interested in combating unethical practices and other malpractice in the South African police. People have exposed you and you're here trying to save yourself. That's what you're here for. And you think that you can spin these really flimsy stories and convince us that it's true and fact and real. Come on.
But who exposed me, honorable member?
Oh, everybody at the Malanga Commission end here. Why are you friends with somebody like Mr. Matlala? How did you meet him?
I can't remember how I met him.
You can't remember. You can remember. You seem to remember things that suit you and not remember other things that don't suit you. How can you not remember how you met Mr. Matlala? It's not so long ago.
It's long time ago.
How long?
I said it was even just after COVID. But to say,
It's a couple of years ago. Even I still remember.
and to say, how do I meet him as my friend? It's, I don't know how to put this thing. And usually on TV, I always hear in this committee, you say, we are having conversation. I don't know how to respond to you, honorable member. As you sit there and now, with respect, I can't even make one.
You must answer the questions, Mr. Mogotsi. You see, you're rambling on here now.
That I'm being fielded like a pimpy.
Well,
It's me who allowed you to use that word. I'm not the one.
if the shoe fits, Mr. Mogotsi, wear it. The unfortunate incident of Mr. Mabuza, who was shot in September 2025, and I don't want to dwell on this because I understand that it's difficult for you, in an execution-style killing. Was that crime ever solved? Was there a case opened? Was it investigated?
Yes, the
Did
case.
they arrest somebody?
Not yet.
Sure. And where's crime intelligence?
General Kumalo, they are there.
One would have thought that they would have spent quite a lot of time
They
on a
are,
matter of their own person.
yeah, they are heading crime intelligence.
See, that's not working. You say that the affidavits in BM2. The individuals who deposed to these affidavits are newly appointed at Crime Intelligence, and they've been asked to fabricate the facts stated in the affidavits in order to discredit you. That's
It's not-
on page
not-
5 of your
Yeah,
affidavit.
It's only one of them.
Okay,
They
and
co-
why?
There's one saying that and there's one opposing that.
And why would Lieutenant General Kumalo and General Lushaba instruct somebody to depose to an affidavit to discredit you? You're just an informer. Why?
I'll try and find out. I'll ask them.
No, you say so. Having said so, you must know why.
Because honorable member said, this person only came to crime intelligence in 2024. And yet he put up an affidavit of someone he doesn't even know. And I'm saying this person was taken from somewhere as a support staff member and was promoted to the office of General Lushaba. You know, even the same General Lushaba, you won't understand, no one will understand how he got promoted.
How he got?
Promoted. You know, he was born 1983. He's a major general. And you go into subs today and check, there are more than 20,000 police officers who've been with relevant qualifications, who've been captains, warrant officers, and sergeants for all the years, including the woman who comes from BMW. No basic training, nothing. She got appointed and then as a brigadier. And the person who came to committee said she was the only one who could do the job.
Yes, I remember that, Mr. Mogotsi, and I was equally astonished, believe me. So you say that you know for a fact that these people were instructed by Lieutenant General Kamala and General Lushaba to depose to affidavits in order to discredit you.
No, a similar question was raised, and I said, because I cannot produce any evidence, I may be wrong, but that's how I feel, because these are the only two people who can say I am not this particular.
So you understand the nature of an affidavit?
I do.
Yes. That's what you say, and it must be the truth,
Yes,
not how you feel. It must be the truth.
that's correct.
You say, I swear that the contents of this affidavit are true and correct and within my personal knowledge, unless the context indicates otherwise. That's what you say in an affidavit.
That's correct. And that's what the context are saying otherwise.
No, you're saying you think so, you feel it.
No, how else can this person who doesn't know me
You
say
see, the
I'm not in
difficulty
the
I'm
database?
having, Mr. Mogotsi, is that you admit up front that you're a professional liar.
Where did
You say, I'm a professional liar. My job is to lie. You say so. I'm an agent.
You see, then it means you cannot have a person of like a contact to appear before this kind of platforms.
Well,
Because 90 to 40% of the work they do, I'll give you why I'm saying that. Even when there is a robbery, this person will lie to the criminals, like the informant who was killed. He left with 17 people. He was the 17th person. All 16 of them were killed. He came back alive. Only the police knew he was alive. But he was killed after being given 50,000 instead of 1 million. So now, how do you classify that person?
I see Mr. Skosana wants to ask something.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question is very clear to you. Honorable Breitenberg is asking you that when you started here, you said yourself that you are a professional liar. Do you agree?
No, you can't.
But
I said you are empowered with an instrument called the legend building, which allows you in circumstances after getting permission from a handler to create a false life. It's not that I go around here calling myself Tapoli tomorrow.
No, Mr. Mogotsi.
I can never say that.
Mr. Mogotsi,
And
we can play that.
Under oath, I said, this is not an operation, this is a hearing. Therefore, I cannot lie here.
No. You said you are a professional liar.
No, I said in my tanga, they said I'm a professional liar.
Yeah, but
I must have
are you not?
No.
Okay, okay.
Chairperson, it
Wait,
insufficient
wait,
qualification to be a liar.
Honorable Skosana. I think the witness will remember that Honorable Ntuli asked about majority of the modus operandi of your work, which relies on creating falsehoods. Recall that the evidence leader was referring you to
Affidavit.
the affidavit at PM1.
Yes.
Where you created a falsehood that you work at the office of the Minister
That's
of
correct.
Police.
Yes.
So that's where the tone and the questioning from Honorable Bredenbach is coming from, which you have agreed here that this is part of the work. It's lied deliberately so.
Yeah, but
to create a particular image of yourself so that the subjects of your investigation quickly believe you and have a trust on you.
Now, coin me when I'm saying in this committee, I'm a professional.
No, I'm saying you said part of what is your work is to create a falsehood, to lay in your subject of your
When I'm
investigation so as to ensure that they have trust in you, they give information.
No, Chair, the way they're saying it means even if I go to church, that time I'm a liar, I'm going to church as a professional liar. Unless you say to me, if, let me give an example. If we are driving in a car and you tell me that you are going to do something that is wrong, I can also tell you, don't worry, those police, they know me. And when we get there, we get arrested and I won't be arrested. That's how I can tell this person so that he mustn't fight the police. But to say, I came here to Honorable James and I said, I'm a liar. I cannot say that. It was said like that because of an operation that I have done.
No, that's fine. You don't lie, you create falsehoods. Honorable Bredenbach, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Mogotsi, on page 6 of your affidavit, you say you were tasked by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in your capacity as a contact agent to investigate and look into irregularities within the crime intelligence and South African Police Service. Really? You were? You need to answer.
Oh, yes, I was.
You were?
But the question really.
Yes,
I don't know what to
really.
say. Yes.
Investigate and look into irregularities. You're an informant. You're not a policeman. You're not an investigator. You are an informant. You can like it, you cannot like it. It doesn't make any difference to me. You're an informant.
All right, maybe allow me, Chair, to.
So tell me why.
Yes, let me get this
Briefly.
understood. Yeah. You can never, it's impossible to arrest the police through the police. They'll never commit anything in the presence of other police. You will need someone like me, to go to a police station and say someone is arrested here. His name is James, please, or is Peter. How can you help me? Tell me, here's the investigating officer. And we know that investigating officer, when he gets money, he releases the client or he releases the suspect. It's me who must set him up, give him money, and you arrest him. The issue that you must show me an informant who will, as a lawyer, Chair, who will conduct a 252A and record who. It's not how you view it, probably in those old years, like you say, you're an older man, madam. Now you need like someone. I must go to church. If they're selling drugs in church, I must go to church. I must donate in church until I get the information.
Mr. Matlala, I was a prosecutor for...
No, I'm still Matlala now.
You're still Matlala. Sorry, Mr. Mogotsi. You remind me a lot of Mr. Matlala. I was a prosecutor for 30 years, Mr. Mogotsi. There's very little you can teach me about the criminal justice system, really, very little.
Yes.
Very little.
And you could not prosecute any more cases without agents and informants. The police will never go to a place, sit there and drink with criminals. They'll run away. There must be someone like me. The police cannot write an affidavit and say, I'm working the minister. He'll be arrested.
Mr. Mogotsi, we agree. We agree on that. You're an informer. You're not a
Yes,
policeman.
I'm not a
Yeah,
policeman.
no.
Yes.
You don't investigate matters. And I think it's a little bit stretching the truth when you say that you were tasked to establish an information network inside and outside of crime intelligence in order to investigate or uncover high-level corruption. I really, what year was that?
Through Chair, I don't know if I bring you a proof of payment within subs.
Just tell me the year, that's all I'm asking you.
On which year?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I thought which way, sorry.
You see, you were so busy thinking of the story you were going to tell me that you don't listen to the question. What year? It's a simple question.
In 2021.
2021.
Yes.
Okay. And how successful were you? How many high-level corruption matters did you provide information on that led to a conviction?
To General Mfazi.
That led to a conviction, Mr.
I'm talking to General Mfazi.
Yes. what
To his
conviction?
assignment, no, he quickly passed on. But
Okay.
after that, there are, even those that you saw in the news.
People who can corroborate your story have sadly
Yeah,
passed on.
that's the thing now.
You know, when the policemen drive in the car and there are two of them and the one makes an accident, huh?
Yes.
And you're the prosecutor and you say to the other one, what did you see? He says, no, I was bending down, tying my shoelaces at that time.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing now. You're bending down, tying your shoelaces. So you say you went to Kenya for what?
To meet with someone that who could corroborate our suspicion.
Your suspicion of what?
To meet with George.
Who's George?
The person the late minister said I should meet.
Ah. And you paid for this with 5,000 rand?
No, we were talking of the monies which were contributed.
You see, I'm running out of time, Mr. Mogotsi, and I want to tell you that I've listened to you very carefully today. And my impression is that you have been in this job too long. You've watched too many movies, and your whole life has become a story, and not a very convincing one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brittenbach, Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, are you completely 100% satisfied? You have absolute proof that your so-called handler, the person you have referred to over and over and over again today, is actually from crime intelligence? And asking you to investigate then crime intelligence. Is there any chance? Pardon?
I would say 100.
Could I just finish the question?
Oh.
Is there any chance that this person is from another agency, South African agency perhaps, or even another country?
There's no chance it's from crime intelligence.
Okay. You claimed in the Madlanga Commission last year that KZN Police Commissioner and the Zulu King were recruited by the CIA. Do you stand by that claim? And if so, what evidence do you have to that effect?
Yeah, I did say from the case that was opened by a prince from KZN, it was mentioned in that A1 statement that those suspicions do exist. They are protecting the interest of the Israelis who are benefiting from the, what you call, Richards Bay coal terminal.
Well, yes, that was an interesting one. Go down to it. You did claim earlier that the majority of coal exported from KZN goes to Israel. Now, I looked it up. Of the 50 million tons exported annually via Richards Bay Coal Terminal, only 1.7 million tons go to Israel, and that's a very, very small percentage of the total. So your claim is not actually true. In fact, South African coal mainly goes to Asia, particularly India. So it's a rather sweeping statement, and it's untrue. And I'm sure you can see how this impacts the credibility of your other claims that you make.
Chairperson, I will also request in what submission the names that I've undertook to submit. The similar study, the honorable member perhaps reading there, I have something that can show the majority of the coal from Richard Bey goes to Israel. May I submit that?
Thank you. It goes against everything that's reported elsewhere, ever. You further state in your affidavit, pages 10 and 11, that you met with the man in Kenya, who seemed to claim that the Lieutenant General was a CIA agent. And then you say that Minister Mtetra claimed that the Lieutenant General's removal as acting National Police Commissioner in 2012 was related directly to the suspicion. You stand by that, do you?
No, I did say, he said he knew of the suspicion. I wanted to know why he removed him, but he did not remove him because of the suspicion, but he knew the suspicion.
But it seems that's not quite what you said in your affidavit. You said that the then minister said he believed him to be so, and that's why he removed him from his position as acting police commissioner.
And what paragraph is that? No. Can't see the paragraph.
Okay,
Oh.
I'll find it for you shortly. What were Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and Becky Cele's links to the Magma security tender you referred to? Now, there's a brief mention in paragraph 39. Just expound on that. You did refer to a relationship between Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and the Magma security founder, Shaheen Suleiman, in terms of bribery and tender favoritism, is what you referred to.
In terms of Ketmatala,
No,
I can't hear you, Chairperson.
on
Page 30, paragraph 39.
39, brief mention. You just made a passing mention, and I wanted you to expound on that.
Of
Give
Magma.
more
Magma.
information on that, on your paragraph 39,
Yes, to say he's,
about the Magma security tender.
yes, this company is based in KZN.
Okay,
Yes. And like I said, that if information comes that they say they have been involved together with former Minister Begitel in the awarding of this tender. There is a litigation in court as we speak. However, I also
sorry, litigation against whom and who's being charged for what?
no, not charge a civil matter
Oh, it's a
on
civil
the
matter.
particular matter, yes, on how it was awarded.
Okay,
And the other party is producing something similar to what happened to my case in Mahikeng, where you had to produce where we thought the matter, the contract was not properly awarded. But in here, I'm making mention that the similar company may have conducted the downloading and the mirror imaging of the cell phones of Ket Matlala. And therefore, I was trying to also mention that because I did see, for example, the messages from former Minister Begitel in Kat's phone when I was with Kat. But when these messages were circulated or printed, they never came out.
yes, I've heard of that.
Yes, and secondly, like I also had something I did not mention when former Begitel was here in my phones. I have both
Are
of
those
his
the
cell
magic messages he's never sent in his life?
No. It's me who once spoke to him when he was still a minister of
And he
police.
responded by message?
And he did. Yeah, but now I'm saying I've got his numbers,
Okay.
both his phone numbers.
I'm saying he swore in front of us he has never responded
And
to a
then
message.
That's why I was saying in the I don't know how do I put it with the work I'm doing. I wish Kat's cell phone can be made available in the presence. And we have the whatever device. We can also show the messages that they deleted can be retrieved back.
Okay.
The message that affects them, they
Okay.
were deleted because I saw them in Kat's phone.
Let's leave his information. I'm sure that will all come out in due course. Now, you deal in length here about the Khan investigation. From your perspective, you claim it was an orchestrated attack on the Major General, behind which attack was Lieutenant Generals Mkhwanazi and Kumalo. Now, that was on the 13th of September, 2025, and the minister died on the 30th of September, 2025, under what you refer to as suspicious circumstances. Now, let's not beat about the bush here. Are you claiming the minister was murdered, and on whose instructions? Do you have proof? In the very next paragraph, paragraph number 38, you say all his suspects did not make it out alive. Mkhwanazi suspects. Now, you seem to link the two claims as a narrative. Spell it out for us.
Yeah, and first of all, I said former Minister Mthetho was not General Mkhwanazi suspect. And I said, even here in Cape Town, I'm still saying it's not easy that from the 4th floor, the windows that are usually installed cannot be broken with a scissor. It was my view that there was no way he could open the window himself. But the two do not go together. It is.
Oh, so the one follows immediately after, but bears no relation to what you've just said.
Yes, but it's the new paragraph.
Okay, what were the lieutenant, oh, we went to the magma security one. Okay, about the 360 million rand SAPS tender, that also involved the KZN Police Commissioner and the former Minister Becky Cele, and the strange happenings here. We've had Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi alleging that Becky Cele provided a bank account number to Matlala to receive payments. He then retracted this allegation in October last year. That was the Medicare 24 tender, which was for SAPS Health Services awarded at some stage in early 24, but it was only eventually cancelled in late 2025 once questions were asked about non-compliance and fraud concerns. Now, do you find anything strange in the fact that the SAPS Bid Adjudication Committee granted the Medicare 24 tender, and it was only about a year later when questions started being raised about the matter that it was investigated and what was wrong with it was revealed, and from the mismatched signatures to failing to reach the tender requirements, yet the tender had been accepted. Now, you seem to know so much about the SAPS. Who do you think signed off on this massive tender? And what do you think they got out of it? I've not heard of anyone being held to account for signing off on what seems to have been a very dodgy tender indeed.
The person who signed the tender, TNC Musikile, the appointment letter.
And how would you know that?
Because I saw the service level agreement.
Okay.
As to how much and who got out of it,
Do you believe people are getting kickbacks for signing off on tenders and property deals and everything else? Do SAPS members get kickbacks from these deals?
I only know of what Kate told me about former Minister Becky Cele.
Okay.
That he gave him some money, which he also testified.
Yes, he did. You referred to your crime intelligence handler over and over and again, yet in the affidavit by Brigadier van Vuren, 17th of November last year, it says the CI database had your ID registered from the 9th of Jan 2001 at the Soweto cluster and deregistered 20th of August same year, 7 months. So you claim it's quite different. Were you then an undercover agent at the time for a few months, and then you moved into being a so-called contact agent? That's the term you use. Are you still today? Is your handler watching you today on television? How much are you paid for this information? I can't, for the life of me, believe you do this out of the goodness of your heart.
Yes, the 2021, if you look at it, there's a difference there. I was an informant. And when I became a contact agent, it was after the years. And in that period, it is not that my handler do get something or is watching me, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, I do my work as an agent. It is unfortunate that I have declared myself over the TV. I have spoken about this. I do not think.
You understand that job is now over.
I
Nobody
can
will ever
ever,
speak
I don't
to
think
you.
I can ever
No one will
successfully.
speak to you again, ever.
Yeah, who will ever do anything
Nobody.
in front of me? Yes.
Okay, so who in crime intelligence told you to spy on Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi? Page 15, paragraph 50 of your affidavit? Who gave you this mandate? And if you say your handler, why would they do that? What was the suspicion you were supposed to investigate?
On paragraph 50,
Yes, page 15, paragraph 50, 50.
there was a matter of a correctional officer who was alleged to have found with drugs, and General Mkhwanazi ordered that the person should not be arrested.
Hmm.
And that OB entry came to the group. You see, in the network, you'll have a group of 8 to 10 different people where you discuss their discussions, and this task was then given out.
Okay. Additionally, it seems you were investigating Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi while he was investigating the minister and saying that the Khan link, as you quote in paragraph 58, quote, that's quoting Mkhwanazi, almost everything that we see happening in Parliament, in the media, comes from that component of crime intelligence, and this is where the real fight comes from. He was referring to Khan, correct?
I don't know.
It's in your affidavit, sir.
But the thing is,
58, you quoted in paragraph 58, it's in your own affidavit.
oh yes, this is General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
I get,
good.
when you speak, I can't hear properly. So
Okay.
forgive me.
Well, I find it so difficult to believe that a contact agent who doesn't seem to be paid anything at all and is registered somewhere unknown would be privy to the sort of information and documents relating to the internal workings of the SAPs that you seem to be able to produce.
But it seems like well, after the Kenya incident, it is now that I said I'm not being paid. I said after this thing of the July 6, especially after the arrest of General Kumalo and the other crime intelligence general, all these operations were never been funded from the crime intelligence.
Hmm.
That's what I was saying.
You claim that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi met with Kat Matlala just before the press conference on the 6th of July last year. So on what day do you claim that Kat Matlala met the Lieutenant General at his, I suppose, his apartment at the Pearls in Mshlanga?
Yes, I did say after I was in Durban following Kat to a place where he went, I didn't know who he met. He only confirmed during the day of the what do you call
Yes,
press conference that
you
the
referred
person he met was Kat
Yeah, you
was
referred to what you thought was a meeting between the Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and Kat Matlala. You weren't sure it was him. You didn't see him in person. That's what you said.
Yes.
Yet at the Madlanga Commission, the KZN Hawkshead Major General Sinona said he had attended that very meeting. And it was claimed that the KZN Commissioner offered to help Matlala in terms of a murder investigation, to make it go away, in exchange for information about Deputy National Police Commissioner Sabaya. Now, Sinona gave evidence on the 27th of January, and of course, almost immediately afterwards, was told to leave his office, get out, 2 days later.
Yeah.
Is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi likely to have done that? Some say the move was in retaliation for his evidence giving.
Yeah, in the as a provincial commissioner, he may have influenced the decision to do so, including he had a meeting with the Hawks in the KZN because the head of Hawks is no more there.
Yes, he's gone.
Which
2 days.
in the actual way, it is a national head of Hawks who's supposed to go and address, because the Hawks in the province does not account to the provincial commission.
Exactly. Were you surprised that despite a criminal investigation process being underway in terms of the list of charges against the crime intelligence 7 who were arrested, that the SAPs cleared Major General Lushaba and Lieutenant General Kumalo internally within 2 weeks of the arrest? They just cleared them. I must admit, I've seen this exact scenario play out many times within the SAPs, who run a parallel process to the criminal justice system. And they declare people innocent when, in fact, in a year's time, courts may declare them to be guilty. Are you surprised that that happened?
I'm not surprised. Only it's similarly to the same generals who were arrested and criminally charged. The National Commissioner decided not to suspend them. But after General Mkhwanazi spoke about General Sibia, he was suspended on hearsay. So I'm not surprised.
General Mazimola and the property purchase you refer to in Pretoria.
Yes.
Now, your BM5 is a batch of basically blacked out documents. There's nothing there.
Yes, yes.
You said you made attempts to contact the president in this regard. Is he used to receiving calls from you?
No. It was in 2024, the same 2024. I had to have contacts of the state president. I did send him messages. I did say, President, the crime intelligence is about to collapse. He never responded. I sent a second message. I made 2 missed calls to say, for example, the day before the arrest of General Khumalo, I was trying from the bottom of my heart, looking at the flag from the bottom of my heart, that the president should intervene. I thought we were not even have to be having Madlanga, and the president, after appointing or after the referrals of cases from Madlanga, he still say the same national commissioner should be in charge of that committee. And the absence of the IGI is so difficult for the crime intelligence to exist, because the IGI report, if the committee can subpoena the IGI, even though suspended, and demand that report, I believe the shop will close, will have all the answers.
Final question. You detailed what you claim was the killing of an informant who was inside a cash in transit gang as an informer. They were all shot by him, the informant. You detailed that. In paragraph 127, you say the informant should have received 1 million rand. He was only paid 500,000, and his identity was then shared from that closed group, and he was then killed, assassinated. Again, it's not for this committee to join the dots in your affidavit. Who do you believe was behind the killing?
No, the story again is not 500,000.
50,000.
And the informant did not kill the suspect. They were in shootout with the police. He was also, it was pretended that he also been shot. He came back.
Yes.
The claim was processed. Now the source in the finance, the last time he was saying it was 1 million rand. But when Brigadier Sebola met with General Khumalo in the presence of the handler and the commander of the handler, they then said they wanted to see the informant, something that has never happened before. And in my view, they went and met the informant, and in the presence of the informant, Brigadier Sebola asked the handler for the contact numbers of the informant, which he was not given. Then he was given the
You're
money.
saying assassinated the informant? Who was then killed?
I cannot make those big allegations, but it has never happened that anyone from crime intelligence will meet an agent or the informant.
Only the handler.
And that is only the handler. And now it's also happening in Gauteng. There are 3 informants who are on the run. They helped with 3 cases.
And were they also?
They were not paid. They were supposed to come and get the money. One of them died.
And
He was an agent from Botswana. He was killed. These 3, they are not being paid. They are now running.
First time I've heard this happen.
And they are looking, and now they jumped the handler. They are looking for the informant.
Okay, I'm done for now. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Members, can we take a quick comfort break until 10 to 7? Honorable Malema, we will be starting exactly at 10 to 7.
10 to 7?
Yes.
And now over there,
Mr. Mogotsi, let's start at the thing, the paragraph number 1. I'm an adult male on your affidavit. I'm an adult male businessman and entrepreneur of full legal capacity. Is there a difference between businessman and entrepreneur?
If there is, I am not sure what the difference, but I know that I'm a small businessman,
You are?
a small businessman.
Oh, you have not written it here because a businessman will mean someone who owns or has inherited an institution.
Oh.
Let's say McDonald's. An entrepreneur will mean someone who has come up with an innovation, new ideas, as disrupting the new way of doing things in the business sector. Are you any of the two?
No.
So what kind of business do you do?
Selling liquor, making wars.
Where do you sell liquor?
In Mahikeng.
Where? Like
By customers.
No. A Mahikeng shopping complex. The name of the place is called what?
By where a place called Old School.
Old School.
Old School
It's a
village.
shabin.
It's
a tavern, shabin, bar, club.
The bar kind.
There's got a liquor license.
Yes, I have 4 liquor licenses.
Okay, and then the
Different.
horse.
And the meat at the back, and then
So it's like Chisanyam.
this
This place of
all those things.
yeah, you sell alcohol, you sell
And there's a tavern now, not of the same class, like Tap way at the road somewhere else, with some shops people renting from me.
so in the context of what I've just defined, you are not qualified to be called a businessman.
Definitely.
Now, I would suggest that you know very well that you are not an agent or those things they are talking about. You know from the bottom of your heart. You are just a comrade who happen to sit with comrades and you hear information and then you pass it around with the aim of extorting people.
No, that's not correct.
There's no agent or informant that speaks the way you did. Leave the fact that you spoke like this here or at Madlanga. Unprovoked, you just went to have a press, interviews and just spoke like a clerk. I'm a clerk at the hospital. What kind of informant speak like that or an agent if you say you were trained? Because no informant or an agent speak like that.
Yeah, the situation was different, very different. You know, even at school, my kids will not go to school. There is always a need to give perspective.
No, but you know that informant and agents, their survival in this business they are doing, under whatever circumstances, is to hide their identity as possible. It doesn't matter. There was no gun on your head and all of that. You just revoked a name of agent, informant, so that you can appear to be something you are not, which you also know you're not.
Yeah, but if, Chair, if that's what you have in mind or believe.
No, I'm not having it in mind. I'm saying, agent, don't behave the way you are behaving. And if you're an agent, you will know that no agent behaves like that. I mean, you find the prettiest lady saying, I'm working at SSA, and you ask her, what do you do? She says, no, I'm a data capturer. And what is the shocking about all of them is that they are data capturers. That's a way of telling you they're agents. They don't just say, I'm an agent. That's playful.
No, like I said, the situation was different. This is what happened. At first, when I went to appear in Madlanga, I did make an application that it should be in camera. And then it's one of the reasons why.
Now leave Madlanga. You didn't tell us you're an agent at Madlanga. You told us you're an agent with a journalist. You were speaking to a journalist. You're not talking to Madlanga.
I never spoke.
You went to Madlanga being known as an agent.
No. Can't remember correctly, never. I kept on saying, I believe the time will come where one will talk what he's doing. And now, at the same time, this was a very serious and critical time. There was no way if, for example, General Mkhwanazi, with the classified information and everything he mentioned, that was the stage I had to put something on the table as to who am I.
To counter what is being said about, not because you are genuinely what you are, because you don't deal with any classified information. That's why you don't even get to be vetted or be given a clearance certificate, because you are at that level if you are, which is not very significant, as it were. And that's why you said it, you are what you are, and it hasn't helped you with anything. That's how, I mean, you can't say I'm going to unleash what I am as if it's a very powerful tool which is going to get you out of trouble. It didn't help with anything. If anything, it has caused a huge embarrassment into the institution and has undermined the work that perhaps if you are employed by the institution, this thing has undermined it. Do you accept?
No, I do not accept that.
By you declaring to be an agent and informant, how did it help to enhance the good image of the institution?
It was not helping to advance the good image.
Okay, how did it advance to improve your image?
It was not all about the image at all.
What was it about?
You see, honorable member, where we are now, with those who are controlling the police service as we speak, and especially the crime intelligence, I can assure you, if the committee or the commission or the president does not take any decision, it's going to collapse.
You're not answering the question. Huh?
I'm saying that is where everyone has had to bring whatever that can assist to save the same organization you are referring to.
If we were to ask state criminal intelligence, if you're an agent, look, don't stop with that story that when you are an agent, your name is nowhere, it's only being handled by a handler. That number comes out of your name. You give your name and your ID number.
Yes.
And the custodian of those agents is General Kumalo as we speak now. It's crime intelligence. I'm telling you. Because those people, he's not your handler. But all of you belong, if you belong to crime intelligence belongs to Kumalo. It doesn't matter wherever you are. If you are receiving money of crime intelligence, you are an employee of Kumalo.
In the sense of organizational structure as the head, you'll say that
there should be a way. I mean, remember, we cannot have a situation where every person goes around calling themselves agents, and we don't have a way as crime intelligence to verify the authenticity of these people.
It's going to be verified.
Yes, so I'm saying, if we were to ask crime intelligence tomorrow that you are you an agent through the chairperson, not in a publicized manner?
Yes.
Will they confirm?
There is a way. You know, as we are speaking, I'm thinking, as a member of the committee, I don't know how can this be done to have that not in public. And you say, just 10, 12 days, give us the exhibit, give us evidence pack, give us something tangible.
Yeah.
if it's classified, you must say, how do you deal with intelligence service to declassify that and take a decision out of that? That's number one. Number two, you also tasked me to have, through the same way you want to verify, to get 5 extra people.
No, no, we verify through institution. We don't verify through people.
I'm saying I give you extra 5 people,
Huh?
which they must also verify if they can tell you. And you look at the exhibit, you look at the operations, you look at everything that these people have done.
I accept that. Remember, my time is limited.
All right.
If I were to go through proper channel as the committee to the
Yes.
institution, which is a custodian of all the agents, will they confirm that you are an agent? Because we can't have people running loose, calling themselves agent, and there's no mechanism.
It's true.
Because it's the same as impersonating police
It's true.
and impersonating IPIT.
It's correct.
Yes, so if we're to go to crime intelligence tomorrow to confirm that you are an agent, will they confirm?
Yes, they have to. I must tell you who I'm working with.
No.
Yes, they have to confirm through the person I'm working with.
I don't want the person you work with because you've got a number.
Yes.
Your number is an ID.
Yes, he'll submit everything.
And your name. So that's why they can give your handler money.
Yes,
Because they can't give money to a handler to go and give to a non-existing person.
that's correct. And now, just to
And if we find that you are not an agent, right? Do you give this committee a permission to open a criminal case against you of lying under oath and impersonating crime intelligence agents?
Chairperson, honorable member, I have just given one practical example of 7 generals who are arrested, criminally charged. They were cleared in 2 weeks. So if a person can deviate or do anything of that sort, it's easy to deny and say he's a liar, just like this affidavit.
No,
So I'm saying
your answer must be very simple because you are saying they will confirm your name. I'm
through my
saying
handler,
if
if
they
involve
don't-
my handler,
No,
yes.
no. You are not an agent of a handler. You are an agent of crime intelligence. That's why they give you our money. The handler is not giving you his money.
That's correct.
He's giving you our money.
That's correct.
So if someone says he's a teacher and is getting money and then he says, no, you must confirm through my principal at school that I'm a teacher, it's wrong. I'll confirm through the Department of Education if you're a teacher and you're deserving of receiving that money. And then the department knows how to do those things. That's why I don't want to expose your handler if you've got such a thing. It's not my duty.
Yeah.
My duty is to deal with the institution.
That's correct.
And if the institution says no, we take full responsibility for Brown Mogotsi, then we're happy.
Yes, and if they deny and I bring a proof, who will be the arbiter?
No. If they deny, they know they will get into trouble. They can't deny your existence when they are being asked by Parliament, your existence as an agent. Because you can, why do you cast aspersion on your principal? Crime intelligence is your employer, in a way. Yeah, I accept that you don't work like police, draw salary, but that's what you are. So the crime intelligence is the only authority that can speak for you.
That's correct.
And say, yes, we've got this kind of a person. Or without even saying yes, they will say, we've got some work to do with this kind. They've got a way of speaking that their language to confirm if you are in business with them. If they say no, do you give the chairperson of this committee a permission to go and open a case of perjury and then criminal case for impersonating crime intelligence agents?
Yeah, Chairperson, I believe the parliament, whether I say yes or no, has the obligation to do so.
No, I'm not, we know,
Because
we've got
I'm
to, I know, we know our job. Remember, I'm
Yes.
testing your credibility. These other people, when
Yes.
they speak about your credibility, you think was checking something else. We want to see how credible you are as a witness before us.
Yes.
Because you shouldn't create doubt about yourself. I mean, I'm a president of the EFF, and you say to me, if we go to the EFF and ask if you're a president, I say, it depends on you and all of that. Yeah? I must say, yes, go, you can go. And then if you're not president of EFF, we're going to open a case against you. You can do that. We can do that with ease. I'm a president of the EFF.
Yeah,
I'm a member of parliament.
that's correct.
So I can't give a long-winded answer on something that is so easy if I am a member of parliament.
That's correct. And I'm saying, Honorable Madam, the example you're giving about the EFF, you see, it is you, the last person to confirm if a member is a member or not.
No, it's not me.
I'm giving example.
No, in that example, you are
All right,
wrong. It's
this
not
is the
the
SG
Secretary General.
Yeah, that's the SG, yes.
I'm still coming to you about that.
Yes, I'm saying, for example, in my province, and well, you are not a member of the ANC, here's a branch says I'm a member, and the provincial secretary says the member. If the parliament is to ask the institution, it will not go to the branch. It will go to the province or the national office.
Yes, and then
Now-
when I want to ask about your authenticity as an agent, you send me to a branch. You say,
no.
no, speak to my handler. You're just contradicting
No,
yourself,
no,
and I'm
no.
the one who correcting you.
It's
That
because
I'm going to the
the
crime
national-
intelligence.
There's no problem, Honorable
Yes.
Member. All I'm saying is, I work with my handler directly,
Yes.
and it means they will talk to him.
And your handler is your branch.
No. it's
No, I'm
more-
saying in the
that
political
context.
sense. I cannot go to your
Maybe-
branch to
yes.
verify your membership
Yes,
of the
yes,
NP.
that's what I was trying to tell you.
Yes.
And now it shows if like in this case, where I had with the Secretary General, those whatever that we spoke about, and I prove a membership and say, this is my membership expires 2030. You say, at the end of the day, it is me who decides who's a member. So if he decides to say I'm not a member.
No, Chair, this question is very difficult, but I will really ask that we find a way to confirm.
I will
if,
confirm and
if,
put the institution, Chair. I'm not disputing.
Yeah.
I'm just showing you, as long as my handler is involved, I'm here.
No, it's not for me. For your
fine.
institution,
Then ask the
deal with it.
No, it's fine, Chair.
Yes, because you might find you have a non-existing handler, what if it's the cartel?
Okay.
And then you are sending us to a cartel.
No, and
We want to go to the institution.
go to the institution.
And then the institution will follow its own processes.
Yes.
Let's go, for instance, quickly on membership.
Yes.
If we want to confirm your political membership in an organization that has got a membership system that exists, it doesn't even go to a branch.
Yes.
The Secretary General tells the membership office to check on the membership system if your membership is in existence and is still in good standing. He's the one who issues the last attendance register if you guys are to have a correcting meeting. He's the custodian of the authenticity of the membership of the ANC.
Yeah.
So if he says you are not a member, even your branch can't say you are a member.
Yeah, that's the situation I'm having. But
Yes,
what's
the
institution?
same way if Kumalo says you're not an agent, your handler can't say you're an agent.
No, can they go to the institution? You're correct.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm happy that you say if they deny, then it will be the problem. But
If they deny
no,
you,
it's fine.
we're going to have to open a case of perjury and also open a case of impersonating crime intelligence agents.
No problem.
Because we've got a problem here in this country where people just go around saying they are law enforcement when they are not. And then they undermine the image of the criminal justice system. What is the difference between crime intelligence and SSA?
South African Secret Agency.
Yeah.
South African
Security agency and the
security
crime
agency.
intelligence.
The crime intelligence falls within the South African Police Service. The SSA is a combination of National Intelligence Agency, the Defense Military Intelligence, and the crime intelligence.
No. Military intelligence belongs to military. SSA is an institution on its own, it's a department on its own.
That's correct.
And then there is military intelligence and all of that.
Inspector General of Intelligence is one.
Yeah, for all of them.
All of them,
They
yeah.
all account to him.
That's correct.
Now, which agent will be responsible to go and gather a necessary information for whatever reason outside South Africa between crime intelligence, SSA, and military intelligence agents?
In terms of no, crime intelligence do that also.
No, you have no jurisdiction. Your crime intelligence is here.
No. I'm not talking of outside. Unless we talk of outside operation.
I'm saying outside South Africa, if there is any information we need that requires of us to send an agent, which department will be responsible for such cross-border information gathering?
The crime intelligence and SSA must coordinate.
Not crime intelligence, SSA.
Marnia does not get involved in all the outside missions, no. I've seen many, and they do travel.
No, my guy, you violated the law if you are an agent. When you cross the border to go and gather information outside South Africa without being an agent of the SSA. Because if you needed anything of that sort, crime intelligence knows it would have shared that information with SSA. But CIA involvement into domestic affairs of South Africa are matters beyond the jurisdiction of crime intelligence. It's SSA. So why would you go and investigate CIA?
No, it was not to investigate CIA. It was to meet someone who was outside of the country at that time. And this person, I met him, and it was not that it's a matter to be done between two countries. It is because he was outside the country.
No, I'm saying you met this person because you want to find out if the king and
General
Mkhwanazi are agents of the CIA.
That's correct.
So you're investigating CIA involvement with our citizens and domestic issues. And then this information can be gathered outside South Africa in Kenya.
Because the person was in Kenya.
Yeah.
It's not that the operation or we're doing something in Kenya.
You're operating in Kenya. Operation doesn't mean you must carry a yellow machine. As an agent, you carry your body to go and gather information. You don't investigate. She's
true.
right, you don't investigate. So when you carried your body to go and gather information outside South Africa, you are now going beyond your means as crime intelligence.
Yeah, maybe that may be correct. I'm not sure, Honorable Madam. However,
that's number one.
I need
Number
to point
two,
something.
you are not given a mandate by the head office, a crime intelligence, if indeed it's a crime intelligence mission, because your handler is bound to a certain jurisdiction. Like every police station has got agents, informants, and all of that. So you are at that level. You are not at this level where you are being handled by these senior people of crime intelligence. For you, that's why you don't, to ensure that you're engaged in illegal activities, you don't get money from the state. You use your own money. And then there is another force that gives you money. And then you change, you build the story as you go. You say, no, that actually, you said 5,000 was used for ticket. Then the next thing you change and say, you said that, I said to you, he gave you money. You said, no, he didn't give me money. He paid for ticket. God, remember, money, when we say someone gave you money, we mean money was spent by you. I don't mean, you remember me saying that?
Yes.
That's when you said he paid for a ticket. Then you changed and said 5,000 was used for food when we're a hotel and food in Kenya.
Yes, Chemare, to go to Kenya and come back is not 5,000.
No, I understand that.
Oh, okay.
I understand that. I'm saying you had to show that you're engaged in rogue activities, you go to Kenya. SSA doesn't pay for your cost. But you're carrying a mission of saving the country from CIA. That is not mandatory. There is no any agent or even a policeman, leave agent, a policeman, or a top operatives who can leave the country the manner you did and say they carry the flag of the country. You are not, you carried no mandate to go to Kenya. That's why our state was not responsible for you. It was your own mission for whatever reasons. I don't know what are the reasons. But you accept you were not on a mission assigned by the state outside the South African borders.
The acceptance is because we are trying to prove the very the person who is in cahoots with the head of crime intelligence. There's no way they can fund anything if we are trying, if in my case, was trying to establish the facts against them. And this only after the conclusion of the work of the
In whose mandate are you doing that?
obviously,
You are investigating our head of crime intelligence. You leave the country, go to Kenya to gather information that will expose a person who's in cahoots with our head of crime intelligence. I'm not saying it's right, but you do that. Whose mandate are you carrying when you do that?
the branch. We're gonna stop right there. And
Is what?
No, I agree with calling the handler the branch.
No, no, no. I'm saying you had no mandate.
I understand.
There is no handler
Yes.
in the crime intelligence who can give an agent cross-border mandate. Because once you cross the border, you are carrying the flag. Because remember, if they were to pick you up there, that you are an agent, you are going to create a very problematic relationship between South Africa and Kenya. That an agent of South Africa was caught in Kenya executing a mandate of South Africa. That time you don't have mandate of South Africa. You held no mandate, none whatsoever, when you went to Kenya. And therefore, you are not an agent of South Africa. You were a rogue on your own with whoever running your own mission. Do you accept that? That's why we are not responsible for you.
In that context, you're correct.
And therefore, you must not call yourself an agent in Kenya on behalf of South Africa. I see the end. Chair.
Honours Kosan, all Malema is left with 3 minutes. Let's allow him to conclude.
Oh.
So we don't interrupt that. He's going to want to be reimbursed.
Yeah, no.
This person who died, but they say I'm left with 3 minutes. You gave two answers. I don't know which one is which one. You clapped this person and then he fell and the head hit the stone, or you pushed this person.
No. A very touchy thing. Obviously, if at an altercation, when you fight, when you have an issue, after I pushed him, he stood up. No, after I clapped him, he stood up, and after I pushed him, that's when he fell.
Okay. How many times did you take money from Kat Matlal? Because he says you took 38,000 on the 27 December.
Plus 110.
And then he further stated that he gave you between 150 and 200 for January 8.
No, it's 149 plus the ticket.
Come again?
It was a 38,000 to send the message, and he sent 111,000, and he paid for the ticket of the 10 people who traveled, were the 12.
So all of it, you took more than 200,000 from a person that you investigated?
No, it was 149. No, 149 plus the ticket. I don't know how much the ticket. I never.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, it may.
Not 149 into the 38 plus the ticket.
No.
149.
38 plus 111.
Yeah.
And the ticket.
Then 38, 111, 149.
Yes,
plus the ticket. So almost 200,000.
We can call it that.
And have you ever had meeting with Senzo Mkhwanazi?
Who?
Senzo Mkhwanazi, minister.
With who?
You.
Yes.
Is your comrade.
It's my comrade.
You can still call him now.
Yes, he's a comrade.
And then President Zuma, President Ramaphosa,
I never met him.
CR17, did you work for it?
Yes, I worked for it.
What did you do?
Campaigning, crisscrossing, my
Where were you getting the money?
From
To
the
crisscross?
campaign.
From
the
who?
campaign.
Who?
How?
The campaign is not, you can't say how. We're not under the tree,
No,
we're
they
in
were-
commission here.
There were
Who gave you the money?
no, there was a coordinator
Yeah,
in,
who?
in my province.
Who
also.
gave you the money?
It was Soli,
Soli?
comrade Soli, yeah.
Soli? Suluman?
Not Suleiman.
Soli?
Soli was
Soli
from
who?
Pretoria. Soli, I can't remember. And another one was there were about 8 coordinators, including Kaiser and Matobo.
Do you have a contact of President Ramaphosa? His phone number?
Yes, I do.
Do you speak to him?
No, I only sent him messages 2 times when I was talking about this problem. He never responded.
And then you never spoke to him?
No.
Where did you get his number?
Oh, I cannot remember. I've got so many numbers.
So you just-
I also had your numbers.
No, you just never.
So I never spoke to you.
No, no. You go around collecting numbers.
No, it happens.
Why would someone give you President Ramaphosa's number? To do what with President Ramaphosa's number?
No, they became available. Sometimes people do get them. I'm not the only one who has his numbers.
The Ormate says you can proceed.
Oh, okay.
Through
To
her time.
take a minute, meaning I must wait for.
Yeah,
or-
you can.
or-
Honest Pusana, I wanted to say something.
No, anyway, Chair, I just wanted to say that Honorable Malema has put it to the witness that as you, for now, allege that you are an agent, you know, the issue of you going to Kenya with SSA, we have domestic branch, we have foreign branch. This issue of you from the crime intelligence, whoever your handler is, you know, Honorable Malema is correct. You have no business at all of going outside the country without the mandate. And in fact, that crime intelligence does not qualify to do that. Do you accept that?
Yes, I have to.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think also there was a suggestion by Honorable Malema that let's further write to the crime intelligence boss to give us the particular details of how they handle conduct agents, of what is expected of conduct agents, whether Mr. Mogotsi is a conduct agent, and all the related matters, including that operation. Proceed, Honorable Malema.
Yes, Chair. And for the record, it must be noted that once it's confirmed he's not an agent, he impersonates the agents. And if he's an agent, there must be disciplinary measures taken because for him to go and conduct intelligence safe work outside South Africa, it's not us who said he did that. He's the one who said he did that. But beside the point, now,
Please, because again, Honorable Malema, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thanks, Chair. I just want to clear my confusion. Earlier on, when I asked about the transactions, you said there's only one amount that was paid to the amount of 140 something
149 in the tickets.
by Cat Matlala.
That's correct.
So was it a once-off payment or it was
No,
paid?
it is in the minutes, in the messages. It was 38,000 and 111,000.
Yeah. What about this amount for the conference, for the regional
He
conference?
didn't pay it. It was not the regional conference. He didn't pay it.
You requested for it
Yes, I sent him a message.
and he did not pay.
No, I got it from somebody else.
The other one, you are saying you did not request for it. He
The January
he paid
yes.
voluntarily,
No, he offered that he can assist even those regional things. He was going to-
unprovoked.
No, I did not ask him.
So he just paid.
No, he offered himself that there is a way in which he wants to help the ANC and whatever and whatever. And I said, I cannot fundraise for the organization, but we
So he
have,
paid upon no persuasion, no request from you. He just paid.
because he wanted to, he even wanted to buy a table, 100,000, but he didn't buy it.
Okay, not that.
Proceed, Honorable Malema.
No, I wanted to say, you admitted earlier that you lied under oath in an affidavit when you were dealing with those issues. of when you lied so that you can get a permit to investigate someone
The record.
to the court.
Yeah.
You said you lied under oath. You lied under oath to the court or to that guy.
To the person who applied for 252A.
You lied to that guy, and that guy used the false information to get a permission of the court.
That's correct. Not of the court, from the NPA, yes. To trap, to give authority to trap, to record.
Yes.
Yes.
So, do you accept that accepting to having lied like that is very problematic for your character as a person?
Yeah, but it can be very, very detrimental. I'm happy if, like you have agreed to write to the institution, if the green light is granted that, yes, that's the work I'm doing, I believe that will warrant my exoneration.
No, I want, and then these are my closing remarks, because I want my colleague here to also have an opportunity to ask you a few questions. You must take with a good heart if indeed you have done a very good introspection throughout this thing. You are not an agent, you are a comrade. You sit with comrades, you listen to what comrades say, and then you follow them around. Even that Kenya, you might find you were following someone around who's going on some work, and piecemeal, and then you bring it together, and then from there you go around extorting people. It's like, you know, in a municipality, especially in small municipalities, someone hears that your company has been approved for a tender. Before they issue a letter, he comes to you, he says, I've spoken to those people, they are going to give you a tender, I need something. So you come across as being such a person who sits with comrades, who listen to comrades, who's got access to very senior comrades, and then without listening to detail, you want to now project yourself as some authority over information, which is incorrect. And if that is true, really, you must desist from doing that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. But honorable member, I'm still saying I'm happy that it's awaited the outcome.
Thank you, Ormati. 7 minutes is still there.
You're not giving me the full 15. Joking. Thank you, Chair. That your murder case, Mr. Mogotsi, who was the investigating officer?
I can't remember.
Do you remember who the prosecutor was?
No, I know it was in Mawatu. I can get that.
And you do have the case number?
No.
That you can provide us?
But it's things that I can look for.
Okay. And both the fraud case and the murder case was during the time when you were an agent, a contact agent?
No,
okay,
the
did
fraud-
your handler know about it?
The fraud case, yeah.
And he
It was something else and they got arrested.
So let's talk about your handler. How sure are you that your handler was? Okay, so you're sure that he actually works for crime intelligence, but what sort of due diligence have you done to ensure that the assignments that the two of you were busy on were actually legitimate crime intelligence matters, and that he wasn't a rogue handler within crime intelligence that was using you to cause instability within STAPS, within crime intelligence? Because, I mean, it's very clear that our whole criminal justice system is divided, right? There's like rogue units, there's factions that are operating there.
And in subs.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I think it goes into the NPS, the entire, from what we hear. As soon as you get a witness here, you already know which side of the fence they are sitting on as soon as they open their mouths. So how do you know that you were actually recruited to do legitimate crime intelligence business and you weren't recruited to just do rogue work? Because this handler of yours was part of a particular faction and his faction was not winning, or his faction wanted to take over Kat Mkhwanazi's contract, or wanted to capture crime intelligence? Because why would he send you all the way to Kenya if he knows, if he's serious, if he's a serious handler, and he knows that that's not something that is within the mandate of crime intelligence?
I know the man is not a rogue. And I'm actually thinking now when you say, when you sit here, you already know each faction. It probably, the way honorable members looking at me, I belong to a faction.
I'm not saying that you are, but I'm saying you've been set on assignments. And I'm saying that what due diligence did you do as an individual to say that, okay, I'm not part of this, I'm actually doing work of crime intelligence to save this country? Because the big problem we have here with our criminal justice system is that we have top-ranking officials, they are fighting for the battle and the capture of our criminal justice system, not to help the ordinary South Africans, because they are the ones that are suffering. They're fighting for its capture, whether it's for money or whether it's for power. And this is pretty much what we have seen. So you can't be sure.
No, I'm sure that.
Your handler is not involved.
No, it's not.
Yet he
involved.
sent you on a mission that he does not have any authority to send you on.
As it was agreed to rise to the institution and so forth, I can understand logically, as Honorable Malema is saying, that foreign missions and whatever should be approved through certain institutions. From where I'm sitting, that is above me, I cannot tell. I'm hoping from his side, he'll be able to give answers.
Okay, just quickly on paragraph 98, you speak about the ANC Northwest Treasurer, Mr. Karim, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. You said you got information from him, right? The service level agreement for Kat Maklala. How did you know that he would have this information? Because he's not in SAPS, he's a treasurer for a province.
No, he borrowed Kat money. He invested in Kat Maklala's business. We are both from Housekeeping. And as he was having some problems, he then asked me, how do I know something about this tender and so forth? That's when he showed me the service level agreement.
So you knew beforehand that the ANC treasurer, provincial treasurer, was involved with Kat Maklala?
No, it's not the provincial treasurer. It's a regional treasurer.
Oh, regional treasurer.
Yes.
So you knew beforehand, but he's the ANC regional treasurer. Yeah. And you knew that he was involved with Kat Maklala, and you went to him for information.
No. He spoke to me when he had problems of being paid.
Who spoke to you?
The same treasurer, Suleiman.
Oh, okay.
And then just where I saw the what you call the service level agreement.
Okay. So he just randomly spoke to you around the same time when you were helping out Maklala on his.
It was around those time when we got when he could not be paid.
And then just quickly, you said you communicated with the late Minister Mthethwa. How did you communicate with him, and do you have copies of the messages or phone calls?
It was a WhatsApp call. The time when you were
But
talking.
do you have?
Yeah, but
Because even on WhatsApp calls, it'll show that a call was
WhatsApp
made.
call, yes.
And then how did he send you the contact of the George in Kenya?
Yes, he sent me the contact numbers.
So it should be on your WhatsApp.
Yeah, from the same phones which were taken by the PKT.
Everyone doesn't have their phones anymore when they have to produce evidence. So just quickly, you said you were part of MK. MK was disbanded in 1993.
SDU.
So you were actually part of that new unit called MK Self-Defense.
No, it was not called MK Self-Defense. There was just a self-defense unit when we were young. And as time goes on, those members of MK, that's how we realized that those that recruited us are working with them, and that's it. But we never got into training and carry guns and stuff.
Okay, I think you explained it a bit differently over here, but we will just skip through that. How did you finance the opening of your tavern in 1996? The tavern.
My tavern in.
Yeah, you said that you opened it.
Yeah. And that one, it was rented actually after
on Matthäus. The time is up.
You in business like our actual chairperson. Thank you.
But I tried to be lenient. Ne? That's the difference. Honorable souls, you take us to 8:05. Don't mind that one. The only watch that is operating is this one next to me.
Oh, I can trust you. I
Okay,
trust you, Chair. I trust you.
proceed.
Mr. Mogotsi, good evening. So I'm just gonna spend time in the introductory portions of your affidavit. So you testify after the disbandment of MK, there was a self-defense unit established within the ANC. Which year was the original MK disbanded?
I'll presume it was 1993. It's just that in the release of Mandela, all political parties were unbanned. And in 1993, just when the date or what date for election pronounced, I'm not sure, but it was disbanded around those years.
So if the original MK was disbanded in 1993, then you did not join the original MK.
Definitely, it was the self-defense. We didn't even know that it belonged to that MK. We realized when the MK members starting to work with us.
So you are not an MK operative?
No, it's working with those who were operatives who will kind of show us certain things. Can call it a bit of training, but I never went any uniform. I never saluted as an MK of that sort, yes.
So what is the difference between the original MK and this self-defense unit?
It was mostly controlled by members of the MK, this self-defense. And it was in many parts of the country, including here in Soweto, Tembelihle, the other places here. Majority of this self-defense unit would get mandate from, I'm talking of those older people than us, would get the mandate from this MK. And a part of young comrades who were with us, they also got to come and work at Cell House, assisting who were in the self-defense, but I never worked in the self-defense.
But what was the difference between the two?
Mkhwanazi were not, we're talking of Mkhwanazi.
Yeah, the original.
It was established in 1961, back there. And the one we're talking about, the one...
Yes, no, in functionality.
No, that was a military, it was a military wing.
And this one that you were part of the...
It was just the recruitment of young people, even though there were people who used to carry guns and to calling themselves SDUs.
But it wasn't as serious as...
No, they never even wear the uniform.
Right.
Yes.
So, just explain to me the format. When you form part of the self-defense unit, what is expected of you? Do you leave home?
No, you sleep at home every day.
All right, so you sleep at home and then you go there wherever they are.
Yeah, it's once or twice where they did at the back of Zakaria Park. Now the RDP place called, there's something, a township called Blackfontein and Lehigh. There used to be 2 or 3 times we'd go there. There was a shooting range of some sort, yeah. But I was never into that military part.
What were you into?
Most of the time, when there's a meeting, probably at the station, we'll attend the meeting, we'll be told of these different political parties from the hostels, like the IFP, will sit, they call it entabeni nje, like a mountain, and watch, this other, mostly with the IFP, we were fighting the ANC to check when they were coming and all these things when holding meetings. They would to clash a lot between those two political.
So you slept at home and you would go maybe 3 times a week to meetings.
Sometimes you don't go for the whole week.
Sorry?
Sometimes you don't go for the whole week.
Sometimes you don't even go.
Yeah.
So you
But
then,
but
and when you do go with meetings,
yeah, but then they would have something like they didn't call it political school. It was more like, oh no, they used to call it political school, but it was not political school. They would say like a way of conscientizing the young people, these small classes, and then what is the ANC, the recruitment drive, all those things.
All right.
They start having those classes.
so you testify you wrote matric in 1996, correct?
That's correct.
So you attended school.
That's why I say you could even sleep at home.
So you attended
Many of
school.
us, yes. I came from school.
I see. So you were in grade 7 then, standard 7, grade 9, because you were in matric in 1996.
I came from Africa in 1992, 3 years, that's correct.
So you're in grade. So you sleep at home, you go to school. Sometimes you don't go to the self-defense unit training. When you do go, it's meetings and talks about
and
political
patrollings. Okay, at night we used to patrol in our townships against those people who would attack this in our villages. It was mainly like the Zulu people would from, I didn't talk of in Soweto, you get that they ask a Zulu person holding a rand, 1 rand, or as to what is this, and it's what one land, then would know is a Zulu. And to identify who are these people. I'm talking those years.
So
to know specifically who are these people.
So you were not you were not full-time training in the self-defense unit. You were a scholar, but you were 15 years old, so you went to school, you were a minor.
Yes, that's correct. But you know, this will cost me to talk about. There would be so many sabotages of many things, of breaking into shops, Zabalungu, throwing stones, cutting electricity, and people will get arrested. One will have to maneuver to know who got arrested, who was injured, inform the community who's at the hospital, who's where, and stuff like that.
Yes. So you say you were trained in
Clandestine.
in clandestine, well, let's simplify it, secret intelligence gathering and counterintelligence. So if we take your testimony, that means you were trained from 15 years.
Yeah, the part that talks of clandestine,
Yeah.
it came now 1995. That was more like a fully fledged class, different from there on the street.
All right. So you then, so you then had training from 95 to 96.
It's like, yeah, more we would hold books, have more like a class. Yeah, maybe 5 months, 4 months, others. And only 3 hours a day, sometimes 2 hours a day when you come back from school.
So you were trained on a part-time basis
Kind of, because
for 1 year
5 o'clock at the school sometimes.
at the age of 16. Because you weren't trained in 1993 when you
No,
were 15.
95, I was almost turning 16 years.
Yeah. So that's when you were trained, the specialized training.
Yes, the kind of a classroom.
And how many days in the week did you go? I would think you went to school every day, and then after school you go for this training.
Maybe 2 hours, yeah. But mostly, I remember
the specialized training at the age of
with the I don't know how as to refer it as specialized, But I knew it was more like a classroom, but during the
Was it
holidays,
specialized?
during the holidays,
Ah,
that's when we'll go every day
where do you go?
in the classroom.
Where's the classroom?
But when you go to just a bit before Orange Farm, there was a white school on the road on the left.
Oh, you got this training at the school?
It was a classroom.
Yes, at a
yes,
school.
Yes, yes.
You got the secret intelligence gathering and counterintelligence training after school at the school.
Yeah, there was an old school on the way on the left, on the Golden Highway, yes.
All right, on a part-time basis, no?
The classes, those kind of classes we did during the holidays, and after some time when the school opens, we'll still go on Saturday. And the 2 hours were spent mostly when the schools were open.
So describe to me what a day was like on training, the specialized training. Just describe to me what a day like that would entail.
A day in terms of what is written on the board, what is on the chalkboard.
Yes, you are now on specialized training now. You are being trained how to, at the age of 16, you are being trained, specialized training on secret intelligence gathering and counterintelligence. What does it entail? Take us through.
You see, to be taught on such things, obviously they came with smaller and a booklet typed. We'll have our exercise books, and they will talk, for example, how to gather information, the crime intelligence gathering, when collected.
What was your favorite section?
In terms of?
In terms of teachers, we are not trained in intelligence gathering, secret intelligence gathering. What was your favorite?
No, information gathering.
That's your favorite subject?
Yeah, you would not say it's a subject because that day.
Or unit or module or whatever
in the
you'll
10
call it.
days, you will do different things.
I see. So who trained you?
An individual, the name of a person.
Yeah, what was his rank? What was his?
Oh, we didn't know all those things. And he was not or he only got to the army after integration. And that was Albert Zonkura. But he went to the military during the thing, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about that. You testify in paragraph 11, during 1996, the interrogation or the integration rather, the integration of MK into the SANDF, you call it the government. You say that it happened in 1996. Are you saying that the integration of MK into SANDF started in 1996?
No.
When did it start?
I'm talking, remember there was those Venda, Baputazwana, those homelands.
Yeah.
And then those soldiers were in the service of the state at that time.
Yeah.
Now your APLA, MK, Zanla,
Yeah.
those ones, they were non-statutory because as they came, they were not employed elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's when in 1996, they started integrating the majority of them into the statutory force.
That's actually incorrect. They started integrating them, the first phase, in 1995.
Yes, I'm talking of 1996.
1996 is not the start
I'm not in
of
the
the
starting.
integration. Now, I asked you, is that when it started? You said yes. So it started in 1995. It was a process that carried on until 1998.
Yes.
And then they were fully integrated. Now, how old were you in 1996?
I was 17 years.
17 going for 18.
Yes.
So then at 17 going for 18, you are now in matric.
Yes.
And then you started the tavern.
Then I went back home.
Sorry?
That's when I went back home.
You went back home?
Yes, when I was doing correspondence classes and I was selling, yes. And that time it was, I call it a tavern, it was more like a shebeen, it was not licensed. Then I rented the one which was rented. It
So
was-
at the age of 17 to 8, between 17 going for 18, you started an unlicensed tavern?
Yes, I was selling, yes.
All right. Now, why didn't you? It's because, of course, because you were not an MK member, you didn't, and the classes was not MK training. It was just,
It's my brother who got integrated in my car.
I see.
Yeah.
So you started this tavern
Yes. As a
and you
shebeen,
ran it for how long?
more than almost 2 years. Then I rented, the first one was just a shebeen. Then I rented this licensed one from 1998, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you then, you now in, you start the tavern, you run the tavern until when?
Till today.
Till today?
I never, then I opened another one. I had a
I
bottle
see.
store. Yes.
So your core business is it licensed now?
All of them are licensed.
So your core business is running taverns?
It's liquor business, yes. I did attempt the wholesale, people were buying from me. And ever since it closed closed during
Yeah.
COVID, I never opened again.
So now in paragraph 12, you say, while I was at the MK Self-Defense Unit, I gained a lot of experience in clandestine gathering of intelligence and the practice of counterintelligence.
Yes.
You say a lot of experience.
Yeah.
So what did you actually do between the age of 15 and 22 years of age in 1999 that gave you a lot of experience, not training,
Knowledge.
experience in secret intelligence gathering and counterintelligence? A lot.
Yeah, I hear the word a lot is emphasized. To me, it was a lot, probably. That's where the word which was said here, that I became. Those years we used to be called Impempis. And I was so much involved and for giving of information to the police and all those things. A lot. And I would.
So your experience is in giving information?
I'm talking that time.
Yes, we talking that time.
Yes, I was.
Because in paragraph 12, you say in 1999, so now you're working back, you have a lot of experience in intelligence gathering and counterintelligence, a lot of experience.
You see, honorable member, the moment there's a plan of a robbery and the information reaches the police, whatever action that they take is to counter the intelligence of the criminal.
Yes, but you see where we're getting to now.
Yes, I get.
Is you claiming specialized training. And I want to understand this training that you got, now you have a lot of experience.
Yes.
So out of between 1993 and 1999, 3 out of those years, you were learning. Out of that first 3 years, from 15 years,
Molanyana class.
you had 1 year
Yes.
of Smolanyana class.
Yes.
Then you take that Smolanyana specialized training. Then you don't practice it. You go start a tavern.
Yeah.
Then you spend all those years until 1999. You run a successful tavern. It's successful, correct?
Those years, yeah, it was what.
For a business to be successful, would you agree that it requires your focus, your 100% focus?
Kind of, yes.
So you have more experience in running a tavern?
Not really, Chair. Even when I was running tavern, that's what I'm saying. That's when I got much involved with the police. We'd travel to so many places. A lot of You know, in those years, there used to be a lot of armed robberies, stabbing, all those
Mr.
things.
Mogotsi, but then that means the experience you are referring to in paragraph 12 is not
a
what
lot,
you
yeah.
want us to believe as specialized intelligence gathering and counterintelligence. Because you can't do that and run a tavern. I put it to you that what I can agree you have a lot of experience in is running a tavern.
No, Chair.
You don't have experience in that.
No, I know a lot about that.
Do you know why you have experience in it?
Because you say I spend a lot of time there.
No, I'm not saying that. You
No, Chair, it's not, when you run a tavern, people are working for you. It's not that you
Yeah,
will
but you focus on the business, Mr. Mogotsi.
Yes, but they do bookkeep. You know, the tavern those years is not like the business I'm running now. Where you have, before you will buy stock, 7,000, 10,000, people must sit there. And then it doesn't stop you from being involved and working with the police. I remember.
You see, when you use the word working with the police,
yes,
it does not mean what you say in paragraph 12.
Yeah, but
Because there is a specific criteria for you to be considered someone with specialized training.
Yeah.
Number one, you did not receive specialized training.
Yeah, but you call it specialized training.
That's what it means. If
It's not written specialized training. I was referring to clandestine.
Let me ask you,
Yes,
that clandestine
yes,
intelligence gathering,
yes.
is that not specialized
It's an
training?
informal way of gathering information.
Then you can't be a professional. If
Yeah.
it's informal,
Yes, that's when.
so you're not a
you-
professional.
That's when you'll become an informant.
Oh, so you're not a professional.
No, you cannot say an agent, a contact agent is a professional.
You must have
agent.
specialized training
No,
to investigate. You can't have informal training. But I'm glad you admit you are not a professional.
yes,
You did
Chair.
not get specialized training. Come and tell you what you did get.
Yeah, the specialized training will be those police who will be taken to basic training, 6 months, 9 months. It's not there's no agent.
So
who
you
has
can't
that.
say you have experience in that.
Yeah,
Under
maybe the wording, yes, you can correct me on the
not the
wording.
wording. You try to make us believe that you are in this special arrangement because of your vast experience. You don't have experience in that. It's not the misuse of words. It's intentional misleading. I'll tell you what you have training in. You were not part of something that's specialized for intelligence. You were part of a youth empowerment program for young people, an after-school program. That's what you are.
Yeah, you may call it that way.
No, it's
but
not may, it's your testimony. You say you went to school
correct, Chair.
as a young person,
That's correct.
come home from school,
Yes,
go to the self-defense unit
yes,
after school, and some weeks you don't go.
that's correct.
So when I say you were not part of some specialized,
Training, yes.
what you were part of was an after-school youth empowerment program.
Yeah, you may refer that way, Chair, is correct.
Correct.
Yes,
Then
now,
furthermore,
just go to Chair that I believe, you know, as we are talking, one get tempted to say, you know, this and this happened and I can prove. So I'm so eager that the chair in the letter, I believe the committee must obtain my file. In that file, you will arrive at the conclusion.
I'm using what I have before me.
Yes,
I'm using words that you stated under oath.
yes.
You wanted to make us believe that you have this specialized training, you don't.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm trying to say to you.
Right.
So you just participated in an after-school youth empowerment program. Secondly, the only experience, a lot of experience that you have is a tavern owner.
No, the file will, once the file arrives.
The file is not here. What I have here is, and when I say a tavern owner, I didn't suck it out of my thumb. It's what you told me.
Yes.
So for the record, that's what we have in front of us.
Until you get the file.
The file is not here, sir.
Or is it?
All I have is what you have stated under oath. As such, I therefore cannot interrogate you on the things that you say because it is information that you provide. But whether it is supported by evidence, I can't say because I'm questioning someone who has participated part-time in an after-school youth empowerment program and who's a professional, highly experienced tavern owner.
That's how you put it, Chair.
Chair, rest.
Thank you, Honorable Source of Malema.
Honorable, I almost said Honorable Mogotsi.
You want to respond on the after
No, I
school
want,
youth
want to
empowerment
make it,
program?
yes. Because you were not in the SDU. If you were in the SDU, you can't respond the way you're responding. Because there was no SDU in 1993.
It was when?
The SDU was formed in the late 80s, following the violence with the state, following 2 state of emergencies by the state. And that was a violent unit of the youth responding to the violent state. And that youth was armed. It's not an after-school program. That is a distortion of the struggle of the youth of South Africa. And we are former leaders of the youth who can't sit here and allow you to say, no, it was some 1993 program that was after-school program. That was a military, paramilitary, not paramilitary even.
Military.
It was a military activity of the youth of South Africa following 2 states of emergencies, the formation of psycho, the youth armed themselves, and partly responding to the call by O.R. Tambo to run South Africa ungovernable.
It was 1986 and after Nelson Mandela release campaign. But I'm saying 1993, at our age, there was a self-defense unit. And I insisted we never carried guns. I also learned, that's why I say even Nelson Mandela release campaign, I was young, I saw it. I could have made it my story. And 3 people got, there are 3 people who got, another one got killed in the same formation. I was not part. But the SDU that we had in Tembedikle and other part here, when you go to the Orange Farm site, it was still Mikuku that time. It's where I participated at that time. It's not the military one. And I could not extort and change. They may have called themselves the SDU. That's why I said, people who, when we joined that thing, we did not know it's the SDU, or it was going to be governed by whoever. And when they came, that's when they started telling us about this whole thing.
But the SDU, there's no any other SDU. The SDU is directly linked with MK.
Yes.
Yes. And then
Yes.
when when Mandela suspended the armed struggle, amongst other things, suspended the armed activity of the youth of SDU.
Yes.
So he's right to say this is not SDU. This is something else that is
Which was called
youth
SDU.
participation.
Yeah,
But
it was called SDU.
let it not be linked with MK, as if it's that SDU that was militarily opposed to the violent state and which was armed.
You agree, Mr. Mkhwanazi, that you participated in the after school youth empowerment program?
No, it was not the youth empowerment. I know it was called SDU. And I was not the only member. I know of even many of them are still alive. And it was too much into, that's why I said the most of it was training. We even went to classes. It was different. We never had those arms and stuff. That's
Okay.
why I spoke.
Thank
As
you,
to how
Mr.
you call
Mogotsi.
it, I don't know.
Thank you, Honorable Sols. Members, before we go for a break, let's take the clip that both Mr. Ramano and Advocate Mkhwanazi have been promising us the entire day today. I'm told it's ready.
Their view. When Checkpoint interviewed Brown Mogotsi in July, he proudly disclosed his 2023 legal battle with the health department was funded by Vusi Musi Cat Matala.
He never told me in advance, well, Baba, be careful. I'm a kingpin, I'm this, I'm that. We are meeting him as a business person.
Their view. When Checkpoint
It doesn't necessarily
interviewed Brown Mogotsi
say
in July,
you are
he
endorsing the
proudly
person.
disclosed
I
his
know what's
2023 legal battle with the health department was
when my
funded
foundation
by
took
Vusi
the
Musi
Northwest
Cat
Provincial
Matala.
Government, where we are, he assisted. There was a tender for 72 million in the month. My foundation, Brown Mogotsi Foundation, went to court and interdicted that process, and the tender was re-advertised. He assisted my foundation took the Northwest Provincial to the lawyers and stuff like that. So that's how, that's the level I know this matter. The matter even went to the SCA. You should imagine the legal fees attached to that.
When we contacted the department,
he assisted my foundation.
Okay.
The lawyers and stuff like that.
Is that the video you're looking for? Can you briefly explain it?
Yes, Chair, but there was two playing. I don't know the other clip, but the one where Mr. Mogotsi confirmed that Mr. Matlala assisted him in the 2023 review of the health center. That's the one I was referring to.
Okay. So for how much were the legal fees?
No, as I said, he never paid the money for us.
How did he assist you?
He technically gave us advice who to talk to, who can do the project on pro bono, or if someone pays us.
So Mr. Matlala is a legal specialist?
No, he's not a specialist. Even in the exhibit bundle, I can show you the person who paid. It's not Ket Matlala.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Members, can we take a break until 25 to 9? Thank you so much.
Not financial.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'm largely covered by the colleagues. I think many of the aspects have been covered. And I also think it's very difficult when one, with all due respect, have established that there's a huge or a large probability that the credibility of this witness is tainted. And that makes it very difficult to actually scrutinize the rest of the testimony. But let me just revisit some aspects. You know, Chairperson, when I watch a very bad movie, badly written movie, I sometimes have to watch it twice because I don't understand what they are trying to say. So let's just revisit certain aspects. On your version, Mr. Mogotsi, you're an agent. I think we've established that it's actually an informant. But you were working, Mr. Mklala, and you were gaining his confidence. Am I correct? That's your... Okay. We've also established that it's common cause that the PKTT was also investigating Mr. Mklala. You know that.
Yes, that's correct.
Honorable Kolopana, you are disturbing this house. Proceed, honorable officers.
So, and in your association, or you associate General Mkhwanazi with the PKTT, you said that previously or earlier today, that he's the commander in your eyes of the PKTT. So he was investigating Mr. Mklala, am I correct?
It may be that way. However, remember the head of the PKTT is Lieutenant General Kumalo.
Yes.
But now that he's based in the KZN, he may have influence in their investigations. In that context, it's correct.
Okay. But now you are at the same time saying you are investigating Kat Mklala, but you are also alleging that General Mkhwanazi is involved with Kat Mklala. Am I correct?
I did not allege that way. I said they had a meeting and they met, and as Major General Senuna testified, he did mention how he could assist Kat Mklala with his case, and also ensuring that purchase orders are indeed expedited to the advantage of Kat Mklala.
Okay, but if both of you were actually investigating Kat Mklala, you were on the same side, actually. Not.
Cannot be.
Why not? Why is General Mkhwanazi the enemy if you are, according to your version, working Kat Mklala to expose him, expose his links? They are doing exactly the same. That's why there was this outrage at the disbandment of the PKTT, amongst other issues. But because of the fact that it seems as though it was done to stop the investigations into Kat Mklala.
No, in actual fact, if the second session that General Mkhwanazi did meet with Kat Mklala, and he has offered him some purchase order, and he has even said if he can give information about General Sibia, one, he will take away that attempted murder case. Two, he'll keep his contract. So that kind of investigation cannot be regarded as a pure investigation.
Okay. In your statement, you then, with regards to this visit, and when you followed Mr. Mklala, according to your version, you You give an address in your statement. I won't read it out loud. Are you pretty sure you followed him to that address?
That's the address that I saw him going into.
But you know what that address is?
In Mkhwanazi? No, I don't know.
So you stood outside that house, you didn't see what kind of house it is.
Yes, I passed, I saw where the car entered, and I went to stop elsewhere. And
Where did you
later-
stop? Near the house?
No, downwards, but taking an observation towards the house.
You must have seen that it's a protected house with guardhouse and with police outside the house. You must have seen that.
Not many police, but there were, yes, there was a car.
Mr. Mogotsi, you wouldn't have been able to stand there in that street. I put it to you. Secondly, I think you know what house that is. It's not very difficult to establish it, but it's also very, very irresponsible to put that address in your statement. And then you say, yeah, that you can't expose other people to dangers, but you do that with this address.
No.
It's very irresponsible because you know what address this is. You know.
No. Unless Chairperson, if I knew, I would have going to say, I know the house, but I passed the house and I drove very far and I saw that car going into that house.
Okay. On your version, you then also made it look and appear as if you were close to Minister Mchunu. You fabricated messages, according to your version, screenshots of messages that you made it look as if you sent to the minister and he sent to you. But there are certain messages that has been discovered in this whole and exposed in this whole process in front of the commission and in front of the committee that you sent on signal to the minister and he replied to, and when he appeared in front of the committee, he also confirmed that he did receive those messages. Now, there's a message that you sent him on the 26th of January 2025. And that message, and I'm paraphrasing, you say that there's a meeting that's going to take place between the Deputy National Commissioner, that's Sabia, the COS, the Chief of Staff, Nkabinde, and yourself in Durban. And that it's with regards to the Khumalo Mkhwanazi matter, and that it's significant. The minister replies and he says, don't unnecessarily. Do you remember those messages? It's not in the bundle. Oh, I can't see it in the bundle because it's very unclear, those messages that's in the bundle.
Yeah, that message was spoken about, and I recall now when you referred to that answer, not necessarily, yes, kind of, yeah. I remember it.
Now, what was the purpose of that because that was not a message that you staged or that was there to create a certain impression. You sent the minister a certain message. Well, why did you send that to him? And did you meet with Nkabinde and Sabia?
No, that message never took place. I was trying to, because now where you speak about the Khumalo matter, I'm trying to remember, but indeed that message was sent because the minister then responded the way you say. But then the meeting between myself, Gavinde, and the DNC never took place. And in fact, I wanted that message perhaps to take place. And then that question was asked so many times as to what was it that was about Khumalo.
On your version, you were investigating this. You were investigating the irregularities in criminal intelligence. That's your version. And that included General Mkhwanazi, that included General Khumalo. So on your version, did Minister Mchunu know that you were working these people, that you were doing this operation?
No, it's not like that. In the entire versions, there's no way we say General Kumalo had to be investigated.
But he was head of criminal
Yeah,
intelligence.
there was
General
no-
Mfisa says that there's irregularities, who will you investigate?
Yeah, but that message did not imply. I wish I could find that message.
But what was the Kumalo Mkhwanazi matter then?
I cannot remember. Maybe if we can get another question, let me just try and get this message.
I don't think you'll be able, it's not legible
But
in,
it's
in,
okay.
the- in your bundle. You won't be able to see it. No, you can't see the word then. No, Mr. Mogotsi, let me rest there. I don't think we're going to establish anything more. I think, Chairperson, it's very clear. I think we know or I know what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, how are you doing today?
I'm still okay.
You're still okay, you're fine?
Yeah, I'm listening to the fire.
Listening to the fire. I'm asking this question because you had a hit on your life not so long ago, where they shot on you.
That's correct.
What happened there?
I went to First Lotus,
Mm-hmm.
and as I was driving towards, after passing the garage, I saw one car. It was a buggy with some sports lights. But on top of the sports light, one light was not working. And as I drove faster, the car drove faster. When I turned a particular direction, the car started following me. And I sent the security guys to say, hey, I'm being followed.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was driving, because when I increased the speed, they also increased the speed. And I drive more faster to another township. And I sent the message to the person I went to see to say, I suspect that they're being followed. Now, part of the area where I was after turning, there's a little kind of a bridge to go down. And as I went left, I didn't see the car coming. Then I continued driving inside that area, which I was not that much familiar with. But after some 2-3 minutes, I saw the light of the same buggy, which the other part was not working. And then I started driving fast again. When they approached me, the first thing,
What car were you driving?
driving the maroon, what is it called, man? Chevrolet.
Hmm.
Yes. Now, when I saw them coming much faster, I also drove faster.
Mm.
And at that moment, before I could catch the higher speed, I heard a gunshot. One gunshot. That's when I turned left. Where I turned, there was more like an open space. That buggy passed on a very high speed to go and make a U-turn. When they were making a U-turn, that's when I climbed off the car and started running. Fortunately, there was a car coming, which disturbed them. When you make a U-turn, they had to wait for this car to pass. And I kept on running to get another dumping site.
So when they were firing all those shots in the, yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
No, I was not in the only one.
Because it was shot in the driver's seat. I think there were more than 8 shots
Yeah, no, it
on
was
that door.
It was not shot.
So you escaped death on that day.
Yes, that's correct. It was only one shot which was hit while I was inside the car.
Okay, and you're okay to give testimony today because the previous witness that came before us said that there was a hit on his life and he couldn't remember certain things. So I'm just making sure that this doesn't impact your memory. You are still okay.
What happened, I opened the case and the police really assisted me. After 2 weeks or so, I received a letter saying they found some DNAs and I should avail myself that they can take my DNA.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Mr. Mogotsi, we need to establish today who is this man appearing before us in terms of your credibility, right? This morning you told us that you manufacture wars, you're an entrepreneur. Some people here have come to tell us that you were comrade. You heard that, right? Minister Nkunu, it was asked earlier on that you were newsbreaker. I think it was Cedric Kabinde. You're a comrade, you were newsbreaker, you were cheerleader, you are an activist, you are a fixer. And today you tell us you are an agent. Who are you? All of these labels that you've been given. Who are you really? Who is Brown Mogotsi?
The part of the comrade, indeed, I am a comrade.
You are a comrade?
Yes.
The activist part?
I don't know how they define their activism as, because one person was asked, what is an activist? So I'm scared to get to say I'm an activist in which sense, but the part of the verse, even tomorrow, or even if I can make a video call at my place, you'll see I have a place, I'm running a liquor business, and there's a cheese anyama, I also cut meat and all.
And you're the agent?
Yeah, the part of an agent, you know, until otherwise. That is what I know when I was recruited.
Okay, tell me something. Did you receive any training? And I'm specifically speaking, referring to the fact that you say you're an agent. Did you receive any training?
What I have given here that was opposed by honorable members, that's the most of what I've actually obtained, apart from being an informant and so forth.
What did you obtain? Because there's mandatory training that you need to undergo as an agent. There's mandatory training that you need to undergo as an agent.
You know, I hope when this letter is written, you'll also have to meet different contact agents.
Okay, I want to ask you, did you ever undergo?
You know, I can confirm to you of those that I know, many who cannot even express themselves, who knows nothing.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to know about them today. I want to know about you. I want
Yes.
to know because in SAPS, I serve on the Portfolio Police Committee. I know that you are meant to undergo training on the legal framework.
No, that's
You didn't do any training,
It's
mandatory training on the legal framework pertaining to agents. You didn't,
No, no.
okay? The operational security, that's another requirement.
It's not, those things are not there.
Not there, okay.
Mr. Mogotsi, please talk to your mic.
Okay.
Don't leave it.
So you were an agent, you didn't do any training on the legal framework, you didn't receive any training?
You know,
Just simple yes or
Yeah,
no, sir? No.
those legal training.
Operational security?
The knowledge and the a little legal knowledge is what I have attained
Okay.
through
So
my participation.
formal training, you didn't get anything on the operational security, nothing. Report writing or
Report
record
writing.
keeping, yeah?
Contact agents, those are things that I know how to do, but it's not
I'm
that
asking you, I'm asking you
No.
specifically about
No.
the training, no,
Contact agents
right?
never get that.
Where does this training get done? Do you know?
The
For all
concept-
agents,
I don't know.
you don't know.
Yeah, but you
And
see, Honorable,
who's responsible for this department?
that's why I'm saying the affidavit of the person who wrote.
No, I'm asking you because you are an agent, right? So when you're an agent, you are meant to have received all this training. And I'm asking you, where was this training provided
For contact agents,
for an agent, whatever you want to call it?
I don't know. There's
You
no
don't
such
know.
thing. You know, Madam.
The training
Honorable-
is done at head office.
No, please, maybe I should just say this. Honorable Member, Honorable Chair, I'm aware that you are perhaps in this Intelligence Committee, Joint Intelligence Committee. I think after all this that has happened, I wish to be summoned that I must bring something. Because we'll repeat, same thing I'll say, contact agents. I will check even those who were recruited
Mr.
last
Mkhwanazi,
year.
the thing is this, we also verify. We also try and get information in terms of, did you attend the training? Is there records of you attending the training? And this is what I received back. That these are basically, this is the training. It is done in Pretoria. And it is the person that heads up this unit is actually General Kumalo.
Maybe it's a new thing.
It's a
We'll
new thing.
never have.
This has been there forever.
Chairperson, you'll never find agency
Mr. Mkhwanazi,
10 of them.
Is it your evidence that contact agents do not receive police training
Not police training.
or agents
The-
training?
All the modules or whatever is mentioning now,
Never.
you'll never find unless, because you'll have one-on-one all the time. I've never found any room full of agents. I've never seen that.
I'm
Seated
not
in one
asking
classroom.
you if you did the training with other agents. I'm asking you. I'm not asking if there was a crowd.
No, you'll be given some booklets, you'll be given, but not the training of. a
Thank you
class-
so much, sir. I'm not going to go any further. I want to ask, what was your real motivation for becoming an agent? Was it for civic duty, financial gain?
Honorable James, please pause a little. Honorable Malemo.
No, sorry, honorable member. Do you know a place called Musanda?
Where?
Musanda.
Musanda,
Mm.
in Limpopo.
No,
No.
Musanda in Pretoria.
No.
As an agent, you should know Musanda.
No. Che.
Again, I'm asking you,
No,
if you are an agent, you should know Musanda.
There's no place. I've never.
There's no place
I've
of-
never been to Musanda. But I can tell you of.
Have you
different-
ever heard about Musanda?
No.
Okay.
But I can tell you of places
Oh, no
where
problem.
I went.
Oh, no problem.
Yes.
Honorable Nomvalo.
No, I just want to broaden my understanding, Mr. Mogotsi, out of what you have told us.
Yes.
So if you say you are given booklets, you don't receive formal training, you mean you meet your handler in the first instance, correct?
That's correct.
And then he gives you booklets.
No, at some stage as we were working, as we were doing some operations.
So how do you know the do's and don'ts?
You see, that's what I was trying to tell you earlier about undercover agents who are classified as the top secret spies. They have those trainings that you are referring to. They are police officers. It's just that they don't have official whatever and documents and stealing. They may be those referred to as by that top secret place where they get paid every month, just that they get paid cash. I was trying to show you the two affidavits, that this affidavit, which they are not, which they are saying I'm
No,
not,
because
they are referring to
this is
that
not my
particular-
time. I don't intend to be long.
Right.
I'm asking this because your scope is very complex.
Yes.
And it involves establishing a link or keeping a link between crime intelligence and informants.
That's correct.
So how do you get to know the ethics of conducting that work?
That will be a traditional way we've been doing this, and
So after you've been registered, they just send you to the field
no, it's
without inducting you.
that's why I'm saying you are referring to those belonging in the agent program. Those are literally police officers. They even have ranks, these agents.
What is the traditional way of doing things?
Meeting your handler, filling the form, submitting information, meet with whoever you can meet with, where you are tasked. And you can, if you can check, most of this work that they do is different from what we've been doing all along.
Okay, Honorable James, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. What was your real motivation for becoming an agent? Was it civic duty, financial gain?
No,
Passionate?
I did not become, I was recruited.
You were recruited.
That's
So you were recruited and they didn't provide any training. That's fine. In all these operations that you participated in, let's say, did you participate in any drug busts as an agent? Because as an agent, you go undercover, you said earlier on, you become part of certain operations, you take on roles. What did you specialize in?
CIT, I did before.
Cash in transit.
Yeah, you see, now.
So do you become part of the
No,
ones robbing? How does it?
Those that Honorable Malema is talking about, they get involved the way you're speaking together with informant. I have never, you won't find me saying, being arrested with criminals and I get exonerated and I go, no, not that particular.
So what role did you play?
It's coming here and talk about that, it's very difficult for other people to understand.
No, we'll
If you
understand.
have,
Not other people will understand.
if you have a network of informants, if you are a contact agent, like I mentioned earlier, you get some notes. That is why even if you can come to my house, you won't get a piece of paper talking about this, unless maybe, and even the phones I use, I have a different phone that I'm using for that thing. It's I don't know how to make people.
Yeah, no, it's fine. That phone that you have, who provided you with that phone?
Which phone? The one
You
I'm
have a
mentioning.
different phone,
A different
yeah.
phone.
You have
Oh,
different
that-
gadgets.
Yeah, that you'll have when you have money, they'll tell you, get yourself a phone. Or
You have to buy your own phone.
when you get money, when they give you money,
How much money have you made with all these operations?
oh,
Just more or less, because you've been doing this for very long. Just more or less.
yeah, it's a lot maybe, I think.
Just maybe like how much, sir?
Different operations. Oh,
Let's say the last 3 amounts you received.
even 100K, more than that.
100K
Yeah.
for one operation.
I've had different operations.
Okay. And those are successful operations that has actually led to convictions.
A real successful
Real.
operation, yeah.
So your last operation, you're saying you got about 100K.
You see,
Mr. Mogotsi,
no,
time
I
is
tried,
running out.
as I'm trying to show you something now.
Yeah.
There's an operation. Maybe I've got some money, I'll book hotels, I'll even get some cash, put in the account in the bank, rent maybe 2-3 cars for different people. It's a different sophisticated operation. I wish there could be a way to deal with this, not in a manner of the
Yeah.
public, like like we spoke about the
Mr.
intelligence.
Mogotsi, what was the most you've ever been paid?
I cannot, I don't know how can I put that.
You can just tell us. It's not difficult.
No, like I spoke about 100K.
100K. How many operations have you participated in?
Around 8, 9.
9.
Big ones, yes.
Big ones. 9 operations.
Different ones.
You mentioned earlier on that you were involved in investigations around the PPE tender scandal in 2021. What came out of those investigations? Were you also successful? Did you do well in that investigation?
No, I clarified that part that it's only said moreover after that PPE. That's when General Vice called me.
So you didn't do
I
any
didn't do
investigation, you didn't go undercover in that, you didn't find
No,
anything?
it was after the PPE scandal.
Okay. At any stage, did you provide intelligence relating to drug trafficking or drug dealing networks? Have you ever been involved in an operation pertaining to drug dealing?
No.
Nothing. You don't know of any drugs being trafficked. You spoke extensively earlier on about the operation at one of the correctional services where you had access to the OB book, and this is why I'm asking, are you involved in any drug trafficking operations?
No, I've never been.
Nothing. You only do cash in transit operations.
Yeah, no, not only, including It was this other 2, 3 cases of kidnapping.
Kidnapping.
That's correct.
Okay, so what about kidnapping?
What is, you see, now it's cases of kidnapping where people are kidnapped. We're not, and we're not all successful out of the 3. Only one, the person was managed to be taken away from the kidnappers.
I'm asking, so you also do operations for kidnapping yet?
There was those cases, those operations.
Is this because you have experience in kidnapping?
Those people.
No, you.
No, you get to.
You don't have no experience in kidnapping. You've never kidnapped anyone.
No.
Okay, then why do you have a case in 2008 for kidnapping?
I never. Case in
You
2008?
have a case, yeah? 2008 for kidnapping.
No.
Oh, well, I've got it here.
No.
I've got it in front of me. There's a case.
No. I've never been arrested for kidnapping.
Well, I've got it here and I have the case number. Okay.
That must be tested.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking you all of those questions because we are investigating allegations of infiltration of civilians within SAPS. So this is why I'm asking you all of these questions. What work have you done? How you were paid and all of that. You understand? I also want to ask, how and when did you learn about the disbandment of the PKTT?
From the media, from the social media.
From social media. You do not have any information prior to social media.
No. I saw the letter on social media.
Okay. Did you provide any services or funds for the CR17 campaign?
There's no way I could have funds to assist the CR17.
You didn't assist with branding.
No, branding was printed. Mine was to go everywhere they were going to brand, not me funding.
Yes, but I just asked, did you assist in any way with that campaign?
No, you spoke of funding. No, I never funded.
Not funding, but how
Yes.
else did you assist and
Yes.
support the CR17 campaign?
Distributing the flyers, the t-shirts and the branding I did.
What did you do? What was your role?
I'm saying distribution of flyers, the t-shirts.
Okay.
Wherever when there is then what do you call it, rally, I'll go there, put the backdrop banners and the teardrops and stuff.
Okay, so you played quite a crucial and important role in the campaign. Who employed you?
No, for campaign you volunteer, cannot be.
You volunteer. You just went out of your own.
That's
You
correct.
weren't working within a structure. You weren't working part of the campaign team. You just went out of your own and you started handing out T-shirts and flyers and.
Obviously, there's a team of people that you see wearing a shirt TR17 who will talk to you.
So you went all over. Where's all over?
In most part of the country. I went.
Most, you traveled. Who paid for those?
The campaign,
The campaign paid. Who in the campaign?
but there are different people. Sometimes
Who?
I spoke of Kaiser, I spoke of Brasoli. And when you campaign in politics, it's not all about being given money. Sometimes you take from yourself.
So you played a key role in the CR17 campaign.
I don't know how.
Throughout all provinces, part of distribution.
I never came to the Western Cape, for example.
Okay,
Yeah.
8 provinces you covered.
Yeah, 3 of them are very close to me, yes. I used to go here and there.
Okay, you attended the January 8th statement celebrations in 2025 in Cape Town. You facilitated flights, accommodation, entertainment, logistics for the minister's guests, right? Under whose instruction?
There was no minister's guest.
But the conversation between you and Mr. Matala clearly states that this is for the minister's guests.
No, I don't remember that WhatsApp.
Okay. Have you ever visited the minister at his official residence?
Yes, we went, it was it last year, 2024?
Last year you visited him for what?
No, the meeting last year in January could not take place. The other one was when I brought the ANC leaders from the Northwest to go and visit to raise their issues.
Okay, so you're quite involved with the minister.
Yeah, as a comrade, yes.
As a comrade,
Yeah.
you're part of the meetings at his official residence,
And then
other comrades.
No, you know, when you bring leaders to meet another leader, you don't form part of the meeting.
Okay, so you facilitate the ministers' meetings with other leaders within the ANC?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Even last time, yeah, you know, Lieutenant General Kumal was talking something like a chair, something like a ice boy. That's the small thing I do in this.
I want to ask, how often were you in contact with Mr. Kabinde? Because it now would appear that the two of you arranged the ministers' meetings.
Maybe call me. You arranged those meetings 3 times. We never, it was only after September. And I was trying to arrange this meeting with the minister and I spoke to him.
Why did Mr. Kabinde say you were a newsbreaker? And you send him stupid messages. He told us you send him stupid messages, you're a newsbreaker, and you annoy him. Why did he say that about you?
I don't know. I'll ask him. I'll have to ask him that one. I didn't hear him. And maybe Chair,
He actually said,
forgot.
stupid, he sends me stupid messages,
Maybe Chair forgot to ask him.
frankly saying that you were insignificant. That's the picture that was created of you.
All right.
Okay. General Sibia, right? Who is he to you?
General Sibia. And
Because earlier on you were crying when you were saying, they just suspended General Sibia immediately and they didn't suspend Kumalo.
no, it's not to cry.
Why are you feeling for Sibia?
It's not to feel, it's a reality. In a democratic country, you suspend this one on hearsay, and those who are criminally charged, you don't suspend them. I mean, it doesn't need one to be a friend.
Okay, the reason I'm asking you this question because we're trying to establish the factions within SAPS and on which side you are. You agree there's factions?
I don't know those factions. I wish I knew which factions.
General Sibia testified that said that you came and you had a meeting with him because you were telling him about a plot by crime intelligence members. Tell us more about this plot.
It always came from the sources that
So you warned him that there are people plotting against him.
kind of, yes, I told him. I don't know if he took it as a warning or what. Yes,
Was that the only meeting you held with him?
in Cape Town, yes.
Why was it important for you to tell him about that?
Because I cared about him. Remember?
Cared about him.
That's correct. And remember, I through my handler, he arranged that I should meet with him, and I met with him.
You cared about him. You just said you don't really know Sibia. Now you cared about him.
It's
Sounds quite
normal
personal.
thing. If there's a plot to remove any person from Israel, I believe one will have to care.
Okay. On Mr. Kat Matlala, court documents show that you made multiple attempts to contact Mr. Kat on the day General Mkhwanazi gave the media briefing on the 6th of July. Why? Why were you desperately trying to get hold of him?
No, it was not desperate. He called me.
He called you on
Yes.
the 6th.
Yes, he did call me, and I answered the phone. And then he called me for the second time. That's when his phone, I could hear on the other side that the phone went off. Maybe that was the time it was taken. And then the same day in the news, or was the morning, it appeared that his phone was taken.
Why? What was the conversation all about?
No, he told me about his trip to Devon and confessed and confirmed that the time when he went there, he met with General Mkhwanazi. Another thing, it was not the first time he called me that day, even a week.
But I'm just saying on this specific day, there were quite a few calls made.
Yes, he
Between the
called.
two of you.
Yes, but it was because of the press conference, obviously. He was talking about,
So you had interest in what General Mkhwanazi was saying?
yes, both of us.
Okay.
And he told me that, you won't believe I went to meet that guy.
I want to ask you, Mr. Kat Matlala is involved in drug dealing and trafficking because you were investigating him. You told us earlier on you're investigating him, so you should have quite.
We have not even, remember, we are too much into this tender, but I've never had any lead about drugs and on trafficking.
How long were you investigating him?
No, it was that time, September last year, 2024, and last year he was arrested.
And you didn't pick up that he's involved in any drug dealing?
No, I don't think he's involved in drug dealing.
Okay. Why did you not disclose earlier on? I think two of my colleagues asked you about your many cases. Why did you not disclose this in your statement?
Disclose, what do you now remember?
Disclose the many cases you have against you, your records.
I did not deny them, but I was not even aware that I had to disclose them.
So you weren't aware that you are meant to disclose, that it would have been an ethical thing to do, to disclose the fact that you have 17 cases against you?
There were maybe registered cases against me.
17
that's what
registered
I'm saying.
cases against you. Assault GBH, 6 assault GBH cases. Against who were those cases? Who were the victims?
I can't remember. It's a long time.
Long
And I
time.
was still young, most of other cases.
These cases go back 2006, from 2006.
It's very, very long.
You have
But,
all sorts of crimes here. All
See, and that's the thing, when you own a liquor place, when people are fighting, you will end up always being, before having the ability to hire your bouncers and stuff.
you sort those people out yourselves.
You will have
Okay.
those many kind of cases.
So theft of motor vehicle, you also steal people's cars.
Yeah, it was not stolen. That guy owed me and I took his car.
You took his car, so it's okay to take people's cars. They owe you
Oh, that
money, you
time I
take their
took
car.
my
That's thuggish behavior.
Oh, those years, and he paid me immediately.
So, but that is thuggish behavior,
It's
thug behavior.
yeah, maybe, but ultimately I had my money that time.
Sure. Okay.
And if I didn't take that guy's car, it happened differently because my grandmother is the one who called me. And the car, I parked it in the garage and those guys came and I explained to the police, I don't have a problem. Either if you, Sergeant, give me my money, you can take the car.
Okay. The other case, offenses against administration of justice. What was that all about?
I don't know.
There's a 2011 case.
Administration of justice.
You don't know. We've had so many. The fraud case, what was that? What
No,
does that relate to?
No, it was these guys who were doing some cuts and stuff.
Cards, what cards?
Yeah, and when they got
What
arrested,
cards?
bank cards.
Bank cards.
Yeah, but we got them arrested in that one.
These guys.
Yeah.
But you have the case number against you.
Yes.
So
but I
you were
was
part, you were
yes,
part
yes, but
involved
because
in
we immediately, I did not
fraud,
even,
credit card, bank cards.
no, they had, it was,
Mr. Mogotsi, why are you saying they? Ek praat van jou.
in the case I was not, there were people with me and I don't even appear in court that time.
No. Please hold on, James. Mr. Mogotsi, did you get charged for fraud
Yes, all of us that
by
day.
police? Did you appear before a competent court of law
No,
on charges of fraud?
only them, they appeared and I was late.
What happened to you?
I was told to, I did not appear. The person we were working with came to talk to the prosecutors and I left. That was not even my case. It was kind of
No.
operation.
You were charged. Once you get charged, officially charged by the South African Police Service, that case is a case against you.
Yes, but
Yeah.
they-
So stop saying they.
All right.
Yeah. Say we.
Oh, we.
Yeah. Please proceed, Honorable James.
So you have 17 cases against you. Many of these cases were before you even entered into SAPS as an informant and as an agent, and still you were recruited, despite having murder, domestic violence, kidnapping, theft, GBH, road traffic, common assault, theft of a motor vehicle, all of these cases, you were still allowed to operate as an agent in SAPS.
No, and there are not even one pending case against me.
And all of these cases, you're saying out of all of these cases, there was no charges, no pending cases. Which court did you appear at?
No, there is one where I appeared that with fine, where I was convicted and I paid fine.
Thank you, Honorable James.
It is safe to say that we had a criminal appear before us today. Am I correct?
Whichever way, Honorable James, if you see a criminal before you, there's nothing I can say to change your mind.
Thank you. Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Mogotsi. Mr. Mogotsi, I think Honorable James has asked you this, but maybe let me be more direct. Who are you here to protect? Just about everybody who's come is here to protect one person or the other. So having listened to all of the testimonies, who do you think is lying in your version?
Lying in which, lying to who?
Well, we've had two different sides of, what seems to be going on in SEPS. You are at the center of it. So do you agree with, the allegations that have been made by General Mkhwanazi? Do you agree with Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi's version? Who are you here to protect and support?
Yeah, it's not about protection. And I believe who alleges must prove. And I believe General Mkhwanazi will still appear and bring evidence. The same in Madlanga, I'll be applying for his cross-examination. So he must prove. I did not know on the side of Minister Senzo Mkhunu, I hear they're talking about the PKTT, which is an administrative matter that I cannot comment about. It is those in authority who know the decision was appropriate or not. But in relation to being part of the cartels and all these things, it's not true. I know it's not true.
Okay, do you appreciate that Minister Mkhunu is accused of being part of the cartel or disbanding the PKTT, everything that is alleged against him because of you?
No, I don't appreciate it. It cannot be because of me. I did not write this letter.
No, it is said that you were the go-between between Minister Mkhunu and Kat Matlala.
If Kat Matlala and myself, including Minister Senzo Mkhunu, were somehow in cahoots, Minister wouldn't have insisted on the review and subsequently have the contract terminated.
Yes, that's the contract, but then the PKTT, you apparently have been pushing that the PKTT must be disbanded because it's bothering your friend that you're investigating, Mr. Matlala.
No. And those, it's so important that irrespective of who is involved in what, if even today, I believe if Kat Matlala has a case to answer, he must answer for it. There was no way I could say he must not answer. But in this, I can't say a PKTT should be disbanded for Kat Matlala. But in case you ask me, do I think the disbandment of PKTT was somehow appropriate or relevant? I'll say yes.
No, I didn't ask you that, but I'll come back to that. Now, this agent story, in your mind, was it really the most plausible explanation you could have come up with? Why would you not have accepted, for example, the narrative that says you are a Mogotsi who goes around extorting people?